All right, we are back once more. Now I have to get a new link. That's fine. And post that. So that's a thing. That's a thing that happened. That's fine. Do I do another at everyone? I don't want to annoy people, but at the same time, we got nobody watching right now. Okay. There we go. Looks like you need a new vetting system. Yeah, for real. I don't oh God, what's crazy? So obviously this is like a network of people, because as I was saying when I went off, so that's not the same guy as yesterday. That's a different person. And then now I got to check everybody. And there goes Tampa. Okay, there's Tampa. And yeah, so just P-bombing shit. And so, so there's like at least 3 people now going around doing this. Like 3 different people that will do the hand signs and stuff. So it must be one of those like retard communities that like just get together and do nonsense. So yeah, that's the thing. But there's not really, I don't know what the real vetting system is in some ways, because usually the vetting system is just to do one of these and then follow the hand signs. And yeah, sure, it's one. I mean, they only have so many people, I'm assuming, so once you know it, what all of them look like. But it's just how many people are that retarded. Good to see you, Sally. And again, yeah, sorry for anyone that saw that. Yeah, I think it was off quickly because I had my finger over the thing because I was, just concerned. But water off a duck's back. I remember the first time this happened to me, I was like, oh no, I got P-bombed, and now it's just like, oh, an inconvenience. Okay, a mild inconvenience. Fuck you, French Canadian. Definitely not a French Canadian. Okay, for real. That should have been the first thing. He didn't sound French Canadian to me.
Even if he was, being French Canadian is like the worst thing ever. So
yeah, I should have banned them for that alone, man. That should have been like, even if it wasn't true, we don't want French Canadians on the panel. Okay, I know it's 2026.
It's not 2027.
It was the first time I'd ever seen such a thing. I showed up at the wrong fucking time. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I, didn't know what. Yeah, don't know how to exactly stop all that shit. Unfortunately.
I was saving myself for marriage, and that ruined it.
Yeah, never trust French Canadians. But so Buddhism and Hinduism, that's what we're really talking about, okay? This is why, Testy, see, this is the thing. You know what we know about those people's religions? They don't have one, okay? We know that. Do you see where your atheist police lead to Sticker Johnson? You too, Tyler, speaking of, okay? No Christian boy is going to do that. No Hindu boy is going to do something so untoward, This is Shantae's victim blaming me.
They probably won't, but think of all the awful things their religious leaders will do to them.
Well, that's true, I suppose. The only religion, maybe they're like Muslims, you know what I mean? Maybe. And I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying it's possible. I need funds for eye surgery. Think how I feel. I have to see, you guys just see what it's on screen. I have to see the whole thing play out in the back chat. You know what I mean? But it's the same thing they did yesterday. So I've already kind of seen the whole thing. Okay, Ghostgate is joining. Tampa, do you know if this is for sure Ghostgate that is joining just because we're on high alert? Ghostgate, can you message me?
I can message him or...
Yeah. Ghostgate, can you either message me or Tampa just on Discord?
But otherwise, he's fine.
Yeah, I know Ghostgate. I just want to make sure this is actually Ghostgate and not someone like cosplaying. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. That's just shameful. Okay, he's
a fool can't get fooled again.
Fool can't get fooled again. Okay, it is the real Ghostgate. How's it going, Ghostgate? Oh my God, he's P-bombing. I'm just kidding. Tablet's just doing the long con. Like, this is a friend of mine. He comes in, says a bunch of base stuff in the Discord. What happened, bro? The fisting stream I was watching got interrupted. Okay, I've been fooled twice, Rage Page, and they were spread out over a long period of time, okay? And this is a much more complex foolery, because last time I just didn't get them to do the hand signs. This time they're evolving, okay? And I'm fucking here for it. I'm here for this fucking degen arms race, okay? I'm absolutely here for it. I was here for it last time. I'll be here for it again. Anyway, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Oh, it's going
How's
well.
it going, Ghost?
Kind of tired tonight, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, good. Well, let's start you off with some dopamine. Okay, we're going to turn this into a good old-fashioned religious chaos panel for a hot minute before we talk about, the religion. So we're going to go clockwise and snake-wise. Tampa, I don't know if you've been here for a clockwise, snake-wise. Have you?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, great. Okay, so let's fucking go. So to start with, and then as questions come up, we might do this again, but just to get everyone's religious baseline views, 30 seconds, we go clockwise, we go snake-wise. The snake-wise doesn't make sense right now because only 5 of us. When there's more, it makes sense because then it makes a little snake. But right now, it's just the same as clockwise, I guess, but it sounds cool. So yeah, starting with you, Big Soda, 30 seconds. What is your religion or lack thereof, or just give some explanation where you're coming from?
I am a follower of Christ. I'd be considered a Protestant. I'm outside of the church. I would say I'm probably like top 5 best denominations, probably somewhere in there. And then outside of that, I think that's a pretty good description.
All right. Tyler, average atheist enjoyer.
I am a medium to medium high level Scientologist with the Church of Scientology for 9 years now. They garnish me about 20% of my wages, and whenever they want to have sex with my wife, I let them. So there's that.
He's stealing your thunder, Big Soda.
I know. Everyone's joining it.
Just as you're on your way out, you get kicked out, everyone gets brought in.
It was forcefully removed. It wasn't a choice of mine.
You got kirked. I don't mean like Charlie Kirk. You got like Kirk as in like our Kirked.
Yeah.
And kicked out of a religious organization. Who among us hasn't been kicked out of a religious organization? Oh, it's just Kirk? Oh, that's crazy. Wonder why. Tampa, 30 seconds on your religious bent.
Oh, I don't know. I've gotten quite a few of the labels, but I do follow the teachings of Christ, but I don't think any of us are right completely.
I'm right.
Okay, besides Scientology, my bad.
We don't want to get sued, Tampa. We're not saying anything. We're not implying Scientology is not the one correct path, okay? All right, and Ghostgate.
I'm a Christian. I am a Blue Lodge Master Mason, but I don't attend anymore. I was raised in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I guess I'm non-denominational. I like to study all denominations and all kind of beliefs and synthesize my own take on it.
Okay, based. And my name's Confluence. Hello. And I describe myself as an hi. And I describe myself as an esoteric Christian. I believe in Christ. I'm a Christ follower, inshallah. But yeah, I like to leave myself some leeway. So I have some interest in various, slightly heretical paths, that I think, Ghost, that you're probably familiar with.
Oh,
I found out about your occult beliefs.
The Ghost of Kiev on your shirt.
That is the Ghost of Kiev. How'd you know?
I don't know. It was a lucky guess.
That man has been responsible for a lot of things. Some of them good, some of them not so good. But the Ghost of Kiev, yeah, that's a good thing. Hey, Lobster, how's it going? This is the first stream. Nothing untoward happened in the last stream, Lobster. Don't listen to what anyone else says. This is just a perfectly normal Confluence stream that started up at the normal time and is the same as every other stream. Don't let the people gaslight you. All right, so what do we... Well, I guess we'll go through... I don't know. We could go through the video. I really just want to ask... I want to get fodder enough to ask questions, Actually, maybe we'll just... If I could start and just see where this conversation goes. Because the first question they want to ask is like if there's a creator and stuff like that. And I guess I mean we could always go to the video. I know I don't want to like clickbait people, but I kind of just want to hear first what the panelists think about this. Okay, so you know what?
All female panel.
Why is it an all-female panel? What? Oh, I thought you meant this panel. I was like, what are you trying? Are we all trans besides Tampa? Well, so the Dr. Daft show. It's like this. It's like some intersectional feminist. I don't even know. I love the channel, but it's always just like women of color. That just seems to be their thing. It's like Jubilee, but if Jubilee was like women of color and only talked about religion, so it's good conversations. But yeah, it's always all females, and it's like a very robust ethnic mix.
All right, then.
The videos have been good so far. We're dynamic, but the videos are good.
All right, so this is going to be the first prompt. So we will do, this is the typical clockwise, snakewise. Now that we've introduced ourselves, so everyone will take 30 seconds giving their perspective on the prompt, okay? And then after that, everyone will spurg at the same time in the same way, and we'll all fight amongst each other / have a healthy discussion depending on the mix of the panelists at any given moment. Did something or someone create the universe? Okay, that's the prompt. Not Tyler. Almost skipped Big Soda. Well, I had to start with the Scientologist, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll start with the ex-Scientologist today. Big Soda. Yeah, did something or someone create the universe? I can't imagine how you're gonna answer this question.
Yeah, I'm thinking a good way to answer it. I would say, obviously, yes. I would say that person is Yahweh. That Yahweh has three persons in which he's broken into, and I think that Yahweh created everything that I know to exist, and nothing created him.
Okay. Unbegotten, if you will. Tyler.
Well, I mean, with how vague this question kind of is written, I know what you're implying by it, but really, it's
I'm sorry, I just wrote it off the dome, okay?
Yeah, it's so vague that, like, you can answer, yeah, something like the previous thing created what we have. The Big Bang created the universe, so yes.
I'm leaving it open. Yeah, but then fill in the blanks. So,
okay,
what did, you know?
Trying to interpret it in good faith, was there some sort of intelligent entity or being or event maybe that made the material, like, makes up the universe? I'm going to say no, it's always existed, and we're just kind of along for the ride.
Oh, okay, I have some questions about that, but I'll put a pin in it for now because we're not allowed crosstalk, even though I'm cross-talking. Tampa, what's your answer?
I think that yes, there is some sort of creator. There's a source of all the knowledge that we have here, and I see it more as like the Father that Jesus talked about, not so much Yahweh, because he wasn't. He made some mistakes, I think, if the book is correct.
All right, fair enough. Ghost.
I tend to think that the universe is like a fixture or just a part of God. So I would say the universe is eternal. And I think it eternally respirates. So what we would consider the Big Bang was just like one of an infinite string of inhales. It's like it's just like a God's beating heart or something like that. So I don't see creation in the same way that, like, I guess most Christians do, where God was just eternal, sitting around doing nothing, and then one day decided to create. I think it's just part of God.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna in some ways maybe piggyback off that, and then I want Big Soda, my Protestant brother in Christ, to tell me if this is crazy. And I'm not sure. I'm not 10 toes down on this. Okay, so this is just a little thought. So when it talks about God, first of all, I would answer yes to this. I think God does create the universe, but sometimes I do wonder if maybe there is some like cyclicity. Is that a word? Like a cycle to the universe. And I wonder, I'm thinking of this, like, there's this quote. It's Dion Fortune, this like esotericist from back in the day, a woman. She was quoting somebody else, and she's like this I can't remember exactly how it goes. She's like, if I had ever met an adept, there was this one guy, and it's a very loose quote, who tried to describe what God is, and he said that when someone said to him, God is pressure, it immediately became obvious to him what that meant. And she's like, and she was using it as an example of where the words don't really seem to mean much, and you could just dismiss them. But then she goes on to unpack kind of what she thinks about what it means for God to be pressure. And I guess what I'm thinking with this, if this makes any sense at all, is like, if God is like the source that is constantly doing the outpouring, that maybe creation is in some way some like constant process. Like maybe it's not one specific temporal thing, because time is like a universe word, right? So it's like, at what time in eternity did God create things? Well, I just wonder if maybe God is this all-loving thing, this all-source thing, and there's some type of constant outpouring, some type of pressure outward. And I think that quote has stuck in my head for ages, because I do think you even see that with like, there is like, you have like, even if we think of like from a Tyler point of view, a filthy atheist, you know, you have like nothing except, you know, a universe with like everything is condensed to like one point or whatever, and the pressure I'm using this kind of a loose way, right, causes everything to expand out, and then you have like the pressure of like things being formed, and you have planets being formed and all stuff, and then even once you get to the point of like abiogenesis and you have life, then you have like evolutionary pressure, and there's always seems to be this driving thing. Like I've said this before, that like I'm not sure about evolution, but like if I believe in it, it would be like some type of theistic evolution, but not in the way that God is like specifically coming down and starting these things. I almost wonder if there's a built-in pressure to like outpour into like more advanced consciousness. That this is like a design of the system, that God like creates something outward, and that then the thing itself will do an evolution to the humans, and now we're doing like an involution back to God in like a spiritual way. I took more than 30 seconds. I'm sorry, but Big Soda, does that sound crazy to you? Also,
I mean,
Voltaire, and yes, hit that like button. Thank you, Voltaire.
I don't think nothing you said sounds crazy, and I also don't think nothing you said would kind of violate my understanding of God. I would probably ask you, like, then how do you interpret Genesis? Do you think the way Genesis is described, do you think this, when God begins his creation, was this at a previous point in time where and I guess Ghostgate I would also ask you this, would this be a previous point before, I guess, we start seeing the cycling of what we consider maybe the Big Bang or the universe or existence? Like if this thing is cycling, and I guess the story of Genesis is told to us, how do you interpret that into the cycling?
When God began to exhale, which implies there was an inhale before that.
Which is, yeah, that's an interesting thought. Yeah.
In an infinite series of respiration. And would like a good way to describe pressure be enthusiasm? If you look at the etymology of enthusiasm.
I'm a big enthusiast, or etymology enthusiast. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. Enthusiast.
I don't know
online.
off the top, but I know I've studied it before, and it kind of.
It apparently means God within. I guess the thusi, is like a close to theos or somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, coming from theos, God within. Yeah, I mean, I do think enthusiasm is a related thing. There is like some, because that's the thing. I don't necessarily mean it in a scientific thing, but the science of it kind of makes sense too. Like even when you have like, you know how it's like nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like there's like a lot of things where it feels like that is. I feel like this works on like a psychological level, on a scientific level, where there's like some desire to use like a anthropomorphism of like all of like nature and reality to like to express something, to do something, like something is happening.
It's motivation.
Hold on, time out. Vibe just called you stupid and gay in the chat.
Hey, that's not true. Vibe said, "Hey, it's White Marte in the upper right." It is White Marte in the upper right. He has no nipples, though. That's the thing. That's how you know that something is off. That's the only indication that you know something's off with this photo. Oh, wait, no, we talked about this. The nipples are just very far down. Yeah, we've had the same discussion.
They're pointing downward.
At the very bottom. Yeah, they're very sad. Yes, okay, I remember now.
I need you to pay more attention to my nipples, please.
Well, now that's all I can look at, so your wish is granted.
I think the breath concept, that makes sense to me. It's like that kind of expresses it in a way that I guess it logically tracks for me.
I guess I'm also wondering, like, and this is again, these are all kind of like thoughts that I'm not really sure where to put them, but like, even if like we just take the normal Christian narrative that let's say there was no universe, there's no creation, God creates once, you know, let's say I don't know 13.7 billion or whatever it is years ago, and then you know all of a sudden then we're in this moment, and then there's going to be a moment when everything stops, and then it's just like, and then what happens after that? It's just like we're just forever in this, like there's no future creations. Like something hits my brain about that in like a weird way that just like we're talking about God, we're talking about this infinite, like unknowable, but also knowable in this paradoxical way, like this transcendent being, this like everything, all source, all everything. It's just, it feels odd to just be like, it starts here and it ends here and that's it. And I know I'm using time words to talk about a temporal event. I understand that, but it's like, you know what I mean? It feels odd to just have, this is just the one thing that happens, our one universe. And then everything else, then God never, the source of everything, the ultimate creative energy, never does anything else anywhere else. It's just us in this one thing. Like something about that, like seems like just bizarre to me.
Maybe it's just none of your fucking business.
I mean, it's not, but
like,
you know, a man
I created you to be fucking thankful. Don't worry about what I'm doing on Mars, you dickhead.
I guess I would argue. Okay, so like the action of God showing love. So God's love is eternal. It's something He does eternally, and so it doesn't seem crazy to me to then assume, well, why wouldn't like the attribute of creation like not also be eternal? And so I guess it depends what I guess it would that then make the creation itself eternal.
That's what I think.
I see the potential in that side of it. I don't necessarily think it would make it eternal, but I think there is some element of that created thing that is eternal because it has some connection to God. So I don't think it's that crazy, I guess what you're saying.
I thought you'd think it's crazier.
You said that you brought up like psychology and science, and I think all of it is the same thing, just being explained with like a different vocabulary. So when people try to like separate science from religion, from psychology, from philosophy, it's all just the same thing, and we're just using different words and different modes of explaining the same thing. That's what I believe.
In some ways,
normally people we argue about what we're agreeing about. Ultimately, we're just like he said, we're just explaining it in a different form of.
I do wonder because it's like one distinction I guess I want to say before I agree, and I don't know if we maybe we're just finding different ways to agree, but like with science and stuff in like a boots on the ground way, it's like, okay, if we're talking about something like gravity, like we were talking about that last night with the guy that thought the fundamental force of gravity didn't exist, but he also thought it's 9.81 meters per second, which is what it is on Earth, but we won't get into that. But we're arguing about gravity, and it's like, okay, on one sense, science is about empirics, and it can be measured in a precise way. And with like spiritual stuff, it's harder to do that, arguably. It's harder to like measure anything we're talking about when it comes to religion. You can't really put numbers on it. You can't do real measurements of it in the same way. It's more like experiential. It's just on a different like level. But at the same time, I'm tempted to agree, because I was saying this a couple panels ago about like when we talk about gravity, it's like gravity is the fundamental force that attracts every mass with every other mass. So that means me and Tyler, even though we're on different, we're very far away, every molecule in my body does have a minuscule gravitational attraction to Tyler's body, not in like a gay way, in like a normal way. And that's a true scientific fact, which is crazy to think about. Now, like, we give it the name gravity, and so it sounds all sciencey, and we're like, oh, that's what it is. It's called gravity. But I think if we actually just thought about this, we're like, there's a force that every molecule in my body is somehow fundamentally pulling or being pulled or condensing into space-time or whatever you want to say toward every other person on Earth, every other thing on Earth. Everything is connected in that way. That's all of a sudden sounds like religion all of a sudden. That sounds like some Alan Watts shit that I would listen to as I try to fall asleep. But it's like, as soon as you put the word gravity on, it's like, okay, that's science now. We understand it. And I get it. But like, yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense.
He's a homosexual.
ABG, good to see you.
Gravity is just a way of explaining charisma, attraction. An attractive force that you can't see, but you know it's there. By the way,
That's, I
that's
mean,
why I think that they use wind and breath metaphors in the Bible to talk about the spirit. I think it's talking about electromagnetism because breath is something that you can't see but you can feel, and electromagnetism is the same. They share
that's the thing.
properties.
I think there is like this is similar to like the as above so below stuff that Hostel I think was saying last night before he went into the neo Yahtzee stuff, where it's like I do think this is true that on one like on a base physical measurement level you can measure the gravity and you can have like the inverse square law that like the farther away something is then there's like a right it gets squared how lesser it attracts and the closer it is the more it attracts and stuff like this, but that same concept I think on like a different level all of a sudden is something that is like a spiritual truth, and it's like the same thing, it's just like applied on different levels. So it's like, so I agree that I don't think there is as much of a separation between religion and science as people think. I think there's just levels to reality. And I think that all these things like electromagnetism, I think that has a very clear psychological analog to it, a very clear spiritual analog. And I think all of these things do. So I think it's like, it's all the same like force. It's all the same God, just being like expressed on like different fundamental levels of reality. AVG says, hey, Confluence, thank you for highlighting some of my recent debates. Great coverage. Thank you, Diane. Even if you didn't get to review the entire debate slot, we got pretty far. Okay, we got pretty far. It had to be a part 2, but then Witchy was just kind of going in circles and stuff. She said I could interview her, so I might be doing that next week because there's some points that I thought were just very interesting. I don't have to pick her brain on. Diane, if you're not doing anything, you should join. We're talking about religion and stuff, as you can see. Okay, an old school religion chaos panel. Okay. So yeah, where were we with that? I lost my train of thought.
We were talking about electromagnetism and how it, I guess, the force element of it and how it mimics a similar force to God. And then I was going to add, well, could you say that creation is acting in a similar way to the creator? Like not so much that the force is God itself, but it's acting in a similar manner to what created it.
I definitely think so. I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what you're asking, but like this is why I think like archetypes are so important. And I think these are ways to like know God, because like God as that's why, and I think this is even biblical, right? Like you have God as Father. It's like we wouldn't know what that meant unless we're looking at creation and seeing how are fathers in real life, what are fathers in the animal kingdom, what does this stuff mean? If we look at like the feminine or the masculine, how do these things express themselves, right? We can look at like all this stuff, like what does birth look like, what is that, like all these things are like I think metaphors or not, well, archetypes I guess, for like aspects of God. So I think all of like creation I think is like pointing to archetypical truths about the creator. That's why I think it is like an outpouring. I don't see it more as like, God just like snapping his fingers and like making something. It feels like, that's why I brought up the pressure thing. It feels like the pressure of the divine is like flooding outwards. And then that's the flooding outwards is what we're calling creation. But I think it's like, it's all God being flooded outwards. Because I think you can see God in everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fractals. God, I think God's nature is fractal. Like if you look at Romans 1:20, it says we can study creation and we'll be able to observe the pattern that kind of is God. So that's why we see things operating the way they operate, is because that's God's pattern. He wants it to operate that way because it is him. Like nature isn't God, but I understand why people who worship nature like do it. It's because it's like it's perfect and rational and logical, in my opinion. But yeah, Romans 1:20, like you should read that.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll pull it up. Oh, we're on Bible Gateway. Why do I always cuck myself like that? That's fine. Okay. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen and being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. Now, that actually, okay, that leads me into a related prompt that I want us to think about. Because in Romans 1:20, okay, so it talks about, it gives some of the qualities, his eternal power and divine nature. The second one is kind of more broad, and I would agree with those, but it does immediately make my mind think of this next question. So, Big Soda, you're going to get jump scared with this one, okay?
Uh-oh.
You have no time to prep. Here we go. Boom. What do the untoward things in creation tell us about the creator? There's obviously a lot of bad stuff in creation. There's a lot of beautiful stuff. I gave examples of birth and being a father and all this stuff, but there's also a bunch of bad shit, right, that we all know about, you know? So what is that? Does that tell us anything about God? Is that just like the sin that's corrupted stuff? Or are those parts of God also, are those parts of creation also in some ways tied back to God? What are your thoughts?
Oh, this is interesting because I guess you could also relate this back to spirit cooking. The conversations we had yesterday. Does the creation of man also represent this like mimic quality of God?
Right.
I would say that being that it's a creation from a creation, you begin to lose this like I guess. It's the God's creation would be closer resembled, but once you start once man creates, it's going to deviate a lot more than God's creation itself. I think there are some representations of God in our creations, but I think the further the creation chain goes down, the less it gets away from God. So like if we were create something and then that creation were to create something else, you would be getting further away from God because it would no longer be God's direct influence on it.
Almost like if you're photocopying a photocopy of a photocopy, we're like losing. Yeah. Okay, I can see that.
I think what he's asking though is like we didn't create lions to chase and eat gazelles.
Yes, that is also
but
what. Yeah,
I guess I wouldn't view that to be untoward. When I started to think of
what about? I know I'm not supposed to be cross talking, but what about like animal essay? I know it sounds weird to say, but you know what I mean. Like some animals, like we talked about the ducks with their, speaking of corkscrews, right? Imagine this is like a duck's penis, right? They have corkscrew little penises, and that's because they do untoward mating strategies, you know. And like is that us? Like, would you say that's the sin nature, or does that say something about God, you know, or just like the other, like chimps will like cannibalize each other, or bonobos will like do fucking orgies and all this like gay shit, you know, especially during this month.
If I were to do that, that would be untoward, but I don't know that I would say that would be untoward for them to do it.
Really? Okay. That's interesting. Because when I see animals not that I'm like looking up animals essing but I would think that to me, I'm just like, that's untoward. You shouldn't do that. I'm not saying they're morally culpable, but there's also like something's wrong here, you know?
In that situation, I would probably say the victim was asking for it.
Like if it was like a really sexy looking, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying,
like slutty duck.
Since they have no comprehension, or since they don't have the ability to determine that this is untoward and this is how they mate, then this is what they do. And I don't know if I would presuppose the morality that is placed on me onto them.
Justy, I was giving you you missed my visual demonstration of the corkscrew penis. Okay, this is a corkscrew. I was showing this. Okay, you shouldn't be in your little stream polycule test. You should just be watching the Confluence panel so you don't miss stuff like that. But okay, okay. I guess we'll go to Tyler before we. Otherwise, I'll crosstalk you into the ground. Tyler. Well, I guess you don't really. I guess do you have anything to say on this?
Yes, I absolutely do. First off, you never got around to the fucking part of the universe I was talking about how creation was. But going into this, I listened to you guys talk a bit, and it's the same cope arguments you get from religious people. Why bad things happen? It's going to be generally God has a plan, and you're just too fucking stupid to understand it. So shut up and just let the bad things happen. Give him credit for all the good, all the bad you blame on something else, corruption, sin, blah blah blah. It's just the same silly, stupid arguments.
I'm not supposed to crosstalk. I don't think actually anyone said that. I even gave the option for Big Soda to say that. He didn't say that.
We're not.
No one said that.
You're just
you want to hear what you want to hear. Literally, no one actually said that.
Without so many words, that shit was said. Yes, it was. It's just cope.
It's Alex. Yeah, no crosstalk. Thank you, Testy. My mods keep me on track. Okay.
But yeah, nature, you can absolutely see why these things exist, how they came about. It's all measurable, the way ecosystems work, the way fucking different food chains work. All this shit is measurable as to how it came to be the way it is, and we can map it out for long farther back than 7,000 years when it was created. So I just think it's all silly, stupid copium.
It's actually 10,000 years.
Whatever the fuck, whatever. I'm sorry, I don't fucking speak in the tongues.
All right, okay, Tampa.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think because humans have emotions that they think matter. Because the animals pretty much do it for procreation, like they're trying to reproduce, and that's what sex is meant for. So I think we've been fed a different, like a false view on what that whole situation is, and been told that our emotions and how we feel about things is what matters. So
Our emotions do matter. Okay, fine.
Oh,
I'll
I'm
put a pin in
sorry.
that. You heard my emotions, which matter, by the way. Okay, go skate.
Oh, I typed something in chat, and I think it could be an evidence that we live in like hell or purgatory, where we have an ideal, but when we look around, that ideal isn't met, and it doesn't explain why we have the ideal. Because when we look at suffering, even if it's animal suffering, there's a part of it where it's like, man, I wish that didn't happen. I wish there was a way that couldn't happen or didn't happen.
I agree with you. Okay, so it sounds like there is some divergent perspectives, perhaps. Okay, Alex, since you just joined, this is the good old-fashioned religious chaos panel. The title is a lie, okay? Always has been. You walked into a religion chaos panel, Alex, so give 30 seconds to say your religious take, and then answer the prompt below in another 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
What do the untoward things in creation tell us about the creator?
No, first give us your religious, what is your, and be very specific and give like identifiable information and really don't fence it.
Information. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Specific identifiable information. I believe in certain things, and I think certain things are more true than other things. And,
fucking preach,
I
King.
have faith
very specific.
And the thing that made those things.
Hell yeah. No, I'm with you. Where do I sign up?
All right, before we get to Alex's answer, we get super chat from Testy. He's fighting the P bombers. Every chat equals one fight against the P bomb. Look, I will monetize the untoward thing that happened on my stream. It's being monetized. That's how it works. Okay. Testy says heaven's not a place on earth. Earth is a place in hell. I mean, that's low key true. That is true. There's also a place on earth. Both of those things are true. Like, that's the weird. We live in this fucking crazy place where, like, some of it is actually low key unironic heaven, and some places high key ironic hell. Okay, so it just depends. Just depends. Thank you, Testy, for the $5. Yeah, Alex. Okay, so yeah, the untoward thing, aka ducks doing the essay on another duck, nature being read and
I don't know that ducks can be essayed, but I would say.
Wow! You just deny essay. Alex denying that essay is a thing. It's crazy.
I don't deny essays. I deny
Sounds
that essay that you're like referring to here.
You're also victim blaming the duck. That's crazy.
Based, I'm glad you joined my side.
Look, listen, okay? If literally that is the entire like procreation sequence for that species, then it's not essay. All right, that's just their normal. So deal with it.
If every human, I'm not supposed to cross talk, but if every human just started essaying every other human, and then that's the norm, does that make
there
it
a different
not essay?
Is there a different way?
Yeah, they don't. I mean, they don't have to. They don't have to be fucking little predators.
Hold on. What
They could just like woo,
do the
buy her
females choose a
male
mate
first.
then? Like if a female doesn't get SA, does she just choose a mate at some point or what?
I'm not sure. What if all the ducks are like
Find
weird
out before you
cells?
say. You should find out.
Yeah, that's true. You don't even know anything about ducks, and you're judging
That is
them.
the only procreation sequence in which they have, right? Most
You're
of
just-
animals have like some form of going.
Yeah, you're an ignorant American trying to push your ways and morality on other people. You don't even know what ducks are about. They could what if they like SA? What if SA is something they prefer? You're just trying to force it out of them.
What if it's part of their
Like they're in like a consent, non-consent situation. Just all.
Yeah.
No, like it's part of their maybe it's like just foreplay for them, right? You don't know.
True.
Have you ever seen the lions? They got little prongs on their pee-pee, so that when they stick it in, they're like just
Barb hooks.
stabs in. Yeah, with like that's you can't tell me that's not untoward. That's just
I
untoward.
mean, it sounds unfortunate, but if that's the only way their species survives, then it is what it is. I mean, I have to imagine that. I don't know. It seems like either they somehow evolved that way, or God created them that way.
Honestly, you're
Yeah.
coming off really fucking judgy. You're so judgy. Like, let them.
Well, this is what I like about this is what I liked about Brandon when I was what we agreed with a lot of stuff on our vegan talk, but one thing I loved, because every other fucking soy leftist will disagree with me on this. Testy, I want to know if you do. You probably will. And I don't know, no one else here is a soy leftist, okay? Besides Testy, I'm just kidding. Testy's like center left, but for the sake of argument, he's a soy leftist. Where Brandon agreed with me because I asked him. I said, if you know, in those nature documentaries, the nature fucking cucks when they're like shooting footage, if they see something really bad happening, like the baby elephant getting just like ravaged by a bunch of like lions or something like that, just like what like your soul with Ballcat. They're like, I can't interfere with creation, or they would have used creation because they're too cucked for that. They're like, I can't interfere with nature. And I asked Brandon, he's like, no, I would fucking headshot all those lions. And I was like, fucking based, so fucking based. He's like, I would absolutely kill them. If I saw something in nature and I thought this is a bad thing, I'd fucking headshot him. And I was like, holy shit, this is a vegan.
Now
like,
I have
fucking
to know.
based.
Now I have to know, right? Does he just not like predators? Is that what it is? He just can't stand like predators in his life.
He puts
it's just
the wood chipper.
Because if that's the case, then understand that like humans by nature are also predators. So in that case, we.
Well, I'm sure he understands that things have to eat, but like so, like the dolphin,
Well,
you know, the
not
dolphin
really,
like,
does
essay.
Does he really?
You know,
Does he really, though?
do you know? Well, he does. I think he does. But you know the dolphin like essay caves where the dolphins will like do like they'll like this is not this is the thing. Nature will do stuff that's not evolutionary beneficial. Like I understand you're saying, hey, maybe lions just have to fuck this way and stuff, but with like the dolphins, there's like videos and stuff of them like taking like baby belugas and like doing untoward things to the baby belugas.
That's
right,
because they're intelligent. That's like a factor of intelligence.
That's untoward, and so I think that's what Brandon's saying. If he saw that, he wouldn't be like, "I can't interfere with nature." He fucking kill every single dolphin, and I'm saying that's based.
Hold on, you're talking about different things here. Okay, if you're talking about whether I would stop a bunch of dolphins from like forcing themselves on another animal, fuck yeah, I would. That is
why though?
No purpose whatsoever.
Is it? So it is untoward,
and it's useless. Because it's cruel.
So then nature can be cruel. That's my whole point.
Yes, of course nature can be cruel. Did I ever say it couldn't?
Well, no, but you're
I just
honestly, I find your vigilantism to be disgusting. I'd at least call the cops on the dolphins. It's not your responsibility to write.
It is my. You know what? Sometimes you have to be a vigilante. Okay, don't take that out of context. But you know, I'd murk a couple of dolphins.
You know,
absolutely.
I heard say that too recently. I think he shot his CEO of something, right?
Yeah, CEO. Yeah, I think his name was Mario. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Famous
Mario.
Italian plumber.
Yes, the famous Italian plumber. True. Very true.
I believe animals are living symbols, each with their own properties. I also believe that they're here to teach us. We use them for food, clothing, and also metaphors. Animals are part of the way we communicate. I agree with that.
So, but what I was saying,
what the fuck am I gonna learn from a rabbit? Kiss my ass.
What I was trying to say is like,
I don't know. Why do they
possible.
use rabbits in Alice in Wonderland? Like, what is that?
That's true.
Show me a rabbit cell phone.
You ever
Let me
been
see
down a
rabbit's
rabbit's
fucking
hole
cell
before?
phone. What do they use for their fucking cellular network, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought.
They
Show me
should
their
use
fucking
something.
drone. I want to see their nuclear warfare. Rabbit nuclear warfare. We have nothing to learn from them. We eat them. That's it.
I mean, rabbits don't have a cellular network, but bees and mushrooms do. So trees do.
Oh.
Well, you're gonna summon Steel Man with that.
Oh,
He's trying
that's a
to play the Steel
mushroom.
Man. He's trying to play the Steel Man.
But yeah, I mean, look, all I'm saying is like, there's purposes to this stuff that exist
I mean,
outside of
our
whatever
network, our
fucking
computer
imagination
network is like a mycelial network or a tree network. I mean, it's all the same thing. It's fractals.
Well, I agree with that, but the untoward stuff of nature. Wait, I haven't said my thing yet. Wait, Alex, are you done? Your
It's
thing's
an
just
abstract
constantly
amount.
interrupting you.
interrupted me like 15 times, so I don't know.
I did, kind of low-key.
Should I say it or am I done?
You can say it, but I might interrupt you 15 more times. But go ahead.
Okay, I suppose that's fair. What I was trying to say is there may be evolutionary purposes to these things that we just don't understand, or that we
I can't
can't
hear
replicate
him.
in our own mind. I don't know if animals can consent to anything. I don't know if they have like the wherewithal to make an informed decision in any possible way.
Hell
So
yeah.
if this is
Animals
like, if
can't
this is how their
consent.
species reproduces, and the alternative is the end of their species, who the fuck are we to tell them they're wrong?
Well, are you endorsing animal SA from a human then?
No,
It sounds like you are.
Wait, are you? No,
definitely
it sounds
are.
like he's in,
don't they?
it sounds like he's endorsing the other way around. Like if an animal essayed a human, you would say that there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe there's even an evolutionary advantage. I think that's crazy.
No. The whole point of SA is reproduction. There's no reproduction in that format. So no, sorry.
Yeah, but then
How do
what
you
about
know?
animals?
Hold on. How do you know the duck's fucking intent? He's not like Scrooge saying it out loud. How do you know the duck is like?
Hold on. That's what
Court
I'm saying.
Scrooge.
I don't know if ducks have intention, right? But what I do know is humans have intent, and so we make decisions that we are responsible for. I don't know that ducks make decisions they're responsible for, but if a duck attacks you, you kill it. Who cares? It's a duck. Doesn't matter.
Can you wait? Can you hear Alex now, Ghost?
Yeah, I heard the tail end of that. What was the point?
Okay, I think you have. Yeah, just to let you know, this happens to Egg. I don't know why. I can't remember if there's a fix to it. Some people have it when someone leaves or joins, then certain people will get muted. So I think because Tampa left, then Alex became muted to you. And so I don't know what the fix is, but if that happens, yeah, unfortunately, I think we have to.
Are you using like a web browser on your phone by chance?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
On a web browser or using the application itself?
The web browser,
That's why.
Chrome. Should I use the app?
Yeah, that's worked for me.
Alex is our local tech support, you know.
Sweet.
And he's not
am,
indie.
unfortunately.
Everyone has a role in this community, okay? Hence Confluence HR. I mean, you'd never guess his role, but all right, okay. I guess I will say my thing. I mean, I guess I kind of said it by interrupting Alex a bunch, but yeah, I guess the things maybe with the duck thing, I can get it, but then it sounds like at least Alex agrees that the dolphin thing is untoward. But then it seems like we're playing this game of like trying to decide what has evolutionary purposes, because like animals will do a bunch of like gay stuff, and I understand it's 2026, but they've been doing this a lot longer than 2026. It's not like they just started doing that after like Obergefell. Animals don't give a fuck. They've been like doing that shit since the beginning of time, right? They don't care. And it's like, that has no reproductive benefit, but it could be maybe animals having gay sex.
Oh, sure, okay.
And so like that has no reproductive benefit.
Does what? I mean, it's to them like
as
a whole. It's just what.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I've also heard that
You just said the opposite like 2 minutes ago, bro. You said the point is for them to reproduce. That's why they're out essaying. And now you're saying, well, they're just going for a hole's a hole. So they have no concept of this shit. Thus, if they have no concept of it, then why is it bad for me to rape a duck? Tell me why.
Well, that's what you want to do.
It's not.
That's where this was leading up to.
What the problem is about you, right? The problem.
No, I'm telling you. I'm asking why it's morally compromised.
Hold on. The problem is not what happened to the duck. The problem is what you're doing. You're the one who's immoral.
Says you.
Making a decision. Well, it says most people. That's why most people don't like this shit.
Have you ever raped a duck? Don't knock until you try it, bro.
Bro, name 10 ducks that you've raped, Alex.
I don't have 10. I'm sorry.
I can only name like 3.
Yeah, same. I like to have more than 3 is great. Testy with the $5 fighting the pea bombers yet again. It's not gay, it's nature. Ergo, it's natural for a certain portion of a given population to but. I would say nature is kind of
theory, yeah. In theory, yeah, it is. Who knows? Maybe their genetics are like in a weird state, and they're not meant to reproduce. Who knows? I don't know if this is leftist propaganda, but apparently it's not just like, oh, they just find a hole. Apparently there is like in this, like some animals like will like mate for life. And sometimes I think there's like a pair of gay penguins that was famous, and all the pride people were like, oh my God, they're so gay. It's amazing. Slay Queen or whatever. And they were like 2 penguins, and they weren't just like doing it for the love of the game. You know, they were like doing it for love, you know, they were like apparently like, hold on. Maybe one of them was sleeping and the other one didn't know what he was doing during mating time. And then once then they formed, they're mated for life. It is what it is.
Oh, that would suck, man. And all those, like, imagine if Tyler did the same thing he does to ducks to a penguin, then those penguins he would have like a polycule, a harem of penguins that would just think they're all married to Tyler, but really they're just Stockholm syndrome. Fuck.
Honestly, I don't see much of a difference between a duck and a penguin, you know?
He said quack, quack.
Or a swan, either.
I mean, I guess the swan's the better option probably than the duck. I don't know. If you had to choose, if you had to get married to a bird, is it going to be a duck or a swan?
Definitely.
Whoa, we're not talking commitment here.
I'm not sure I can answer that question adequately.
I was talking about just a fun Friday night. Tyler isn't made for life. It's just the ducks that do that. Sounds like retarded penguins. Yeah, that's what I'm tempted to think. I think these penguins are just like, but then what does that say about the humans? You know, I don't know. We obviously see it in the human kingdom and we see it in the animal kingdom, but we also see the same thing with everything else. I mean, this is the kind of argument, I guess, that people use, right? It's like it's just because something, it's like the naturalistic fallacy. Just because something's natural doesn't mean it's like an okay thing to, to do. And so we see a bunch of bad stuff happen in the animal kingdom. Does that mean it's okay for us to do? But I guess at a broader point, what is this, to go back to the prompt, what does this tell us about the creator? Like if we look at like the gay penguins, or we look at like the dolphin grape caves or all that stuff. Yeah, well, now's the chance, now we're in open crosstalk phase,
I mean, I think what it says is pretty obvious, right?
There's roaming rape gangs in the
world
in the ocean.
Is flawed, and that's just what it is. Deal with it.
Yeah, but does that say anything? We deal with it, sure, but is that, I guess, would you say the typical thing that like sin corrupted everything?
Conditions, right? Like if I were to start an experiment and I have it do something, and then like halfway through it turns to shit. Am I responsible for the fact that it turned to shit because of whatever happened in the meantime?
If you're an infinite being that has foreknowledge, and this is before humans existed, right?
That's assuming foreknowledge, right?
I know if we're talking about God, it's not unless you're like an open theist where you think that God purposely doesn't know the future.
Well, I mean, then there is no free will. It's all predetermined when he created the world.
I don't think that's true. I think I've said this before, but I don't see how foreknowledge. People say this before. I don't see how foreknowledge ties into to determinism.
So hold on.
I'm giving you a second.
Here's actually how. So let's say God's looking at this world he's about to create, and he's like, well, if I wait 1 second, all these events will happen. If I wait 2 seconds, all these events will happen. If I adjust this random atom to this place, then all of these events will happen. If he knows this all ahead of time, then he's choosing where the atoms go and what the future is. That's why.
Right, but I guess once we get to humans, why do you think just because if God knows the choice I'm going to make, why do you think that necessitates that I don't have a free choice. That just means God knows the free choice I'm going to make.
Because you don't have a choice to make any other choice.
If God knows what I'm going to do,
God just knows the choice.
Why does he put
you
the ducks in the
He
park?
knows what you're going to do. That means you're predetermined to do it. If there's no way for you to change your choice, if there's no way for you to act differently, then you're predetermined to behave that way.
No, but there is a way for me to act differently. It's just God knows ultimately what action I'm going to choose.
I can set a calculator, reset the seed on it, and have it do a random number, and I'll give you the same random number every fucking time, right?
Yeah, but
because it's a RNG. When I purposely set the seed, I'm setting what the random.
I know what you're saying, but then you're treating humans as like consciousness as something that's purely mechanistic, which maybe you believe, but I don't believe that. I don't think that.
If it's not purely mechanistic, then it can't be predetermined.
It's not predetermined, but there's still foreknowledge. That's my whole argument, is that foreknowledge doesn't necessitate predetermination.
If you have 100% certain factual foreknowledge of what's going to happen, then there is no choice.
I don't get. Okay, so I used this example before on panel, but so tell me what you think of this, Alex. I understand it's not a perfect analogy, but let's say you go to like some fortune teller and they're just, let's say they have some psychic ability to like tell you something about the future, but you have no reason to think they're God, but they tell you, oh yeah, in 5 days you're going to die, okay, and then in 5 days you do die, and this or whatever event they told you it happens, but they're just like, look, I can just see what's going to happen, and would you then, based on what you're saying, if you believe the psychic, do you think the psychic is God? Do you think the psychic is determining this? Or do you think...
No,
I would just see that as the psychic just knows, has some degree of foreknowledge. It's obviously not... She's not determining what's going to happen. She just knows what's going to happen.
The psychic didn't create me, though.
Right, but
you're talking about the creator of the universe. The creator of the universe chose when to create what and how. If he chose to spin us up in a ball that causes us to all fuck off, then that's because he wanted to. Yes.
But why can't the creator choose us to be in a state where we have free will eventually?
Because you just don't understand, because you're not smart enough. You have an ape brain.
What we will do before we even exist, every single thing in the future is predetermined.
Yeah, you just don't understand. It's this plan, and it's a higher intelligence, and your ape brain can't comprehend it, stupid normie.
You can't have a choice if it's all predetermined.
Can we define omniscience?
I don't see that.
I don't know how you don't see it. It's super fucking easy and clear.
I don't like. Yeah, no, I don't see how you see it that way.
Because
I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's say somebody were able to read God's mind and say, "Oh yeah, tomorrow you're going to do this." Can you not do it?
Say it again.
If somebody were able to read God's mind or foresee the future and say, "Hey, tomorrow you're going to step out into the street at this time," and you choose not to do that, did you just fuck up all of God's prevision?
Yeah, I understand. That's why I think that would cause some type of paradox. But I think that's why we don't have access to that, because then that would cause some type of like unsolvable paradox.
Well, then you're just saying the psychics can't exist.
Well, no, because the psychics. Well, I don't know. No, I'm not necessarily saying that, but there is a degree of psychism. Is that a word? Possibly psychicism that can't exist. Like if a psychic told me in 1 minute you're going to raise your left hand, then yeah, that seems kind of impossible, because I would think that I'd be able to make the free choice and raise my other hand. You know.
Well, it could be something happens that forces you to raise your hand. Maybe
right.
Like a spasm attack in your muscle, and it forces you to raise your hand.
Right, but what if the psychic said in 1 minute you will volitionally choose to raise your left hand for no reason other than the fact that you want to? Then in that state, am I just going to be compelled to raise my left hand?
It sounds like you would have to be by your definition that, like, if he can see the future and he knows what it is, then.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't. That's why I think that type of psychism is probably impossible. But I guess I want to turn this around on you. I'm going to Andrew Wilson you for a second, okay? Do a little thing called an internal critique. Ever heard of it? Okay, so I guess so. If you believe in God, or you're at least saying you believe in God for the purposes of this conversation, then I guess what kind of God is this? This harkens back maybe to Ghost's question when he was like, "What is omniscience?" Which we didn't really answer, I suppose. But like, what? Like, unless you're an atheist, if you believe in God, then then what does that mean? You think that God is the creator of everything, but doesn't know what's going to happen? I don't know if we.
Yeah, we discussed like the what is it? The Father, the Spirit, and the Son, right? And one of them is outside of the universe and able to see everything that will happen, but he's not the one directly interacting within the universe, and thus his foreknowledge of the future does not affect how the future was created in the first place.
But I don't understand.
It's basically a separation, right? The person who knows everything that's going to happen, it was not the person who created everything that's going to happen.
So you're saying the Father did we talk about this? So you're saying the Father
everything.
So yeah, okay, wait. So is that what you're saying, Alex? The Son created everything, but the Father knows everything?
I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
That's what the Bible says.
Yeah. So yeah, if the Father simply created an empty space for the universe and the Son created everything within it, the Son does not have to have knowledge of what's going to happen, which means it's an Trinity for everyone.
But then you don't think the Trinity shares knowledge? You think they're like three discrete entities?
But if he knows what's going to happen and he's within the universe, then he has fucked up free will.
Right, but I don't know. I still don't get what you're saying.
You said at one point he could just choose not to look at it because he doesn't have to.
Right, there's two. Yeah, I guess there's two branches of what's called like open theism, popularized by Greg Boyd, who I'm not a big fan of. But they are at least interesting. One is that when we say omniscience, we mean that God can know everything that can be known, and they would say, well, what someone will choose at a later point in time, that's actually not something that can be known. So God can still be omniscient and not know what I'm going to do in the next 2 minutes, because that is something that is unknown because of free will. So he would say that God still knows everything, but yeah, doesn't actually, that's not a knowable thing. So it's similar to like, can God make a rock so big he can't pick it up? Well, no, he can't, because that's like an impossibility. It's not a thing that can happen. And so in the same way, that this would be something like, or can God create a square or circle? Well, no, it's contradictory. So does God know what I'm going to do? Well, this is the open theism thing. That would be one way to do it. The other way is to say that God could know, but just chooses not to know. That's kind of like the second version. That's the one I said before. Yeah, that God just limits himself. So I guess, are you on the side of the because the future doesn't yet exist, it is not something that can be known? Or are you on the side of God could know this if he wanted to, but he just chooses not to?
I guess I would probably posit the first one. He can't know, or he chooses not to know would be also acceptable, I guess.
That's kind of scary. So like right now, like in this moment in time, like you could die in the next 2 minutes, Alex, and God has no idea. God is, because maybe you're just going to pull out a gun and just boom, right on panel.
Somebody will mention you like in a passing, and God will be like,
is he going to intervene and change something because he knows about it?
I had no idea.
I don't know. It just feels comforting, I guess, maybe to think that no one, not even God himself, knows. Not chose, just because I don't see those things as connected.
He knew you would die on this day.
I know, but I don't see those things as. I just don't see those things as connected. I'm not convinced that those things are connected. He knows what day I'm going to die. I don't see that as choosing it.
For the program, and he knows.
Yeah, but we're not programs.
Sequence of the program.
Yes, but we're not. We're like, this was like programs, but an emergent phenomenon takes place at some point in the program that has its own unique volition. If you did the program,
would be
no, we're not though.
Does something unexpected.
We're not. No, I'm saying this would be like
the program, like we're players in the game.
Well, I think that's possibly true, but I guess what I'm saying is like, okay, what if we take like an AI example? Let's say we accept for the purposes of argument that AI could become like conscious. Okay, so you're Sam Altman or whatever, or the team under Sam Altman, and you make OpenAI and stuff like this, and you have ChatGPT going. You've set the parameters. You've built this program, but then let's say AI can become conscious at some point. There's an emergent property of consciousness. Now, even though you're Sam Altman and you control the initial conditions, you can't really know about that emergent thing or what's going to happen about that. There is something that's going to happen.
Know what's going to happen? Yes, you're correct.
Well, yeah, I guess that cucks my argument in some ways, but
Yes, because the moment if he does know exactly what's going to happen when he creates it, then he's choosing how to make it happen.
yeah,
He's
that's
saying, "Oh, I
forget
don't find
forget
this
that
ending acceptable, so
analogy.
let's alter these parameters so that it doesn't go that way."
Okay, what if Sam Altman just knew that the AI would become conscious, and let's say okay, it's a bad analogy because then I guess he would somehow have to know about if it had a consciousness, what choices it would choose, but then Sam Altman would be God, and that's a scary world to live in. I don't know. I don't see this the same thing.
I have like a parable, maybe. I don't know if it would apply perfectly, but what if you're like sitting on top of a tall building and you're looking down at a street and you see that there are people crossing the street and there's a Mack truck barreling towards them, but they can't see it. You know they're going to get ran over. They don't know. And even the guy in the Mack truck might not know. He's checking his phone, he's not paying attention. Just because you know how momentum works and you know how the laws of physics works because you made them, you're on top of this building and you're looking, you know it's going to happen, but they're still making choices. The driver made the
Well,
choice to look at
no,
his phone.
you're the one who put them on the street, or you knew they would be on the street when you set that street there. You knew the Mack truck was coming when you set the Mack truck there.
But what
You
does
knew
that
all that
He
ahead of
knowledge
didn't
have
time. It
put
just
them
anything to
happened
there.
to
He
do with
happen.
their
allowed them
choice?
to choose to go there.
Well, they didn't really choose. He knew they would be there.
Yes, because people cross streets. It's not
Yeah, but
because I
No, no, no.
moved
He
them on
knew
a
it would be
board.
those
hold on,
people
hold
on
on.
that street at that time with that Mack truck. He knew all of it would happen
Exactly,
before he spawned the universe. That's the problem.
that was always predetermined to be. So if that's the choice, free will doesn't actually exist because it was always determined that that scenario would have uncovered.
You guys just made that rule.
No, that's what we're inferring from scripture.
From what?
From
How?
scripture. This I just
Scripture says
explained
that?
it. If
Knowledge
you're
is
confused, I can
algorithmic.
explain it again.
It's if then. If you do A, B, and C, X, Y, Z will happen with a predetermined probability. God is not saying you have to do this. He's saying if you do this, there is a high chance that X, Y, and Z will happen. That's not
No, no, no,
him
no, no.
making
That's not
X,
what you're
Y, and Z
saying. That's
happen.
not what you're saying. That's so okay. Let me explain the problem just really quick, okay? Hold
Sure.
on. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. 1 second, okay?
You're
So
welcome.
here's the fundamental issue, okay? Everything you guys are talking about is true in its own way, and it doesn't have anything to do with this. The problem is that let's say you're about to roll a pair of dice, okay? You are ready to throw it, and you know that if you let go now, they'll land on sevens. If you let go a quarter of a second after, it'll land on 6 and 5. If you know what it's going to land on before you let it go, then you are determining what it lands on. It's already done. It doesn't matter if it's still rolling or if that hasn't happened yet. It's done. The choice is done before it even comes out of your hand. That's the level of foreknowledge we're talking about. So if you're the one who chooses when to let the dice go and you know what they're going to land on, anyone else would call that cheating.
Brother, dice are inanimate objects.
It doesn't matter.
He's explaining a concept to you.
I'm explaining the concept to you. I'm not saying that we're inanimate
I
objects.
get the concept, but it's not a
Well, no,
one-to-one
you clearly
because
don't.
we're not dice.
Okay, so then let's say
No, explaining what you are.
Hey, Gio.
let's say that instead you knew everything your kid was going to do, and you knew that if you waited like 5 minutes to have his birth, he'll live beyond 20. But if you do it now instead, he will die before he hits 20. Are you choosing for him?
That's a very absurd hypothetical, but I'll give you
This is
another one.
exactly what we're talking about. This is literally
Right, but
what we're talking about.
how many choices that you had before that led up to that? Like we
It
don't know that.
doesn't matter. He can make all the choices he wants. He's gonna die at 20.
So, speaking of kids, when you have kids, you know that eventually they're going to fall down and scrape their knees. You don't know what day it's going to happen. You don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but you
But
know
God
it will
does.
happen.
But God does.
Yeah, that's part of the whole God's
know
plan
that?
thing.
God
What
does.
is
That's the
And he
whole
omniscience?
God's.
That's why I
he
asked,
chose
what is
which kid,
omniscience?
where at, and everything else before the world even spawned.
What is
Before he
omniscience,
hit
man?
play on the program, to start this simulation, however the fuck you want to phrase this, he knew everything that would happen. He knew that if he moved a single atom, these people would live and these people would die. He chose the
God
initial
doesn't
parameters
move
for
atoms. It's a
existence.
Rube Goldberg machine. Like, he's not
Hey, Gio.
meticulously.
You're ignoring what I'm saying in favor of arguing pedantic points.
Right, but why do we think that we don't get another life after that one ends? Like,
It doesn't.
in the
That's
video
not.
game,
That's
like
not
in a
material.
Wait,
program.
Gio.
That's
Wait,
not material.
Gio, can you talk for a second?
We're just talking about free will. That's all.
Gio, say something.
Mic check. Yep,
Okay,
I should be good to go now.
okay, just making sure it's you.
Check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, you're good. I can hear you.
And I understand you're talking about free will, but
There
pretty
seems to
much,
be an echo,
I
but it's on
think
my end. I have your YouTube on.
Well,
We're
I'm
good.
just saying, if you know
I'll
what's
definitely love to
going to happen
interject.
before
I
the
want to
universe
be,
exists, then there is
respectful
no
to
free
the
will.
active conversation.
Wait, I think you have it. Yeah, playing in the back.
So, yeah, real quick, what we're trying to say here is essentially you do not have free will if there is a being that has your predetermined fate already landscaped out and knows the exact time and date and meaning of how you're going to die. Then your choices mean nothing. They've already been written down somewhere, transcribed and assessed, and said that that's the plan. That's God's plan we're going with. That's the argument for why hurricanes happen. Then why do bad things happen if God exists? It's all part of a larger plan. And we're saying that if that plan exists, then free will doesn't.
That's a weird view of God. I don't think that's biblical.
I'm not.
Nobody cares what you think.
Yeah, I don't
Those
care.
presuppositions, those
So
presuppositions
what?
are coming from somewhere, but they're not coming from the Bible. That's my point.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe the Bible is anything more than a
If you're
fantasy
saying
book,
that
so I
God
would
does
not make assessments
know
off of it.
If you're saying that God does not know the perfect future, or God did not create the universe, then fine. But if he created the universe and he knew the future, then he set up everything that would happen in the chain.
There would be no point in a universe like that. That's
Yeah,
masturbation.
which is why knowing the future makes the universe fucking pointless. Welcome to my argument.
When you know something about someone, you could, like,
What's
say
the
you have a
point if
family
you
member.
know the entire thing and how it's going to happen?
It's knowledge is algorithmic. It's if then.
Huh? Sorry, say that again?
Knowledge is algorithmic. It's if A happens, then B happens. So God understands the entire algorithm and can see in advance. But that doesn't mean that we aren't making choices. Just like if you have a family member that you know makes bad decisions, you can kind of extrapolate out and predict what they're going to do before they know it.
I did not create them to make those decisions in the first place.
But God created free will agents.
He created free will agents that are predetermined to make all the choices that he already determined that they would make.
That's
What if he
Yeah,
just
but
says the
wait, Alex,
possible
you don't. But
choices
you
we
don't
could
think
make?
that, though. I thought.
No, I don't think that. It's
Right.
what
I do,
what's
though.
implied by the concept of he knows the future perfectly.
So what you're doing is you're trauma dumping like a religious
No one's trauma dumping
upbringing.
anything.
But that's not what it says. That's not what that might be
Then what
like
does it
what
say?
some
What does it say?
that
That we
might be
have
like
free
what
will
some like
and he
group
knows
of
what's going to
boomer
happen?
Christians believe, but that's not what it says.
Hold on. Does it say that we have free will and he knows what's going to happen? Is that what it says?
Hey, can we not insult boomers today? Sorry.
Insult who? Boomers?
I apologize.
Boomers paved the way for us to correct their minute errors.
To correct.
I don't know. They kind of
problems created.
fucked out our economy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
The boomers created plenty of opportunity for us to prove ourselves by
All they ask.
The boomers are the most scapegoated group in American history.
Hey,
Guys,
you know what? They fucking
all
deserve
that boomers
it.
ask. Hang on, but if I'm
Well,
closing
they
this
don't
on
deserve shit.
to the insult, right?
They
All I'm
deserve
saying
to
is
be
that
scapegoated.
all boomers ask is help them log into their Netflix, and they'll leave you alone. Add them
They're just
to your
another
Netflix.
generation of people that you're blaming for your problems.
They ask for all these things that they were promised when they were young, and then they fucked it over for us by screwing over the country like 50,000 times.
Okay, I was joking, but
and they still run the fucking government even today. At
Oh
the end
my
of the
goodness.
So Confluence, this is
Oh
when I
my
realized that I was joking,
goodness.
but he's serious. So God forbid our parents expect us to not embarrass them in a global stage, right? Because I would argue
not
that
embarrass them. That's
I
one
would
way to
argue
say
that a
it.
lot of people with your mindset thus far that I've observed are probably the same people that would love to be a part of those riots, but are instead debating about God not being real. You know what I mean?
What riots? What are you talking about?
I'm not sure what you mean.
I have no clue what
You
you're
know,
talking
ISIS, baby. Barriers being formed, attacking federal officers. You know, the usual
about. No, I
LA
really
behavior.
don't know.
So you don't know right now that a huge portion of this country is currently rioting in the streets.
That was way too
At a
fast,
public
Tyler. I
street.
don't know how you did that fast.
Well, there's a huge portion
I
of the
mean-
country
Too
rioting in the
fast.
streets right now. No, I didn't know that. Who's rioting in the streets? Where?
There's anti-IS riots in New Jersey right now.
I would
Anti
argue
what
and grant
riots?
that I would argue that there's a reason why you're here and not there. Because you're not all radical, right? Because atheists usually focus on trying to be smart enough to be atheist as their primary initiative. But
Are you an
Oh, you're
atheist?
trying to
Dr.
link
Ramos?
atheism with like being
if you
violent?
if you just observe the ideologues of the left, like those that have radical arguments that identify that equality is a thing that can be objective, right? It's the people that look at truth, like you look at the Bible, right? God to you is offensive, right?
Well,
Is that what
Alex
you're
isn't
saying?
No.
Alex isn't an atheist, to be clear. Well, I mean, he's
He's still
ambiguous,
a
but
fan.
you know.
I'm not
All right, so who was the guy that called God a paradise? Who's that guy?
A paradise?
Like someone made an analogy about the.
I didn't make an
Analogy
analogy.
about
You're trying to
paradise.
explain the concept.
Explain the
They're
fucking
using dice.
concept.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, a
just
pair of
doing the
dice.
leftist-
It's
Yeah.
a paradise.
Are you serious right now? You
Like it
can't
literally
understand
sounded
somebody's
like
analogy
it
to
literally
explain a
sounded
concept?
like you. It sounded to me
He's just
Right.
ball clutching, I think.
as a conscious observer that you were saying that God has authority over you, so he must be cheating.
Nobody made
That's
that
gotta
be
argument.
said.
Dude, we rephrased this argument like 9 fucking times already.
Okay.
If you can't
hold on,
comprehend it, it's
hold
like,
on. How can I say this without like triggering you in a way that you just ignore everything I say and make it about like whether God's good or not?
you
No, because
can't.
many people give like person and fallacies to God, like they could argue that God has a compass that can sway, right? That God would be a liberal, or God wouldn't be with ICE.
I don't
Right.
make stupid statements like that.
So a lot of Protestants would say, I had a dream last night. And God told me
Stop being a
that you
dick.
need
I
to
don't
brush
know.
your teeth.
Oh,
God told me that you should pay me
God.
$5 to have lunch today.
Oh.
God told me to not bring my wallet.
I don't
today.
know anyone who's ever done that, but they sound like tools.
God told me you're shadow boxing against strong
hyperbole, obviously, but you can argue all you want at your own incredulity, but you know that there are people that identify as gods, as their own gods,
Where's
entitle
Marilyn
Of
at?
course,
themselves,
there are people who do that.
That's why I said you were
entitle
trauma
themselves
dumping, man.
an
No one is saying
evangelical.
otherwise.
We're all God.
So again,
Hey, Shadi, what are you?
hang on, Ghost State. I'm honestly here because I've honestly heard you and probably lean more toward your worldview. Who would you say is arguing on emotions on this panel
Emotions?
before I realize?
I-
Yes, sir.
I don't think you're arguing from
I don't know who
emotions.
is.
What I'm saying is you are taking what low IQ people believe and using that as a bedrock for what you think they're arguing or what you think like the truth of it all is.
I wasn't even giving him that much credit. Touche.
It's called nut picking. That's the tactic he just elaborated. Where you take the easiest, lowest hanging fruit and say, all you people think this, and you quote some retard from X.
You like
have a
imagine if all
systemic, like
That's what Testy
That's
always
There are a
does
lot
to
of those
me.
people.
yeah
is what
all
it
these
is.
atheists in the chat are just like Ted Bundy, like they have to be. Charles Manson energy, all atheists.
Look, this is
everywhere.
the only atheist in the chat is this guy right here. Know his name, okay? Testicula Johnson.
I'm an atheist on the panel, and he was talking to Alex, who isn't, because he didn't.
Yeah, Alex
like,
isn't. The only atheist on the panel is this guy. Okay, terrible. The atheist representative. I mean, he put it in his name, and the only untoward, who's known as the bad atheist. That's kind of what he likes to be called, is this guy. But everyone else in the chat, I think, is, relatively religious, I think.
Yeah.
In their own special way.
But I definitely have enjoyed seeing like the David Wood versus Andrew Wilson by proxy versus Jay Dyer. So it is funny.
Oh yeah,
and
you're
empowering.
okay. You're So I'm just connecting dots, right? So I think we talked about this last time. So you're well, I guess your name gives it away. You're an Orthodox Inquirer. Just to get, because sorry, I should have started this at the beginning. When someone new joins, we do ask what their religious views are in 30 seconds or less. So I'm assuming based on your name, you're an Orthodox Inquirer, Jay Dyer.
Oh, I jumped the gun, didn't I?
Jim Bob fan. But just give 30 seconds to.
Can I request a 10-second addition because of Jim Bob? Because you brought him up, and I actually made a request to him on his live, and the response
absolutely
a little bit.
Absolutely.
Bob Jim.
Request granted.
Jim Bob, great animator, inspiring many to engage in thought provocation, question with the question itself, right? Like I asked to, engage in a hypothetical or just have a to and fro, and he said he didn't know who I was. So I was a dust mite on his windshield on the I-4 highway. Therefore, Jim Bob who? But I digress. I'm an Orthodox Inquirer by way of Catholicism into Pentecostalism. Pentecostalism, is that a thing? Then to atheism, into army service, back to atheism, Buddhism, almost opened the Quran, and I dove headfirst into Orthodoxy. That would be the best timeline I can create for the last 40 years of my life.
Okay.
And for each one of those, when you were under them, did you feel each one was the right way to be and everyone else was in the wrong?
I felt like the dedication and passion that I found in the Pentecostal Apostolic Church, I yearned for a long time, but I found that their practice of adherence to hair length, dress, Harry Potter categorized books that should be burned, Halloween, just the essence of a huge part of my life of having a non-theistic family. Kind of like as a kid, I couldn't decide, you know what, I'm 12, I will not go trick-or-treating because the Lord said no. So there was a huge conflict in a non-theistic American home that clashed with my newfound faith of, being a young apostolic youth on fire. So that was my beginning struggle with God, My parents didn't like what I became when I followed him, right? So I kind of went the opposite. After military service, I chose the world for a long time. Fast forward, Buddhism helped me a lot through addiction, mental unrest. Found my beautiful wife 7 years ago, and her and I both came from a secular, spiritualistic, we got our own destiny worldview, and we both came together in Christ. And hopefully, I've been the leader in my home, and to date, we're looking for a church or a parish. And I find that the more I debate people of all worldviews, I learn more about myself.
You ever try to think about finishing up the set and getting all the Abrahamic religions under your belt before like we got Mormonism and Islam left?
I mean, so far, like I've debated Mormon.
But what about Noahide? You could become a Noahide.
Oh shit! Yeah, all right.
I mean, again, I so far Orthodoxy has been undefeated in regards to utility and even logic, right? Because at the very most, Protestantism to me is I like the way I understand these words because I can digest them in a way where I can lead a little bit of my life the way I want to, but still be in what I call grace. I like the feeling of being uncomfortable. I like the feeling of always accepting that I'm short of the grace. Right?
Well, I can help you feel uncomfortable.
All right.
Do you have a duck costume that you're willing to put on, Gio?
I have a Halo helmet.
Close enough. Hey, Tyler can work with that.
Well, when you have people, in your spaces, sometimes you have to wear the full armor of God, and the Halo mask is a good emulation of that. You know,
Of the armor of God.
I've been
Yeah, I
hearing it
guess
for the
so.
past 47 seconds, but you guys can't.
Are you a white nationalist too? Like the guy last night? I'm starting.
Yeah, we got to be careful around these parts. You know, how many Jews died in the Holocaust? That's the new panel opener question. 30 seconds or less.
I mean, like, are we arriving at the whim of a objective telling of his story, or are we going to deduce the objective nature of when pictures X were taken, by whom, was it an attached event? But no one
You're
will
making me
deny
nervous.
that event.
I have a feeling.
You're making me nervous.
I'm just kidding. Shout out to Myron Gaines. I'm trolling. I'm not Myron Gaines. No swear.
Look, it's hard to tell in these parts. Okay.
Like I know as much about the Holocaust as I know about the reign of Genghis Khan. I know enough to know that they were negative.
It's 2026. You know, you could like we didn't ban the last guy for you can like, hey, I mean, don't say anything TOS, but I mean, just to be clear, this isn't a purity test where I'm gonna like kick you.
Yeah, we talked to him for hours.
Yeah,
that's a good book, right? Confluence. Now, earlier I was on a bigger live with Andrew Wilson and Fatty. That's his name, Fatty. And the whole entire conversation was about, hey, it was my channel. Your friend was mean to me on my channel, and you didn't defend me. So let's that inner politics about, you know, you're on my channel, I run this way, so what you say and do, you know, is always marketed as, you know, say what you mean what you say. But I promise you, I'm not filtering my speech. I just like being impeccable with my word. So even as I'm trying to speak, you may understand what I'm saying, Confluence, but I feel like Mr. Alexander.
Well, he's not as based nor as goated as I am, so that checks out. That checks out low key.
I feel like Ghostgate would offer me a good game of chess. You know,
brother, I will offer you a good game of chess. Don't threaten me with a good time, okay? You stick around for another couple hours, we will be playing chess on the stream.
I don't know. I feel like Alex is well proven.
What is the move? What is the first move, sir?
I'm E4. I'm best by test. I'm fucking Fisher coded. Always E4. Yeah.
Alex is proven to have a brain on his shoulders.
$50 will play, okay?
And I didn't hear any questions properly answered.
Here's the challenge: your hands tied behind your back. Your best friend moving the pieces for you on two cameras, vertical and horizontal, index, and then we will play a game. Time 10 minutes, and we'll see how it goes. All right.
Well, I don't know if I can fulfill the prior conditions. I don't have enough.
No, but here it is. Here's the epiphany. The league will be a debate while playing chess. Think about it. Two men at war with words and the minds in an active tetrahedron colliding format.
Actually, that is kind of fire. Like imagine like Tyler, imagine like horseradish, right? Like, you know, how his debate is like two judges and in the audience. Imagine if another judge was the result of the chess game. So you're playing a chess game through the whole debate, and then you get the same judge votes, you get an audience vote, but then also if you win the chess game, you get a vote for that. That's fucking fire.
Like that extra,
holy shit.
Know? Like the elective.
That sounds like
that
sounds like a barrier to entry that limits the amount of debaters you're going to get. Because I don't know chess.
It should, Tyler. Look, if you don't know chess, if you don't know chess,
smell of my own
if you don't know chess, you don't know debate. You don't know debate.
Hold on.
I get it, compliment.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, you see what I deal with, you know.
I don't even know why his circle is moving. You know, confluence. Like we have work to do, sir.
Hey, guy. Shut up for 1 second.
I'm going to join you in that champagne.
Shut up. Hey, I need you to shut up for 1 second, bro. No one can hear over me right now because I'm yelling over you. So, anyways, Alex was being called an idiot essentially after his questions weren't answered at all. Alex
words I've never spoken. Confluence, can you rotate back?
But
confirm if I called
my questions were not answered at all during that discussion. In fact, I don't even think you understood the argument we were delivering and got offended that we thought we compared God to a set of dice. So,
I'm just saying, like, why are you live on YouTube pretending that others aren't hearing the words you're saying?
Who cares? What do you mean?
Bro, we heard the words the dumb fucking words you said, and then you're not addressing an argument.
Live, you know?
Hold on. What's the problem with them hearing the words?
I mean,
do you not hear the words coming out of my mouth?
I just hear obesity, to be honest.
I'm not obese.
I hear a struggle. I mean, not physically.
I
It
hear
could
a
be like
fucking coward.
a
I hear a coward that
mental
can't address an
obesity.
argument.
You're
He
like,
can't address
he's
an
calling you like
argument.
psychically obese, Tyler. Okay,
Yeah,
how do you
yeah,
respond
but
to those allegations?
Like,
You
it didn't
got
matter what I
arguments presented
said,
to you,
but, like,
and you couldn't address them, so you
I'm
just
not his
shifted.
best friend right now. And I'm
And
not
you're still
worshiping
shifting.
him,
You're
so
still shifting
it's
around
fine.
because you can't address what was just said. You said I'm fat. That's like a child's defense,
Confluence, right? We trust people to be
bro.
themselves.
Don't
You and
run
I
to
are
him.
creating an
Don't run to
entire new
him.
business
He's
model,
not your dad.
and all he
Don't run
cares
to him.
about
I'm
is
talking to
how I
you.
made him feel.
Don't be a
He's
coward.
upset,
Don't be
and I
a coward.
have
No,
to
don't
know
run
Give me
to
all the
confidence.
dopamine, both of you.
beyond
Come on, bro. Yeah,
our
over
idea
here,
about
over here. And
chess,
pretend you know how a
debate,
man's supposed to
live.
act.
You know what I'm saying?
Different. Pretend
We
you know
could be
how a
having
man's
round
supposed
one
to
of
act.
chess debate live,
Don't run
right?
to
I can be ordering the glass
Repeating
chess
yourself
set.
over and over, man.
But no.
You can answer the argument. You're running
We're going to
scared.
stop the entire
Alex, would you please
business
restate
model.
your argument so he can actually address it this time?
We're going to listen to how Alexander Wren feels in this moment. Go ahead, sir.
I don't think he's here anymore.
Oh man, I never called him anything derogatory.
You're faking gay.
For me,
What's your first of all, what's your elo? What's your elo, Gio? I need to know your elo, okay?
12, 13. Peak.
12, 13. Okay, well.
But
Yeah. Maybe if I get drunk enough, there's a chance
But-
that you could draw me.
okay.
I'd have to be probably like blackout drunk, but that's fine.
1 second though, if chess is a game of the mind and cognition of repetition of many variables, right? Like if you move, I have to think about 9 outs, right? Immediately. I play games like League of Legends, Dota, Heroes of the Storm, Heroes of New Earth, Arena of Valor, Marvel
Wait, then
Rivals.
why haven't you told me to kill myself or Tyler if you play League of Legends? I don't know if I believe that.
I
I'm playing
used to.
Deadlock right now. I want to tell him to kill himself.
You know League of Legends, if I may. I played Season 2 when Morgana and Blitz were instabans, and I stopped playing around Season 9. I spent my entire 20s single in my mother's house until I met my wife at 30 years old. This is not a flex by no means. I never passed Diamond 3. It was a waste of time. Right? So here I am, worshiping Christ, repenting of my sins, and ignoring my entire family, my friends, opportunities for a game that would not yield to anything. I'm not flexing. I just know that my mind operates.
You should have been playing StarCraft too. I mean, that's what I'm
Are
saying.
you kidding me?
know?
Okay, yeah, on the hotkey, 45 different keys to do 85 different things, and like not even care about how fast I pan through the map. StarCraft is beyond me. If you're a StarCraft guy, then GG.
Diamond 3, okay, at my peak. Now probably like platinum, but you know, it's been a long time.
Mercy. No, I'm good. I'm okay. I can't even play.
But we should low key if you stick around for a while until the end of the panel. I do want to play you on chess.com on stream if you're willing. Okay, that's kind of the thing I like to do if someone's playing chess. You know,
I'll be honest.
You don't have to, of course, but you know.
Weird story, right? Weird story, and I can use it as a testimony, right, or a lesson in being too giving. One day, I go to a pawn shop. You know, I'm not doing terrible, not doing great. I pawn an item, and I thank the guy for accepting the item because I needed the cash. And I happen to have a chess set that I bought that I was very, very, kin to. I let the guy hold it because I promised him, hey, I pawned this item, I'll come back to get it. I never went back to get it. I lost the item and my chess set, right? So the moral of the story is I lost something that I held dear to me because I made a false promise, right? And since then, impeccability, confluence, Google the word, leads to a good outcome in life. Say what you mean and always mean.
I know what impeccability means. I don't need to Google that.
Google it, bro. Google it. You must be an idiot.
Like if Alex is crying, it's okay because I'm gonna mean what I say and say what I mean. No, Alex, I mean this. How did I hurt you?
Yeah, I'm honest. Honesty. Google it. You gotta. That's me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I'll definitely hang out. Not doing no debates tonight or nothing spectacular. But yeah, man.
I think you love yourself a little too much to be religious, is my guess. Welcome to the Atheist Club.
Who said that? There's like a sound.
You fucking heard me, bitch.
You see how, confluence, what are your thoughts on demons?
Back to confluence again. Oh, It was the mean, scary man. I don't want to talk to him.
I like when people talk to me. Okay, so he's kind of playing to the judge. I like when people say my name.
No,
Okay,
I
I'm low-key narcissistic like that.
I just like to remove my shoes when I'm walking into someone's house. It's called decorum. Now, Confluence, for example. I'm glad you asked. If I went to your house, right, Confluence, and the first thing I said was, "Hey, bud, your dishes are there." You know what I mean? Dude, this smell. Like, what is that? Or I walk in and say, "Wow, man, you live here? It's awesome. Is that an open pattern kitchen? It's amazing." Dude, that's your
I don't think you'd say that if you went to my place, but I understand the analogy.
So Alexander, when he first met me, he looked at my dishes, said my house is stinking, without even appreciating the invitation to my home.
Wow, you have house?
I want to take this time to thank you for not only the thought provocation, the chest invite, and the powerful business venture of a dual partnership. Touche, sir.
Sorry.
You sip your wine,
Alex is
and I'll flick my lighter 420.
based.
Okay,
Alex, Gio wants to fight you. He's been trying to fight you for a while, and you've been dealing with your freaking kid or whatever.
Gio.
Priorities, Alex. Panel before children.
What do
Please.
your farts smell like?
I'm so sorry that
We all know that you know. What do they smell
Why is it
like?
that Alex only speaks when someone's talking?
Someone's what?
Like only when someone speaks. does
You haven't
Alex
shut
speak.
the fuck up for 10 minutes. That's why.
I heard you the whole time. I just couldn't answer. I was busy.
Well, answer now, Alex. Okay, there's been a lot of questions thrown, a lot of aspersions, if you will.
I don't.
And you
remember
must.
all the fucking
I just knew that he was in the
questions.
chat seething. They always seethe.
Were you
Alex,
seething,
why do you
Alex? Is this
seethe?
true?
No.
Everyone
No.
say this. Say seethe.
Seething.
What is it?
Why were you seething, Alex?
Seething or
I don't know.
teething?
I think it's spelled SEETHING.
Seething?
Google
Oh,
it.
like in fury, like anger, like you're.
Like hoping and seething.
Oh
Well,
no, I don't.
I listened
I've never
to
done that.
what is not said versus what is said.
Your silence did speak
muted,
volumes, Alex.
There's a
Your
lot of
silence
things
did
that
speak
don't- that I
volumes.
don't say. There's a lot of things I don't say when I'm muted. That's true.
Mhm.
Anyways, what was the question?
Wait, this is
about the
crazy.
dice?
I'm sorry. 1 second. To be honest, I'd be low-key annoyed if someone took off their shoes before coming into. Is this? I've heard this is that I've lived in America for. So I was born. Gio doesn't know this. Maybe I was born in America, then went to Canada, went back to America, back to Canada. Currently in Canada. I understand some Americans feel this way. I think this is crazy. That Rage Page is saying she'd be annoyed if someone took off their shoes before coming to my house. I don't want your toe cheeses grease on my floor. That's why they make doormats. That's fucking mental. To any Canadian, that's mental illness. Yeah,
That's
you're not
wild.
barefoot in shoes, hopefully. But yeah, if you came into my house and you
nobody's
didn't take your
worried.
shoes off, I would be
No,
fucking
hang on.
I'd be fucking
You're changing
ornery.
the hypothetical Confluence. 1 second, I'm hurt personally. If I opened your front door and you had a shoe rack with like boots and sneakers and flip flops, like you guys maybe had snow, right? You're in Ohio, Wisconsin, right? So the weather, you bring it with you in the house. Why would I track dirt into your house or snow, right? So I would take off my shoes to the already present shoe rack. But like you said, it may not be there. But because I'm a guest in your home, the principle is I assume to remove my shoes as an act of respect.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
So
you
what
take
the
off
heck are
your
you
shoes.
talking about? You know what, chat? Come at me. Who's that?
No, I'm saying no. Rage is saying she would be annoyed if someone took off their shoes
Hold on,
before coming
Rage,
into her
Rage,
home.
can I
And I'm saying that's crazy to me.
Rage, listen, you don't take off your
okay.
shoe and then stand outside the door in your bare feet.
Like
You take
imagine
off
I'm
the
like,
shoe
take
and
my
then step
shoe.
into the house.
What do you
Wipe
mean?
your feet. Rage, if I invited you to my home and you just wiped your feet on a doormat and you walked in with your fucking shoes on, what I would be beyond
Hold on,
myself.
Rage, are you saying that you would want them to walk in your house with their shoes on?
No. Now it's getting weird. Okay, I'm a happy married man.
Is that
you
what
know?
Rage is saying? Because that's
no.
fucked up.
Rage does
Yeah,
actually
I
sell
don't
feet
poop on a
pics
shoe.
at you can.
can't
I always
assume.
plug family member, not family member, channel members, not family members. Rage Page does sell feet pics at Jizzy Page /OnlyFans. Give them feeds. Yeah, exactly. So that's
Okay, then-
maybe that's Rage
okay.
Page's specific thing. I don't know, but for everyone
He's
else, I
fucking
feel
with
like
you.
that's untoward. I'm not fucking with anybody.
Yes, you
Wait,
are.
so is this like a secular is this like
I
a
don't know why I
secular
said
channel or what?
Well, no. Well, I mean,
I mean, it's
I don't know what
okay.
that means.
Okay, so for
I'm a
example,
Christian. We allow all types. It's 2026. I don't know if you've heard. It's current year, so
crazy.
we allow all types.
You know what?
I myself am a
You're right.
Christian, you know, but we allow
You're right.
everyone.
You know, Constellance 358. I know you're a lefty, right?
I'm not. No, I'm conservative. What the fuck?
No, like you're lifting the bottle with your left hand. I was gonna pretend that's how
it's just
I
on his
didn't
left
get it.
side.
Oh yeah, no, it's just on my left. No, I'm right-handed. This is on my left side. Yeah, because
Well,
I have
actually-
a mic, so like you can't really see it. But if I reach with my
Okay.
right, I
So
hit my
logically
microphone.
speaking- So logically speaking, right, even though I assumed incorrectly, it's still gonna help my argument. I write with my left hand, therefore anything I say you cannot prove, because if you're a left-handed writer, you think with your right, hemisphere of your brain. Therefore, your thought pattern is opposite to me, and it's offensive. So I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, but I'm not a lefty. That's the thing. That's
Well, he's
Rage
saying
Page
he's
is
a
probably a
lefty.
fucking lefty.
Well, if you were conservative, you would conserve the already rule set standard set by our faith, right? I'm not saying be a perfectionist because that's impossible. We all fall short of grace.
You realize
I'm
that
a
you don't
sinner.
have to be like left-handed
He's
to
a sinner.
draw, right?
No, left-handed people, we are a proud race. We stay hidden, but people like Brad Pitt, Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr., the guy like Thanos.
Wait, you're
boy,
left-handed. Oh, that's the thing. You're left-handed. And no,
Right.
Rage Page, send the donos. We're fighting the P-bombers tonight, okay? Send donos
Nah, like,
to
if
the
you're
super
left-handed,
chat, to the Confluence
I don't like
YouTube channel, okay?
Yeah, you donate
That's what you should send to.
if you're right-handed. Like I bet you Rage Page writes with their left hand. Right?
I think Rage Page is a left-handed. I do think that. Rage Page tells in the chat.
I'm left-handed. I feel like this guy's giving left-handed people a bad name.
Negative, sir.
Of fucking
We're
course you're
capable of.
left-handed. Holy shit.
You know we're capable of,
fucking course.
and I respect your humble nature, but
So now
it's
that I'm
time
here, are you
to
gonna ask me the questions
fucking.
that you had, and you were like complaining I didn't answer, or?
Oh, is okay. Is
Yeah, but you're a girl. You're allowed to be left-handed. That's fine.
Is God just?
Is God just like justice?
JUST. You can infer the meaning.
Assuming God exists, yes, he's just.
When you say assuming God exists, what worldview are you taking when you answer that question?
I'm saying that since I don't really tell people exactly what I believe, I'm giving you the idea that if I assumed that God existed, then he would absolutely be just, yes.
Okay. Would that quantify morality to be objective?
Quantify morality to be objective? Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So if there was a set standard that one would be against, could they be comfortable? Not could they identify as, but could they be comfortable assuming salvation?
Sorry, say that. What was the last part you said? Not the salvation part, but before that, who? If there's what?
Can I be honest? I forgot what I asked you verbatim.
Were you asking if like atheists are just they follow the right morality or whatever? Is that what you're asking?
Thank you. 420.
Yeah.
David, here, take this from me. I'm sorry. Excuse me, guys. So what I'm saying is, if morality is objective, and if there's already a set standard that is unchanging, if those identify as obtaining or to reach salvation, whatever we would assume that would be, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be a room full of every game invented for me, right? Amen. Hey, I'm hoping. But is it comfortable to assume salvation when you curve the rule set standard of God's just command?
I would probably say no, assuming that you've rejected God. Because one of the moral standards is the acceptance of God. So if you're rejecting him, it's kind of fucked up already.
Are you saying that you would adhere to like the sola scriptura, saved by grace because I say yay? Or traditionally,
for the most part, yeah. No, I'm not going to pretend that's the only way to be saved or whatever, but As far
Oh
as I
shit!
know,
I
that
got
is
normal
the way.
glasses on. You guys can't see my eyes. Fuck you.
Yeah. I'm just saying, man. On YouTube, ortho bros are one thing, but when I go to a church and I go to a club versus a setting where I stay quiet and observe, and I observe a tradition, I observe education, I observe foundation. It's just a different feel for me, you know.
I'd agree with that too. I look, my headset cut out while I was too far away. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but Gio, I thought you liked the ortho bro. I thought you're like Andrew Wilson coded and like Jay Dyer coded,
No. Here's my dilemma. I'm an inquirer.
which is
Therefore,
fine. I'm not
I've spoken with.
anti and these people, to be
No.
clear.
I'm saying that every day that goes forward, and I argue for a living, and I meet people, and I converse in many categories of, forward progress. It's either you ground your morality in your mind and show empathy when you have to, or you objectify the moral standard and you wrestle through life, or wrestle for God's own heart. David, right? So I'm the man after God's heart, and so far it's not been a pretty sight. Amen. Anybody in the chat? Amen. One person.
Gay
One
man.
Panel. There it is. All right. So, yeah. Not a catechumen, not a diploma-held Orthodox Christian. Therefore, if you ask me about the church, I would not say I can make a claim. I would appeal to that authority, obviously, but I just feel that in any category, one can argue, where does your morality come from? You know?
Okay, can you give me a moral stance? And this is a real moral question, okay? Tell me if I have done a sin, okay? So I got it is my preface is it is white girl summer, okay? But I got a pink lemonade beer, okay? Is that a sin to get a pink lemonade honey beer? Have I done something against Yahweh himself by getting that?
No.
That's my question.
It would be a sin to tell the world it was once water and you made wine. It is not a sin to partake in alcohol, right? But the Bible does talk about drunkenness, right? Like if you were here like, hey man, 358 on the screen, learn your words, like,
I do say that sometimes
on your channel, like
so
if you were
that happens sometimes.
If you're like, if you went with 5 pink cans of that brand that is not sponsoring me, shout out to Geoverse TV. I would, be there for you as a friend and a fellow Christian, and I would say, hey.
We'll say it tastes like a sin. I thought it was cooler. It's pink lemonade beer. It tastes absolutely horrible. It's probably one of the worst things I've ever bought in my entire life. So it tastes like Satan himself, I suppose. Really? Is what I would say.
You know what I'm drinking?
Can't be worse than pink lemonade beer.
I'm drinking coconut tropical punch. Gatorade.
Yeah,
electrolyte.
Yeah, I'd trade you in a second. Well, I guess yours doesn't have alcohol in it, so I wouldn't trade you. But
nah, no, sir. I'm not drinking alcohol. I got to drink alcohol maybe twice a year.
Oh yeah, you mentioned some rehab. I don't know if you're willing to mention that. It is a bit of a side quest, I suppose. But like, are you willing to talk about that or no?
No. I mean, I'm in temptation, and maybe in a different setting, of course. But I've learned to be more discernful in my testimony. Right.
That's valid.
The internet doesn't go away, boys and girls.
That is true.
Tampa knows. I'm just kidding. I don't know who Tampa is. So is that Avril Lavigne or a imagery of yourself? It's been buzzing in my head.
It do be like that sometimes. Tampa's right. It be like that sometimes.
See you later, boy. Wasn't good enough for her. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's the auditory that I'm observing here. But Alex, are we friends? Do you realize that I'm Jim Carrey in your face?
But, an off button?
No. Yeah. $50 to Confluence 358, and I will drop immediately. That's why I'm here.
That's true.
For purpose.
That's
to be
true.
So annoying and so incorrigible that an atheist representative changed his entire image to Missy Elliott dancing, and then Ghostgate just starts humming uncontrollably. And then Tampa says, "What's going on?" And then Alex is repeatedly asking to turn me off. That's the goal here. If that's marketable, we still have chess debates. confluence. You could say.
That's true. Look, there's a lot of vectors here. I need to think of a new prompt. I don't. Now we're so in the weeds. I don't even know what
You know
what a new prompt
is,
should
bro?
be.
The prompt is this: I'm the new Destiny 2.0. We have chess. We're debating.
Do you want to be the new Destiny 2.0?
3,500 people will come in and ask one question. You know, why didn't we get you instead of Destiny? Is what they'll be asking.
If you
I just
cash
hate
at me
Destiny with
40,
passion.
I'll send. What are you, Andrew Tate? I'm supposed to be managing
No.
your OF rage page. You're trying to like twist this on me. That's like untoward. That's untoward. I'm the fucking pimp in this relationship. Okay, to be very clear. Fuck, I get
Rage,
20. Fuck that
rage.
shit.
You send me $5 and I'll tell you that you're gonna make it. You know, that's welcome to YouTube. You know. Be great about it.
You
No,
guys
but
brought
what is
up
your channel about,
salvation
Confluence?
earlier. What do you think that is?
Oh, I hope one day I will experience it. Because in my opinion, this is separate from doctrine, dogma, church. I hope I'm correct. This is my struggle, right? I hope that one day I will achieve it. Salvation is nothing that can be known. In my opinion, it can be laid out. The instructions are
If
clear.
it's nothing
The horse
that can be
see
known,
water.
then why do you hope you receive it?
Because separation from God would be the hell. Worried about.
So salvation is like reuniting with God, and it's like a final process.
Yeah,
Is it
I
a
know that.
process?
Because I know that my brothers were God, my grandmothers were God. All I would have held dear that tried to show me the light, right? People that told me just open your Bible, right? I'm going through this, open your Bible. I can't pay this, open your Bible, right? People in my life that were from the veteran that was disgustingly sitting there, asking for money, for X things in Miami, or it was the employer that I thought I was better than, right? No matter what you say, life tends to remind you how insignificant you are. And however that is, I hope that God speaks to you. And I know for a fact that I'm nothing compared to what God can and will do for me. And I say will loosely. I say will as far as like
I don't think you believe that.
I do. Trust me, I'm 37 years
No,
old.
you
I
haven't
play Marvel
stopped
Rivals.
talking. You
Let me
love
explain.
the sound of your own voice so fucking much, bro.
Alex.
That's not Alex.
Let's do an experiment,
That's
right?
not
Are you
Alex.
okay?
That's
Who
not
is that?
Alex.
Do you know
Let's
who
not
I
like
am?
Alex.
That's
how
Tyler.
terrible
That's the
entire speech
obese.
was.
That's the obese guy. He's like 700
Hold on, you
pounds.
asked, I think you
Oh,
asked
that's
me-
that guy.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Tyler's broadcasting from Plato's
Are
Village.
you
All I
okay
heard was
OHQ?
boom, boom,
Or whatever
boom.
Yeah, that Tyler will never cam up. He just sent me a photo of himself. He is fucking. He's gonna die based on his
Don't
type
tell
2
me I was
diabetes. He's gonna actually.
tell me
No,
I was
you
right.
are right. No, I hate to say it, and I hate to do this to you, Tyler.
Baiting me to put a shirt on. I'm relaxing this weekend. I'm not
Look
camping
at me.
out.
Yeah,
Look
you
at me,
can't. Yeah,
shirt.
without your shirt, if you go on cam, you'll get my stream banned because everyone will think it's fucking boobs. Because they're like, it's like triple
Pick out
D's.
my t-shirt just as discretion, but
Does
nah,
he look
man,
better or worse than Meat Canyon?
that's crazy.
Tyler
Alright.
is like if Meat Canyon did like a video on like what's that on Boogie, you know what I mean? So it's a Meat Canyon version of Boogie, so it's already grotesque and like way overdone. That's what Tyler looks like in real life. Like I said, 700
Is he a
pounds,
good person?
triple
Is he a
D's.
good person though? That's the question. Is he a good person though? Let's ask that question.
I'm racist.
Well, he's racist. I
I'm
mean,
very
he's
racist.
a Zionist, and that, he is a Zionist.
I
You know,
mean, actually, yeah, that's
Am I
true.
wrong? Am I wrong, or am I being fed fake news, or did Boogie fake cancer? Like,
no,
is
he
that a
did.
thing?
No, Boogie admitted this on actually. You said you're Destiny 2.0, or you want to be to Destiny. Destiny got him to admit that Boogie did fake his cancer, which is a
I hate
crazy
that
thing to
Destiny got
fake.
that W.
I know, yeah, he did. Destiny gets a lot of W's. Okay, I'm not a fan of Destiny after a bunch of stuff he did, but he gets those W's. Okay, he's away with words. It is what it is.
Anyone can have a way with words, right? Person that
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
Not you,
That's
not you,
not
but the
true.
person that can't stand that you and I can just talk and make sound and play chess and think without thinking and speak.
No,
without
but I
speaking,
guess
right?
no. I'm
It's just
saying that
communication.
like some people don't. Some people like Like that's like Destiny. People like always talk about how he talks fast and stuff. I'm not trying to like be on Destiny's side or anything, but
We need
he at least does have the gift of gab. If Marilyn comes on, she's gonna talk about the Jews the whole time. That's the problem.
I'm gonna mute so they can all discuss my baldness. And then
Do you look like what's his name? Is that Ari Shafir? There's some comedian that I feel like he looks like. Tyler, help me out. Is it Ari Shafir? Is that I just pull out the dome? Is that I'm gonna look up Ari Shafir. If I'm right on this, holy shit! I gotta get that attaboy. Ari Shafir. No, that's not who I'm thinking of.
Shafir
No, fuck.
20 years ago.
Yeah, that's not really. God, there's somebody. Maybe I am thinking of Ari Shafir. Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
No.
Geoverse?
No way.
Are you sure?
Kind of.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, kind of. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. But if you argue the tribes of Israel, Israel being the creation of God, of course, yes, ancestrally, Puerto Rican,
it is fucking. It is fucking Ari Shafir coded. Okay, wait, hold up. Maybe I'm face blind.
Put the image up.
Okay.
I want to see it. I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Maybe like I could be face blind. Is there not some like if this guy shaved? Is there not something there? Is there not? Is there not some similarities?
And I want you to hear her live reaction. This is who they say I look like. Driving, throwing, and goes home.
Wifey, tell us we're wrong. Yeah, she's stun locked. She's stun locked. No. She knows I'm right.
No, keyword. She was like, no. His ears have their own.
His ears have a mind of their own in this photo. But
like there, like X equals there is life, dual life. Like
I feel like I should get some attaboy for that. I feel like I should get something. I feel like it was close. It's Ari S. Yeah. It's Ari adjacent at the very least. Okay.
That's fair. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
I'll accept that.
I would have accepted Jim Carrey if you ask AI to make him bald and give him a butt chin.
I was gonna go with Andrew Tate and chemotherapy.
Oh, that's kind of good. Oh, no. Especially because Andrew Tate's already bald. Actually, I like that.
It's more the degradation does to your muscles. You get those little spaghetti arms.
Right? Like I can support.
He had he had a good flex, Tyler. He had a good flex. Come on, he had a good flex. No, that was a good flex. That's a fine flex.
146 wet, bro.
That's kind of crazy.
He's definitely like light, but that was still like a good flex in my opinion. Okay, not in a gay way, just in like a normal way.
Yeah, but yeah. No,
they all look alike. Confluence. Yeah, see base. See Tapitos I'm talking about. Also, good to see you, Joan. I feel like we haven't read it. Tyler, can you read a Joan tweet for us? Or not a tweet. Fuck me. Can you read a Joan message for us, please? This one?
It's in English for me. What do you want me to? I don't understand.
I just want to hear you read it, Tyler.
So exactly that lady don't know who rape her is, have amnesia. True. I swear true. Because she never claimed as raped lady.
She never claimed as raped lady. She fucking never claimed as raped lady. Joan is so on point. She fucking never claimed that.
Isn't she the Bazaya one that you were having my wife translate things? She said.
Yes. Yeah. That's her. That's her. She's obsessed with John Zerka. I don't. She said this earlier. Oh yeah, here we go. Can you read this as well, Tyler? My last request. Well, actually, not my last, but.
In Philippines, have Raymond Gucech Gay, have Richard Hyderin Gucher's actors. That's why country. In John Zerka country, okay, John Zerka is not my savior. He denied who lady don't know who rape her.
He does deny who lady don't know who rape her. John Zerka always fucking does that. Yeah,
he does.
I agree. Joan. Fucking
it's one of his idioms.
But the argument doesn't. Like, for example, if I try to copy what Andrew Wilson says, I'll probably look very, very bad doing it, right? That's why it's very, very bad to commit plagiarism. What the argument is that it's either you believe all women or you do not believe all women, right? Amber Heard v. Johnny Depp, right? We shouldn't have believed that woman who also led the march into the Me Too movement. So we're not saying that we don't believe these, claims of terrible men. We fight terrible men.
Nobody here's a 2019 Twitter feminist, bro. I don't know who you're arguing with.
I guess the person in the chat.
Believe some women. Do we agree with this? Believe some women and believe all John Zerkas. Do we all agree with this? Joan probably might not appreciate that, but
I believe that John Zerka got beat up in the middle of the street. Yes, I concur.
I believe that. I believe that as well.
Is that Circa?
No, this time I mean the other John Zerka, not our John Zerka, but the other John Zerka.
I was hoping Circa got beat up in the middle of the street. I would pay to watch that.
You do not. You actually, Tyler, do you not know who like the other John Zerka is? Like for real?
That's who you're talking about. Twilight Zone.
No, that is who she's talking about. There's someone in our community who goes by Zerka that I always call John Zerka, but he's not like the other John Zerka. Tyler, how do you not know who John Zerka is?
Brother, that's what I'm talking about. These people, they don't take off their shoes, right? Nor do they ask, hey, is it customary in your home that you've invited me to?
Shut up. I'm trying to hear the answer. Who the fuck is John Zerka?
Like, he parks in
okay,
your
I'll show. I'm
grass.
finding some video just so you can get like an idea.
Like, bro,
okay, I'm just gonna click a random one. Fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
So I don't. This is like I don't know what this video says. It could be stupid. Well, it's gonna be, but this will probably give you an idea of John Zerka. Also, Admiral Gibbs says that he knows John Zerka personally, which is fucking crazy to me. But he says he's met and he like knows Zerka.
If you got the number, you're high value enough to where she kind of likes you, you can do a phone call, make her laugh. As soon as she's laughing, say, okay, I'll pick you up in an hour, boom, hang up. Or when a girl's laughing, that's when you can break touch barrier. Hey,
that's crazy.
She will
I know you
text.
That's okay. It's a terrible. This makes him look like an alpha, like a pickup artist. He's not like that. He's a fucking unhinged, fucking schizo. But like he's in a performative. Like the best thing I heard about Zerka, and he said this in a serious way, where how he got his start he went on some like live panel, and he like this is like he is actually like a smart guy, but he's a retard because he used to like way too much coke. And to make his name on this live panel, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at the camera, and then got insta banned. But that's what gave him the recognition. That is John Zerka in a nutshell. Pulling a gun on a live stream. Obviously not allowed.
He looks familiar. Did he have like issues with Destiny a couple of years ago?
Yes, he did.
I know. You guys need to touch some more grass here. You don't know too many streamers. What is this guy's relevance to anything?
He's fucking hilarious. I fucking like. I don't like him. I don't think he's probably not a good person, but John Zerka is fucking hilarious. He's absolutely. He's just charismatic.
We're being nice. There's a word for this, and we live for these people. They're called lolcows. Use your 2019-20 lolcow. So
where are you saying John Zerka is a lolcow? I don't think John Zerka is a lolcow.
1000%. He's the new Cyrax.
No, he's no. To be a lolcow, you have to lack self-awareness. In my mind, you have to be like a boogie type, where you like don't. There's like a degree of self-awareness you'll never be able to grasp. John Zerka, he's intentionally a lolcow. Like he knows what he's doing at any given moment, right?
I'm gonna
he's the final boss of retard maxing. That's the perfect way to say it, Brandon. Thank you. He is the final boss of retard maxing.
I have to come up with this.
Hi, Ari Shafir. How's it going?
L'chaim. So
little spaghetti arms.
I had my wife, right, buy me a top G black and red tank top. Okay, I was of red pills to the point where like
what's that with Alex
laughing, right? Later, buddy. So I definitely ran away from that almost immediately, because when you realize the actual prescription is not a description, you have to like look at your son and say, please son, look away. You have to actually identify that these men are the literal nucleus of the collapse today. Like, there's no net positive prescription that Myron or Zerka have ever given outside of their own personal gratification. Like, willing to do whatever on camera is not the way. Like, if I never make it, great. 30 subs. Keep it that way. but I'm glad to have met Confluence along the way.
Based,
Right.
red pilled.
That's it.
But
No.
I think, I don't know, like Zerka's not, Myron, like I'm not a fan of Myron. I think he's like deeply insecure. Don't at me, Myron fans, but but Zerka,
Yeah,
I feel like,
I agree.
I don't know. To me, maybe I put him in like a special category because I think he knows when he's being retarded. I think he knows he's retarded. And I think
So
he's
do
like,
I.
this is like, right, but Myron doesn't. Myron does not know when he's being retarded. Myron is just retarded, and it's like he's being retarded for the love of the game, which there's some respect to that for sure.
But look
But
at- but look at
Zerka's
his
is like
friends.
it's like fucking. There's some like higher level thought to the retardation at least in my read of this.
If you're alive one day, if you go to the videos where the callers will call and just talk about Fresh, right, and only drive into his skill set and what he brings to the show, Myron knows that he chose a terrible partner, but that's part of his brand. It's Fresh and Fit, right? So he's spent his entire career defending his delusional friend that knows nothing about anything, right? While taking the burden of applying logic that's objectively true, but not true based on the model presenting it, right? So like,
Wait, Fit is
it's-
Myron, right? And Fresh is the other guy.
no, Fit is Myron. Fresh is the guy
Yeah.
that just says, "What do you think?" and laughs at Myron. That guy, right? Because Fresh was denied by Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone is a some kind of an entrepreneur guru, right? And Fresh got viral, kind of like Zerka, but in a weirder way, like being denied apprenticeship with Grant Cardone, right? So like, I just looked into these guys that were selling me a dream, and thank God I never invested in Tate University, nor even Andrew Tate Debate University. Like, there's a
Bro, you're not in the Hustler University Discord. That's crazy.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That's insane. I don't know how you're making it in life without being in Hustler University. That's crazy.
I know. I mean, I can I borrow $1, and I'll start saving to get into it. 'Cause I have to get into it.
You ever heard of drop shipping?
What is that?
Well, I can't tell. You have to sign up. You can use my affiliate link though.
Oh, you're not joking.
No, I'm serious. Yeah.
No, I definitely have. I've had a small library of like multi-purpose book bags and stuff like that was high popularity in Florida. Yeah, I've definitely done e-commerce before, but it wasn't enough of a gain for me to continue to invest in it. Right? Like, I understand the investment required, and I'll check your link out for sure. For sure.
You check. You gotta use the code Confluence. You get 10% off, and I get like 20% or something. Yeah. I know 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot because the price of Hustler University is very steep. I don't even think Hustler University exists anymore. But there's probably something.
Hey,
There's probably something. There's probably some link you can go to.
You send me a link, I'll send you a link. We'll link each other. It'll be a good day.
Sounds kind of gay.
It did sound a little gay, but like in a normal way. I think you meant.
It's a
Those
Pokemon.
Ortho Bros, I'm telling you, man.
TCG Pokemon ripping.
You meet them in person. I want the second debate con coming up. Those Ortho Bros are real gay. They like docking. They really like the docking with their circumcisions.
The docking.
You know what the difference is between me and somebody, not you, somebody being morbidly obese? I could say no and run away from a gay aggressor. He'd have me.
Tyler can't. If you see him, he actually can't even stand in most cases.
Like, 5 men walking
He'll do a stream where he'll be like, I'll stand for super chats, and if you super chat him enough money, he'll try to stand. He usually fucking can't even get up all the way, which is really sad. We still love Tyler.
It's like that scene FDR
it's a
getting
struggle.
up in that World War II movie with Ben Affleck.
It's like you laugh, but you also, it's one of those laughs where you feel bad for the guy as well,
Well, I just know that we can always be better, right? And for Tyler, that's different, right? Tyler knows that
anyone can lose weight, and they're like, Ozempic exists, right?
Mhm.
That's what I always tell Tyler. I always say Ozempic is an option.
Mhm. Ozempic.
Okay, the Geo, I worry that you're gonna like run away from our chess match. So like, are you willing to play chess in the corner? Every conversation can still happen, but are you willing to play chess with me on stream live?
Like, are you going to be doing like a physical board or just like a chess.com invite?
I could easily see him running. He seems like the type that'd be like, yeah, I'd totally play you and never show up again.
I mean, you don't have to, but you kind of would be like kind of running, I guess, in a sense.
No,
but, you know.
no, I'm asking for literally, like, we can download chess.com app and you can screen share our match. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. Yeah. Are you down for that?
Yeah, but not tonight for sure.
Wait, not tonight. Wait, why not tonight? Why not tonight? Don't make Tyler be right. He's fucking obese and retarded. Why are you making him right? Why not tonight?
He's gonna go burn another reggaeton CD to drive around his mom's minivan with.
Look, the chat's against you.
So I'm running from a chess match after happening to randomly scroll past your live and stop by and show you some love. After all that sound,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. The chat's
all
saying
of that.
I'm not dismissing that. I'm not dismissing that. You don't have to play chess. I mean, look, it's 2026. You don't have to. You don't have to.
It is 2026, and that's your argument. So if you're going to be logically inconsistent, then you'd have to admit at your behest that your chat is very inconsistent. But my wife has more authority than every single person you have today in your chat and tomorrow combined. Would you agree?
I would hope so. I would hope so. Yeah, I'd hope so.
So if I told you I was going to go out and have beers with you, and the wife said, no, I'd rather watch this movie. I'm the kind of guy that's going to watch that movie.
Well, I don't know. Then I'd ask. Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, it's
I don't know about
that. But you've been talking the whole time. When did your wife get time to tell you?
Brother, she's organized like 4,500 Pokemon cards in the entire time that I've been on this panel.
When did she get time to tell you it's time to go watch a movie? Because you haven't shut up for like 30 minutes.
Okay, you don't have to. We don't have to play. Look, this is what I do. If someone says they play chess, I'm like autistic as fuck. I mean, not actually, but maybe I dodge a diagnosis at least, but possibly I try to convince them, to the very end to play chess with me. So I'm not like trying to, you don't have to play chess to be clear, This is what I do with everyone who says they play chess.
I joined
sounds like the Padre.
After. I mean, I can just drop now. I can explain my schedule to where we can actually make it happen. So I'm off Sundays and Wednesdays. When do you go live?
I go live fucking every day at around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. But again, we don't actually have to. We don't act. I just really like chess and I like playing. I'm not trying to be like, you have to fucking play me in a chess match. I'm not doing that. You don't have to if you don't want to be clear.
Yeah,
if Tampa said she plays chess, I'd be just as much trying to convince her to load up a chess match with me.
It'll be an offline thing.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I sense the fear, and I understand that. I understand the fear.
I'm fucking telling you, it's coward.
Because you are going against Confluence, which I understand. My elo is very surprising to people, based on how retarded. But I try. But I tell you, when I'm drunk, the elo drops by like 500 points. Okay, so
1 second. Like if it was that high, you wouldn't be fishing for random opponents, and we both know that.
Yes, but I do have chess.com accounts, and you can literally see my elo. So that's an insane thing to lie about if you think about it.
And to Tyler, I say Auf Wiedersehen, or I wish to never see you again. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I know you're fucking pussy hurt.
I think I accidentally. I wasn't trying to like actually be like you have to. I was just trying to like get him. I just wanted to play chess. I wasn't trying to like be like you have to play chess. But I feel like you took that as a But it's fine. It's fine. Anyone else play chess on panel? I'm just kidding. Oh, Jamie, haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Let him reschedule this one time. Yeah.
See, I don't play it, but like, if I was talking some shit, I would. I'd get on that shit right now, and maybe I'd slap you around. You don't even know.
That's true. That's true.
Like to just say, no, I'm not doing. We have to do it in person. That's like, okay, it's never gonna fucking happen then, because no one's gonna make. Neither of us are gonna make fucking effort. to go and meet up in person so we can play chess. You're just saying no. You're saying no without saying no.
Well, maybe I came across in a bad way because I just like a bunch of people have played chess. Like I played chess with people that are like 500 elo and stuff, and it's like it doesn't matter. It's not like whoever wins this chess match has won some argument or anything like that. But maybe I presented it in that way. I just wanted to play chess. Okay, that's my fucking autistic fucking interest right now. I only debate metaethics in person. Sorry.
I sense a lot of dude loves the smell of his own farts. Maybe the type of person that would make up shit just like what people do in high school. You make up shit so people think you're cool. I feel like that's something that he has as a character trait through his adulthood as well.
Yeah, who said this? That you? Oh, it was Brandon. Okay, you really didn't like him. You really did not like them.
That's because
I need one of you two to join. I need some dopamine right now. Okay, for real. So Brandon or Testy. Okay, one of you. Testy, are you done with your horseradish fucking bullshit? Okay, fucking Testy with his multiple stream polycule he has going. Okay, or Brandon, you're a fake vegan. You know what, Brandon? Yeah, I said it. You're a fake vegan. I'm gonna think of the reasons why by the time you join, but I think you're a fake vegan. How about that? I don't know what to really say to piss off Testy. What would Testy hate the most if I said about him? It's hard. Can't do the euthanasia thing because that's going to be a different day.
Well, the easiest way to answer that is like, is there a specific thing you've noticed that Testy attacks or focuses on when he's judging other people? And generally, he projects that negative feature out onto others. It's probably his weak spot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what does Testy project out onto others? You fought with Testy. You had the big fight with Testy in Discord. What do you think? I'll just go with what you say, Tyler. That'll probably trigger him.
No, I didn't care enough to like measure that. I think that's a one-way dislike. I don't know. I didn't care enough to poke and prod, so.
Okay, well, you know what? I think Tyler mogged you in the Discord debate that you guys had. I think he destroyed you. I think you were a Destiny clone, Testy. I think you were a Destiny clone. You were repeating Destiny talking points the entire time. Pisco, you fucking love Cumin, you love Jew Stalker, you love all those people, and it was just frankly embarrassing. It was frankly embarrassing how much you're just a fucking orbiter, Testy. You're an orbiter. You're actually a Destiny orbiter, which is crazy. And you've tried to distance yourself. Because you're like, oh, now it's not popular like Destiny anymore, so I'm gonna like move away from that. But we all know your history. We can all see your Twitter. We all know who you were, Testy. You can't run from your past. The internet is forever. Okay, how about that? That was fucking good.
It's sadder than that. He's not even a Destiny orbiter. He's a former Wick orbiter. So like one of the lowest tier of Destiny's orbiters. Basically, the Pluto of Destiny.
Oh, he's an orbiter of an orbiter.
Yeah, he's like Holy moon.
Shit.
He's Pluto's moon.
You're Pluto. You hear that, Testy? You're Pluto's moon. Don't you feel the need to join the panel to defend yourself? Being an ex-planet's moon? I am my own planet, bitch? Yeah, said Pluto's moon. Okay, no one takes them seriously, okay?
A celestial dwarf. A moon of a celestial dwarf. That's what Wick is in this analogy, which is hilarious, because he looks like a dwarf, especially before he got his tooth fixed.
Well, he did get his teeth fixed. That is true. That is true. Back when I was on Wick panels, he didn't have his teeth fixed. He's got those veneers now. Calling someone online orbiter is so hilarious, and it would piss certain people off. I don't know that, you know. I'm just trying to. Me and Testy. I follow two people on Twitter. One of them is Anna Cramling. The other one is Sticker Johnson. So I see his Twitter, and I just know I see him being like, "Oh, Cumin, you're such a good commentator, and you've never done anything untoward to anybody and stuff. And Jew stalker, all of your political stuff I agree with completely, and the way you behave in these parasocial relationships I agree with as well. And so I just wonder about Testy's views on all this stuff, you know? I have seen Behind the Veil, okay? I have. And Testy's not refuting any of this stuff. I want that to be noted, okay? I tagged Confluence in a post and he never replied. On Twitter, I did see it, but it was like 5 months after, or not 5 months, but maybe like 2 months after. Because, you know, I made a Twitter and then I forgot about it. And then I joined, and it was, if you're talking about where you said, Confluence, can you see this? I did see that. But Testy, join. Come on, you don't want to get into the Destiny debates at least, you know? Come on, I feel like that should trigger you. I feel like if I know Testy, I feel like the Cumin stuff, the Jew stalker, Chud Logic. How do you feel about Chud Logic? Okay, and yeah, and Testy that's true. That's what all the people on Twitter say. Is he's known for sweeping? They always fucking say that. And I mean, that's kind of true. That's the projection. Holy shit, Tyler. No, you're right. Because that's what, when Speakeasy's on panel and I'm defending Speakeasy against like the untoward stuff from fucking Trippy Cat and all those fucking people, then Testy will always be like, you're sweeping for this person. You're sweeping. That's the projection, because he's sweeping for Destiny. Holy shit. That's crazy.
I don't think I don't think he's a Destiny fan. That's why I had to correct myself in that.
He's an ex-Destiny fan, so I agree. He's not. He doesn't like Destiny now, but he was. He's one of those Destiny.
The fucking shitty tactics from.
Right. Yeah. He was like, he used to mod, I think, for what's her name? It's like Liv or like Love or Lav. He used to moderate for Lav. I don't know if you know who that is. He used to moderate for her.
That's the one that's Destiny sued her after she called him the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch.
Yes, yeah. So he used to mod for her, which is crazy because she's kind of a mental case, you know, if you think about it. But that's fine. And yeah, a couple of other. It's always the women. It's always the women in Destiny's life. Like he used to mod for the one who's Destiny. Like, what's the lawsuit now with that whatever chick?
Pixie. I've done
Pixie.
with her.
Yeah. So he wasn't a mod. He was like trying to become a mod, but she like wouldn't accept him as a mod, and he kept like super chatting all the time, like constant super chats, like grid 1 level super chats, where he's like giving like $200, $400, $500.
I'm starting to not believe this anymore.
No, this is true. This is actually true. I wouldn't lie about this. This is actually true. And it just didn't. Yeah, and he also put. Well, that would be a compliment because Mr. Girl's music is actually fire. Okay, don't at me on that. It actually is fire. Testy wishes he produced Mr. Girl's music.
Mr. Girl is a very fucking strange person.
I hate to say this, but I told Wick this, and Wick was like, "You don't want to do this." I was like, "Wick, you have to promise me something. If you ever have Mr. Girl on a panel, you have to invite me." And he's like, "You don't want to do that. You don't want to talk to Max." And I was like, "No, Wick, I want to talk to Max. You have to have me on a panel." He's like, "Fine, but you don't want to talk to this person." I was like, "No, I do, and I actually do. I think he is crazy. I think he's crazy, but I want to be on a fucking panel with fucking Mr. Girl. Absolutely." But he is absolutely insane at the same time. To be clear,
Joe, why don't you come up?
I don't think Joan has ever joined panel before.
Come on, Joe.
We've tried. Lord knows we've tried. But she just doesn't take it.
All right.
Maybe if you had Sky on and Sky was talking to Galog, then
what
maybe.
I learned is Filipino women are very like nasty to each other.
Oh.
So
is this true?
I can't really I guess it's a work related thing because some of our support are in a Cebu office, but yeah, these bitches are nasty to each other.
I'll speak to Joan in her native tongue, as I've done many times. Ang matang dang babae ang kabayo. How do you feel about that, Joan? How do you feel about that? Huh?
No,
Who's your god now? I wonder what I do wonder sometimes what Joan gets from the panels. She obviously can understand us, I'm assuming, but I feel like there's like something like lost maybe a little bit based on like what she says in response, but it is topical. Although not today. I mean, we mentioned John Zerka because Joan mentioned John Zerka, so she brought up Zerka first. But, you know, a lot of times if we say stuff, she will like, because everyone thought she was AI at first, but no, yeah, she will respond to real things happening.
I know what I do. All I heard, big no argument. I always said, who is the enemy? Canadian men versus a Filipino. Okay. Don't worry if you think me as. Don't worry if you think me as.
She heard what I said. I said caballo. She understands. That's what I mean. She knows what I said in Tagalog. That's crazy. That's what I fucking said.
Joan, I think you're a Chinese experiment. Is that true, Joan?
Joan fucking knows what I'm saying, which is crazy. If only I knew more Tagalog, I could say more than one sentence, but fuck.
I know a little, I know a little Bisaya, which is close, so like I should be able to understand some.
Yeah, we did that whole thing where we're converting it, or not converting, translating it. Sticker Johnson, the man who deserves to get his balls ripped asunder.
You know, it's funny. I was tabbed out, and then I tabbed back in for like halfway through your shit talking, so I did miss like, the most of all the shit that you were saying. I got around. I came back.
Everything I said was true.
Around the time of like something about orbiter or something or another. So. I don't know.
You missed so much. You missed so many truth bombs that I dropped. You don't even know the truth bombs I dropped.
Well,
it was like a 5-minute rant.
I got content. You know, everyone on panel is a little too dry, and you know, you need to spice it up. So I get it.
No, I just think that you're. You know, I want to hear about you being because you moderated for Lav, right? And I want to hear how that experience went.
Wait. When did you hear that? I have never in my life. Wait, are you baiting me? You are. I can see.
No, don't look at my face. Listen to my words. Don't look at my face.
No, I have never moderated for Lav. I do think, and respectfully, I do think she's attractive. You know?
Oh, you fucking see? Do you remember what I said? Tyler Testy probably didn't hear his part about the donos, the grid 1 style donos to people.
Wait, what do you? I've never
done. You hear what I said?
I don't know. I don't know getting that here.
No, not the lab.
Wait, what? Does Grid 1 donate to people to like curry favor?
That's has been said by his haters. Yes.
Oh, I don't donate to curry favor. I'm a chat terrorist, so I only donate to like, for psychological damage.
Well, that's true, but no, I don't know. With Grid, I'm not saying in a hater way, but I mean, I told this the first time I talked to Grid. I said this because this is how I know about Grid: is that he would go on to whatever podcast and he'd donate $200, and he'd do that like 3 times during a stream, and he'd do that every stream.
So Kel,
so an insane amount of money.
Weird crossover because you actually know Kel. So Kel was on the whatever podcast, and during Kel is chill. Yeah, she's I think she's doing good, but like he donated whatever, $100-$200 specifically to like blow up her spot. He like revealed some like personal relationship information, which to be fair, when I say like personal, like I think that if she was asked directly, she probably would have just discussed it. It wasn't like some super intimate thing, but used it as like which is weird because as far as I know, I don't know for sure. But I think Grid like helped that connection, like getting her onto the whatever podcast.
She did, yeah. He paid for her, yeah.
Right, yeah. Apparently his community was like pretty gracious, and they paid for like, I don't know, it was an Uber home or there or some shit like that. But so that's like good guy kind of thing. But then he intentionally like sent a dono to basically just like embarrass her, and I thought that felt a little bit kind of shitty because it didn't feel like I'm in on the joke. It was kind of like, hey, look at this, like her disordered life, and then I think
I'd have to see it because Tessie, you know as well as I do, I guess, that like so there is a level of like rage bait where it's like, yeah.
So the detail was because it's it's the stream is obviously public or there's clips or whatever. It was that she was in a polycule with a
homeless guy.
That's right.
Yeah. See, I know the Kel lore. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, but it like, which again, I don't have any inherent. As I said, you know me, I donate specifically to like make it weird, and like if there's tensions on stream, like I'll try to make it worse. So like I'm not hating the game or anything. I just think that like it was just a bit bizarre. It just felt like out of the blue in a way.
See, I'm very like in a normal case, I would 100% agree with you, and maybe I'm giving Grid benefit of the doubt, but I would think like in whatever podcast, right? It's like you got like 7 bitches, right? And so maybe he's not doing this, but what I would read on that is that like he's driving the attention to her, because that's going to be like, wait, you're in a polycule with a homeless guy, and then Brian's going to like go in on that, and this like drives attention to her, which is what she wants, right? So like in a normal case, yeah, like so that's the thing, like so it's one of those things where it's like maybe I don't know, like I hope the intention was good, but
no, in that context, if it was just like content brain, then I agree. I always forget that people who stream like don't have like principles, and they will use anyone around them.
Right? So. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, but wait, to be clear, I'm not saying that about Grid. I'm saying I think this could be like a mutual thing where Kel's no stranger, unfortunately, to like the humiliation stuff for like content.
Controversies and stuff.
Yeah. And then I think Grid might recognize this and know how whatever podcast works and be like, hey, let's drive attention to this, untoward thing, because this will make you into something, right? So there could be no like ill will. That could be like a pro. Yeah.
And the other thing though is like, and it's like with Speakeasy or all these guys, like, it's always weird to me. I don't know if I'm like far enough removed, because the other communities I hang out with, like, I was like surprised that you were in Wick's Discord. I was like, you said you debate on a show. I haven't seen that particular one, but I didn't even like ever make that connection that you would like, because it just, you don't really brush shoulders with the same people like as like.
That's crazy. That's how I got my start. Actually Tyler recommended I go on Wix. That's my whole like streaming origin story.
You made Confluence.
I was
that's why he's one of my simp passes.
I was watching, just going through it, I saw small videos. I was like, oh, this has only got like fucking 300 views. I watched like 2 of his videos. I was like, hey man, you should come on panels and do shit. That was it.
Well, what I was gonna say is that people seem to have, so I don't do this anymore. I used to be what some would call a drama frog, which would basically be like if somebody is talking about someone else, and then you clip it, or you just like go over directly to the other person, and you're like, hey, this person said this about you, because they don't give a fuck about either person really. They just they're stoking the conflict.
That's so shitty, man. That's so shitty.
No, that's most viewers. In my opinion, most people don't have any sort of like strong moral obligations or bonds to like people they watch. Like, you're like comic book characters. They're just like, hey, I want to see these 2 people fight. Like, that's their entertainment, and they're anonymous, so they just get to blend into the background and leave all the wreckage behind. But which is sad but true. Not everybody. Some people are decent. But anyway, even our little chat here, I guarantee you somebody has already told Grid about it. Like, there is no doubt in my mind that somehow, some way, he is just going to know about the conversation, and I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up. Which is again, that's just
right. That's like that. Yeah, there is like that weird thing where it's like, it's kind of like the Kel thing, I guess, right? Where it's like there's some pro. What's a word? Symbiosis there, right? Where it's like there's some like it's like, about eustress versus stress. I think we've talked about this, right? Where it's like eustress is like the good version of stress, and stress is like the bad version.
I don't think so.
Where you talked about this? It's a concept of psychology. Like, you can be stressed in like a good way, where it's like you're stressed about like a work deadline, but it's causing you to be like productive. And there can be like stress where it's like actually like harmful to you. And so this is like almost like the eustress of like drama. There's like drama where it's like, what has happened here, if Grid joined, there's some like, this is a meta conversation, I guess, but there's some like mutually beneficial thing going on where it's like, you know, versus like the speakeasy stuff with like Trippy Cat. To me, that's like just like bad drama. It's untoward. It's not like healthy to either side. Probably it's just like a negative thing. But like there's some examples like with the Kel and Grid, or if Grid joined now, that's like kind of a positive thing. I don't know if you agree with that, but
no, there is a threshold because there's like, and like you brought up a bunch. I'm glad you didn't kind of go into it, although I am sort of preemptively cucking this conversation. But like, I did start off in like classic like Twitch poll area, and I tell people this. I don't care if they believe me, but like I've never been in DGG. I don't even follow like Destiny on Twitter. I do subscribe to his YouTube channel because I did used to like some of his edited videos, but like I was never a huge like Destiny guy, right? He was like the mothership, right? Undeniably of like the Twitch politics space. But I kind of came up in that scene, and then even these other like these drama things and all these things that are going on right now, I have actually been like radio silent. I have not said anything publicly. I am like a fly on the wall. I've kept up on some of the drama and some of the stuff that's happened, but like because shit was just getting way too crazy. People are getting doxxed, and like chatters are getting doxxed, like mods are getting doxxed, and just my association with some of these people is enough to like put a target on my back. So like I'm not out there in the fucking trenches like giving a shit, because ultimately I think most of the people involved, if not all of the people involved, are just shitty. Like this is one of the reasons I fell out of love, or not even love, but one of the reasons I went away from like drama spaces is because like, you know, like the Lego thing. I know you know the broad strokes of the Lego drama, right? In that one, there's like a very clear like, this is the good guy, this is the guy that you can root for, and here are like the bad people. And so like that's why to me is fun drama. But when it's drama where it's like, this shitty person did this shitty thing to this other shitty person who did this other shitty thing, it's just like I don't feel any sympathy for anyone involved at a certain point. And so I just stopped caring. And I'm just like, I just don't want anything to do with it. So
well, I believe what we said about you in the shit talking part was you weren't a Destiny orbiter, you were a Wick orbiter, and Wick was like the Pluto of Destiny orbiters, so you were basically Pluto's moon.
I'm fine with that designation. I like
right, you were an orbiter of an orbiter that had donated to Pixie so often. That's who it was. You donated so often to Pixie because you were already Lav's mod and you wanted to mod for Pixie, and she wouldn't let you, even though you donated thousands of dollars, which is crazy.
So irrelevant to all of this. I'm a nobody. I am Pluto's second.
You're not irrelevant to Q-Man based on the Twitter stuff I've read. Okay,
so
he knows your name. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if we've ever actually spoken directly, but like back in the day when he was like a worm in Chud Logic's community, there was like a lot more cross interaction between communities, between like Chud's community and somebody else I used to mod, or somebody else I still mod for, but so yeah, it's kind of like that old lore. It's like the shit that's like at this point 3 to like maybe 5 years old that like it's all forgotten and nobody gives a fuck about. So it's just kind of like literally nobody cares anymore. But I know a lot of that old, like the way this shit used to be. And that was when I was more like in actually into this stuff, because it wasn't as scary where it's just like everyone's gonna get fucking doxxed for having an opinion. So
I was there when the internet scrolls were written.
I feel like I agree with Brandon. That does sound so like something a Jew stalker soldier would say. I don't know. I'm pretty sure J-Stock specifically has called me like a fucking idiot or something. Like I get mentioned from time to time in passing, but it's always in the context of just like, fuck this guy. I'm always just kind of this is why you're the lore master, Tessie. That's why that's your designated position.
Like I haven't been involved in any of this shit. Like I've been, I got loved.
Do you like it?
And, like I got called like a Destiny like rape sympathizer or some shit, and I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I have no sympathy for Destiny, dude. But yeah.
How do you feel about Chud Logic? I have a personal vendetta against Chud Logic. Okay.
Did he come for you?
No, I don't like you watch most live streams. This is maybe like a couple of years back, maybe a year and a half ago. And I was watching Chud because I guess he's in fucking Europe, I guess, probably. I'm assuming based on how he talks. And so I'd wake up and I would like just like tune in and I would like chat and kind of do what you do, testing now in a way.
Right. You just kind of add
There
to
was-
the pile. You're like,
Yeah, add to the shit pile. And then I got like dragged to this thing where he's pulling my chats up and stuff. And so he was like, I was one manning him, but I wasn't trying to one man him in a bad way. I was just arguing with him in a normal way. And then he fucking banned me from his thing. I don't know how long. I don't know if I'm like permabanned. I don't know. And I was like so fucking pissed at this. I was like, that's fucking ridiculous. Because he had brought some other, I can't remember who it was, but it's one of those names that everyone would know, like a human style name, which is a weird thing to say, but someone that's like that, like some orbiter type person
right.
joined. And so I was chatting to them, not on voice, but just like chatting. And then I thought I was making compelling arguments, and he's like, Confluence, I'm just gonna, you're a fucking retard or whatever. And so now I got a fucking vendetta against this guy because I'm like, fuck that shit, fuck that shit for real.
Yeah, I know that feeling because I think I have spoken to Lav maybe a handful of times in like VCs, like never like at length, but like been present where she's been at a VC or maybe chatted to her a bit, and. Again, because of some old controversy and stuff, she is one of the few people that has me blocked on Twitter, so that kind of sucks. But I don't know if I have been banned in various people's chats and I've been unbanned, but like yeah, that kind of stuff. Like my feelings on Chud, which I think I can say this. I don't really care if like I have always just seen him as very opportunistic, and so he was kind of in my opinion, after sort of Destiny was banned. Chud was kind of the shit rose to the top, and he kind of became like the guy who sort of was second in terms of the Twitch poll space. And he used to do politics like back in the day. Like he never did face cam. He used to be like definitely not like a lefty leaning streamer, if you could believe it. And I think around the time maybe he did his face reveal.
Weird.
He was just like, you know what, drama is more fun. I am better at drama, and he just went full time into drama stuff. But he had all of his main connections were still to like political spaces because that's kind of where he came up. And what he ended up doing, and this is again one man's opinion, this is the way I see it, he sort of systematically like stepped on people that he was either formerly friends with or had some level of association. He would like blow up like Twitter accounts with like 20 followers, or he'd find some like no name fucking streamer that was talking shit about him, and like at a certain point it just tipped in his favor where he had the audience and the size that he could just kind of like he would do a whole segment on some fucking random nobody just to like laugh at them and be like, look at this fucking idiot. And through that
Chud Logic, I'm calling you out. I'm that nobody that you should make a stream on.
But so like it changed the this is what I used to say, like back in the day when there was like beef in the Twitch space, people would like hate each other and they would talk shit, and their communities would kind of like do the drama frog thing, and they would like go back and forth, and that would last for maybe a month. And then after about a month, like people would just be either friends again, or they would just do content together again, because it was a very like it's more beneficial to network and not
the symbiosis. Yes,
exactly. And with Chud, I would say the main thing that changed was it became less about like this, not even a fake beef. People genuinely didn't like each other, but this less of like, okay, we don't really care, it's not that serious, to like, not only do we have to like make fun of this person, like we have to make them feel bad, and we have to fucking destroy them. And everything they do is like the worst fucking thing that imaginable. And it's like shame them and laugh at them and find every little thing you can out about them to like put them down so they don't get back up. And it became a meaner space for sure. And I don't know where this is going ultimately, but I see Chud as ultimately just like completely audience captured. I think he's kind of spineless. I think he would sell his own mother if it made a good stream segment. I think he's very two-dimensional. Like that cuts both ways. Two-dimensional in the sense that like what you see is what you get. Like I don't think he's some crazy Machiavellian dude. I just think he's kind of a shitty dude. He's a little bit just kind of like goes with whatever is the path of least resistance, and he's in his lane. It works for him. He doesn't have to do anything more. In your case, though. Oh, hey, what's up?
Trackable.
We're just
How's it going?
I don't even know. We're talking about the most like nobody cares about this shit. What's going on Trackable? What's new with you?
I'm doing very well. Can I get up to speed?
We're talking about very obscure, like
You ever
Kinda
heard of
like-
Chud Logic?
yeah, like old streamers and like old Twitch politics stuff, and nothing relevant. Yeah.
I don't know. The people care. The people care. Okay. People care.
Well, in your case, that has happened to me before, where I have just been in someone's chat, and not even yeah, same. I wasn't trying to one guy them. I just said something that they took offense to, and they like that feeling of being singled out in a chat where there could be 50 people, it could be like 300 people. It does cause some anxiety because you do feel kind of like, holy fuck, the spotlight's on me, and and also like you don't have the voice because like I don't have a platform, like I'm not a streamer. You at least now you have like if somebody did a hit piece on you, you have the opportunity where you could like kind of fight back. But when
If this happened now, I would fucking do a whole anti-Chud Logic stream. Absolutely. I don't care if 5 people watch. I'd fucking do it.
But like at the time,
Let's do it anyways.
when you're just a chatter, you probably did feel a little, I mean, some type of way because you're kind of like, it feels inherently unfair because you're kind of like, this is their audience, this is all their people, and everyone is concentrated on calling you a fucking idiot. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. And I mean, you're right. Because I was like bothered by it because especially because of the ban. That's what I don't know the timeout. I don't know if it told me the time, or if it's I haven't tried. I fucking unsubscribed. I was like, I'm fucking done with this guy.
Oh damn!
For like a few weeks, I would wake up and I would go in and I would add. I thought good commentary, good humor, and I'm like, I'm helping this guy's community.
How long ago was this?
This was like a year and a half ago.
Because I was gonna say, at the very least, I don't really watch Chud much anymore. So, but to my knowledge, because he has some fucking crazy chats and shit that happens, I thought he was a lot more like less ban happy than a lot of streamers.
That's what I mean. This is what bugged me. It was because it was a one guy situation. And so I was like talking to him, and then because of this, like it was very one guy, and he again I can't remember who the fucking person he brought on. What the topic was it was about lolly stuff, okay? And the person he brought on was defending lolly and saying that this was like a fine thing and whatever. And so I was pushing back against this, and I was like talking about this, and then I guess Chud had enough of what I was saying, and he's like, and he fucking banned me for this. I'm like. I felt that the ban thing. I don't care if he calls me a retard or whatever. What bugged me was the ban because I'm like, I can't even now say my response to this. I can't defend myself. I'm just like, I'm fucking voiceless at this point. I've been fucking muted for whatever time, or like, and it's just like, yeah, okay, fine. I guess I can't fucking say anything anymore. And it's like, well, that's an easy way to end an argument. That's why I'm like very myself. I'm very like the only people I think I've ever banned have been people that say like incredibly untoward things in chat.
Yeah.
Like some random guy that comes in and says like some like incredibly gross thing about like a female panelist. Okay, you've never shown up before. You're saying something like incredibly out of pocket. Okay, get fucked. But anyone else, it's like that's why I'm very like very reticent to fucking ban somebody because I think that's fucked up. If you're in a debate with someone and you just don't like what they're saying, you fucking ban. Because now, okay, they can't say anything back. Okay, I guess you win. I'm still salty about the Chud Logic thing.
I get what you're saying. Like I would be like, all right, I want to hear you out at least first, and then I'll like if I ban you, then okay, at least I did hear you out your stupidity, and I gave you the chance. But I had this was a long time ago. Somebody did like it wasn't solely on me. But it was essentially like an attack stream where they just like I was in their community, some shit went down in another community, and they just went on this like fucking rant and like shitting on me and saying all these fucking things and other people that I was getting lumped in with, and it was like the most powerless feeling because you don't have a platform and you're literally like just a chatter, and like I mod, but like again it's like that doesn't mean anything. Like I'm just a dude. So it's like it is shitty when you have zero platform or ability to I don't have a Twitter following. There's nothing I could really do if somebody just decided they wanted to go all in and just be like fuck this guy, blah blah. Like I could maybe hop on a panel like this and give my 2 cents, but like yeah, you're pretty powerless. So I think that dynamic should be recognized more broadly. People shouldn't just be. I mean, people in chat are probably are like super amoral. They don't really give a fuck about the people they're watching sometimes. But still, it's still shitty. If you're it's like you're the person with the microphone. It's shitty to yell at somebody without one. You know?
Yeah, and especially I think with these big streamers, I understand how or why it happens and stuff, but it's like I guess for me to ban a chatter, there's also like some level of like I only have like 9 people watching according to StreamYard, right? So it's like if I ban a chatter, okay, I have like a very small group of people watching, but I feel like when someone like Chud Logic or Destiny, because sometimes I'll see these bans happen even if I'm watching some Destiny video or some Asmongold video. And it's like they have so many people watching that they're like, yeah, you can just get fucked. I don't want to engage with this, and I'll just like ban you because I disagree with you. And it's like, well, that's fine. And they're like probably fine with this because they have like 20K concurrence, right? So it's like it doesn't matter. But then I always think about that other guy, the guy who got banned, and I'm like, well, that's like got to be shitty for that guy that got banned, Like he barely said he might have been. There's sometimes where someone make a joke. Destiny, I think, is especially capricious because I used to watch Destiny back in the day, and I felt like sometimes someone would say something like joke, and he'd like take it as a joke. But if he was in a bad mood, if someone said something that was like probably a joke, he would just like insta ban, and he'd be like perma-ban this person forever. And I'm just like, that seems crazy to me. Like you're not thinking about that other person. That's a real person there. They're probably just like joking, and you're just gonna fucking perma-ban them forever. It just seems untoward to me. I don't know.
Untouchable, what do you think?
I think that you, me, anybody else, we're not gonna find our success by being in somebody else's chat room. We're not going to find our success in being in a guest on somebody else's show. You might get a start in participation in that manner, but getting banned from a place is honestly the very beginning of so many people's starts. It's like, hey,
true. Yeah.
This is where you start, saying your piece, and have the strictness or the diversity or the direction of the show is upon you. So when you get kicked from someplace, it's not that you're wrong. It's that, hey, go and speak your piece on your own accord and under your own rules, and invite your own guests and manage your own following, if you.
But you gotta get banned in a cool way, though. That's the thing. Like that's why I was talking about John Zerka before, where he pointed a gun on a stream with a camera.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that's a fucking mood. It's I don't want anyone to do that on my stream, of course, but that's a way to get banned where you're like making a statement. You're like, I pointed a fucking gun at the camera, But just to get banned and it's like, are you getting a start from that? You're banned in kind of like a nihilistic kind of just like a capricious, you're just gone.
He's saying banned from a community, maybe, or banned because you're doing a specific bad action that doesn't comport. I don't think he's just saying like get banned, generally.
Well, and yes, please accept that, as he just said, there's a difference between being banned from this show or that show or the other, versus being banned from a platform to where you could do it yourself. So, like, if you violate the terms of Confluence, Confluence is going to say, hey, F you, we don't do that around here. But YouTube didn't say anything. Maybe you could build off that and make a whole statement about how Confluence said that I'm not good enough for his show, blah 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 blah. However, one might go about doing that. But if you violate the greater terms of like YouTube or Rumble, or some places have looser terms, but they can still be violated. Trust me. We all have bodies, and these companies don't want to like get shut down. So it's like there's certain things you can't do. But
He's right. We should do a Chud Logic Friday stream every Friday and just talk shit about the dude.
I have thought about that, not with specific Chud Logic. I haven't thought about him since today, actually, because I brought him up with Testy, and Testy didn't even hear it, but whatever, that's fine. But no, I've thought about that, like intentionally drama maxing just for the sheer love of the game. Like, just do like a fuck Chud Logic stream, or fuck Human, or fuck who's that guy I hate, Testy? What's his fucking name? I told you about him before. Not Juice Stalker. I never talked to Juice Stalker. It was Kyle Rittenhouse and then some other fucking guy that I fucking
Counterpoints.
No,
the guys are real
sorry, not Ryle Kittenhouse, the fucking Indian guy.
Oh, him and Dickers.
Yeah, Dickers. Yeah, him and Dickers. Yeah, I should do a fucking anti-Dickers stream. Yeah, fuck that guy. Okay, I mean we made up after the fact, but still, I still could drama max on that. And sometimes I want to, because I do crave the dopamine. But you're right, Testy. Or what you're saying before is like, I feel like back in the day, dopamine used to be a fun thing that you would get, and you'd go after other communities, and it'd be like whatever. But now it's like, people are like bringing this into real life, and that's like the stuff that's like fucked up.
This is a new escalation. So like when I said before, like when I could even deal with it, like how it transformed. It was like it mean spirited. I'm like, okay, yeah, the rules have changed a little bit. Where it's like, but then it would be like, yeah, you're digging through like their entire catalog of social media to like find anything you can just to shit on them, and it's not like the reason I don't like commentary broadly is because they just kind of do it for the lulz, and they never stake out a moral position. They're always just like, I'm just making fun of them because it's funny. And it's like, well, if you don't actually feel like there's been some moral violation, even if it's the most heinous things, because I always say, like, what was it, the Holy Trinity was like, it's like PDF stuff, incest, or grape. If you had one of those stories,
all the classics,
it was like that you're eating good for a week in the drama scene. It was like those are the things that people, and so I understand the bar is already extremely low, right? But like I just didn't like what it turned into. Because broadly speaking, you already know, like I enjoyed laughing when people are sort of, for the most part, in on the joke. There are exceptions to that, like somebody like Chris Chan. I feel like they've lived such an incredibly fucked life, and some people they're just like, like I guess the classic what you think of like when you think of like a lolcow, right? It's like they lack self-awareness. They should probably just disengage with the internet, yet they continue to like fight against it. There is some humor in that, and it's in a dark place where it's like some people are, but I always combine that with like, are they just like mentally off, and they're sort of like, is it like a victim of sort of circumstance or upbringing, or they just don't know better? Or is it like they're shitty people as well? Like they're doing things that affect other people. I feel less sympathy. I feel okay kind of laughing at their circumstances a bit more. But
there's ways to do that, right? There's ways with Chris Chan where it's like there's laughing along in like a normal way. But then the problem with all of that is you get like the fucking cancers that will just be like bad people, And that's like with all lolcows. It's like there's a certain segment of the population that like understands this is a funny thing. It's funny to laugh at Chris Chan. It is funny to laugh at Chris Chan, and that's fine. But then there's a second segment of the population that's like fucking sociopathic, and they're like, they don't understand what the other side's doing, and they're like, oh, we're just trying to like destroy this person, And that's like that's a fucked up situation I think that happens.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
If I could bring up two separate instances, and they are completely different cases, but you have the Alex Jones case, the InfoWars, and they lost $1 billion, case, $1 billion.
Testy thinks that's a fair settlement.
and that's okay. But I just want to see these things.
2026.
And then you have this other, which would be the Nick Sandman, who was a high school student standing on the state capitol, and he was confronted by a Native American man beating a drum.
Oh
And
shit, that
CNN
story. Oh yeah, that guy got fucked. That guy got so fucked.
Hey, it's like, you know, I didn't pay too much attention to the stuff, but $1 billion, and to like you can no longer do what you want to do with your freedom of speech anymore. You know, Mr. Fat Bald
That
Man.
was crazy. But I'm saying the Nick Sandman, if this is what I'm thinking of with the native drum circle. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the Covington. Yeah, that guy got absolutely fucked. That guy was like fully innocent, if I'm remembering the story right. That guy did fucking nothing wrong at all. And he was fucking lambasted. Lambasted, is that the right word? That's the word. Right?
It was all fucking instigated by my people, the Black Hebrew Israelites, the true people of Israel.
Wait, was it really?
Yeah, they like yelled at him for 3 hours. They were calling him all sorts of gay slurs and shit.
Oh my god, it is. I'm looking up now. It fucking is. But holy shit.
My people.
Because that guy, that is crazy. That is crazy. Because that one, I don't know how long ago. That was a long time ago, I guess. But like, yeah, that one is the one where the Covington, the Catholic school, or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, everyone thought they were like super racist. And then all the footage comes out, all the story comes out, and those people did fucking nothing wrong. At least from my memory, nothing wrong. That was an awful case.
My mom did more years in Vietnam than that dude has teeth in his head.
Wait, who?
You know who I'm talking about.
The Native American gentleman, yes, that was pounding on his drum engine.
This guy? Let me share screen. This guy on the right. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, he's a meth head.
Yeah.
Hey, that was one of those things where it was like, you know, he got the opportunity to tell his story, and rather than just, you know, be there for his purpose, he took it to these kids, and then he got interviewed, and he said, "I'm a Vietnam veteran," and he is not. Because there's this difference between era and going to war. And, you know, hey, my mother didn't necessarily go. She was an Air Force nurse, but she was in theater picking people up, which is way closer than this dude ever got.
I mean,
so, you know,
she saw some horrible things like injuries and whatnot, right?
Well,
yeah,
I don't think you pick up bodies and don't.
No, I understand, but if you said she was like a nurse, I'm sure she dealt with some pretty high stress situations. But
yeah, if your mom was like in the conflict, yeah, that's like fucking insane, right? Even if she's not like fighting people, yeah, that would be fucking horrifying.
Yeah,
and I also have to say that this comes from an entire lifeline of veterans, so we can all do extreme shit. In fact, my mother probably did more extreme shit than even her brothers, because they were crew chiefs on airplanes and, you know, truck drivers and stuff like that. I was a cook. I'm not fucking special. I didn't see dead bodies.
I think you're special.
But to think that you're just going to like flex this title of veteran against a child that, you know, could potentially be our next, you know, defender of freedom, if that's it, I'm not even, you know, going to go that far. But
I mean, it rubbed me the wrong way as well. From if that story, like that situation, I do remember when I looked into it, I was like, yeah, this was just completely drummed up, manufactured, nothing. that they made this huge deal. And this kid, as far as I remember, he got harassed. Like his family got threatened. Like there was a bunch of shit.
Well, here's the thing with that is that CNN and the proposed what I saw and I do believe they settled, so the actual figures are undisclosed, if I'm correct. But it was roughly seeking $250 million of what could have potentially and may have still harmed this young man's life. But Alex Jones, he gets a little inflamed and he just yells and screams at the internet. $1 billion? $1 billion.
Well, that's a separate. That's not. Alex Jones wasn't sued for the Covington Catholic kids.
Well, no, I think the through line is the defamation. There was a defamation suit. So Nick Sandman, I don't know if it was whatever newspaper, some newspaper posted, or maybe it was a TV station. But yeah, there was a $250 suit, and then in the Alex Jones case, it was a defamation suit.
Did he win? He should have fucking won.
I'm reading.
Oh, here you go.
Now,
defamation lawsuits.
Washington Post. They said that they would fight the lawsuit, but
I believe they
opposed to publishing 7 false and defamatory articles. What's the fucking result?
They settled. They settled, and the terms of the settlement.
Oh, based. Get fucked, Washington Post.
No,
what
well, that means
site.
Yeah, so
that means they paid him money. That means they paid him money, right?
It's also saying not like they didn't no wrongdoing. Probably like that's why.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Tessie. The same with Fox News versus the fucking.
Yeah, I'm not.
What's
it's a win for him.
I don't.
What's the poll? Now I'm retarded. What's the polling company? Dominion. Fox versus Dominion.
Like CNN, Universal. Oh, dude, there's a bunch of the ones down.
Oh, settled as well.
Settled,
get fucked.
Settled.
NBC get fucked. All these fuckers get absolutely fucked. Holy shit.
Personally, I don't really like to see settlements because that means okay. That's enough to stop me from proving that you are whatever I accused you of. I really don't like to see that stuff because somebody could be backed by all the money in the world, and then it's just like let's just does $200 million sound good enough to not make CNN pay a whole bunch more, like actually have these people that said these things and get discovery on finding out who wrote this behind who's speaking it and have everybody pay the ultimate price? Because there may not be too much money behind finding the truth. However, somebody's getting fucking fucked up and their name will be etched in history as this is what you do not do in journalism. No, they took the money.
That's the thing.
It's a cleansing mechanism. This acts as a cleansing mechanism. Even if it's not money involved, it's reputational involved. And if a news organization loses its reputation, look at like Dan Rather putting out that fake shit about George Bush having favorable treatment so he could dodge some sort of draft or whatever. Fucking that shit ended up being fake. Their reputation hasn't recovered since. So that what we're seeing is a lot of these people are getting replaced by the next person. So based queen and goddess Barry Weiss is now taking over CNN's online outlet after taking over CBS as well. We're seeing that replacement happen because these news entities overstepped, got too partisan, etc. It's going to cycle itself out and fix itself eventually because the investors need it to be that way.
I mean, so many people that I've spoken with, and I've seen it as it's, something that's easily called outable is the Kobe situation, because it's gonna forever be a joke that Kobe did this, that, or the other, and that's because there was no trial. and there was no
don't
trial.
those fucking leftists defame his fucking monument constantly?
I'm just saying, Kobe settled.
I mean, great.
I'm just saying that there was a settlement, which means there is no talking about it further, because again, if things go to trial, then phones get opened up, emails get opened up, other teammates wind up being implicated, and it's like, hey, bro, just throw millions at it, just get them to stop it.
The Confluence, what were you saying about lefties?
It's not just, and that's
the lefties
I think
defaming the Kobe monuments. You've seen this on Twitter. You're on Twitter. You know what I'm talking about. The fucking pro-Pally people are like, just a reminder, you should fucking destroy Kobe's monument again.
I don't know about that.
These fucking tanky losers. I don't even like Kobe. I don't even fucking give a shit about basketball. I don't care at all. But it's fucking degenerate bullshit. This is what your side does, Testy. This is what your side does. Do you like that?
I'm going to talk about the sexual assault that he committed and had to settle.
I don't think it's a side thing. I think it is that
How
this
dare
is
you.
what
Is that a deal breaker for you, Testy? I saw you voting for the Clintons.
for so long. It's just, hey, back your boy up. Somebody's going to take a bunch of blame. Somebody's going to eat a bunch of shit, but they won't get all of us. And then you have the Epstein files, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, the biggest nothing burger of our life.
Do you think because of some essay accusations that someone who died tragically should have their monument defamed?
No, but I counter question is because you were like giddy, you were beside yourself when you were reading the Nick Sandman stuff, and you're like,
I was beside myself.
Fuck all of these news places. They settled.
Yes, based.
When it comes to the Kobe Bryant, so I'm just you're biting the bullet. You're saying he's definitely guilty then since he settled.
I don't fucking know. I don't know shit from shit. I don't
know. Now you don't know.
No, I don't even. I actually don't know. I have no fucking idea. I'm saying, in the same way that if people like go and defame George Floyd's monument, I think that's fucked up. There shouldn't have been a monument, but you know what?
I was gonna say he has a monument, dude. That's so dumb.
Bro, he has Big Soda turned me on to this. It's a real thing. There's also a mural of George Floyd. I think I'm getting this right, and it was struck by lightning and destroyed by God himself. And Big Soda told me this, and I thought that has to not be real. Well, it is real. It's a real thing that happened.
Here's my position.
The mural was destroyed by lightning.
George Floyd was clearly murdered. I don't think he deserved to die, even if he was on.
He died from a fentanyl overdose, Testy.
You don't be one of those, all right? You're better than that. But
I think that there's enough there to question it.
He had 7 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. Okay,
there's enough there to question it that he might have died from an overdose. He left pills in the back of the car.
Like, it may have been.
Have you ever heard of what is fucking the rightoids call it? Oh god, what's it called? Tyler, help me out.
It might have been like
something delirium. Something delirium they call it.
The point is that I don't think I would ever. I cannot believe that they fucking built a statue of him. Like
they named the street after him. They did so much. Okay. You know, he's a fucking saint.
Street is fair enough. All right, like a street's not. Big
is it?
It's called the George Floyd Square. It's a block.
Fucking statue, dude. That's insane. There should not be a George Floyd statue. I'm sorry.
I believe
there's a George Floyd everything. Okay, it's 2026. You gotta go with the times.
Is him reaching into a pregnant woman's purse when he has a gun to her belly?
Okay, I mean, fair enough then. I know. I mean, I would even say, and it's like I'm agreeing. I don't think that. I mean, if it is up, I don't think it's good if it was defaced. Same with like the Kobe thing. But I would also say, like, I don't think Kobe should have a statue. Like, who gives a fuck about Kobe?
No, it was with Kobe. It was a mural, and I'm saying fucking leftoids telling people to like go and defame the mural.
Wait, why was he like? Was he like? He wasn't even pro-Israel or anything. Like, I'm sure he's never spoken about that in his life.
I don't even know, man. I don't know how the leftoid mind works, you know?
Yeah, okay. So just for no reason, they're like, fuck Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just see these posts, okay, and they fucking they've defamed it many times, and every time it gets cleaned, they want to defame it again.
Celtics
I don't know why.
fans.
It's always the pro pally people. I don't know. I don't understand the connections. Again, the leftist mind is inscrutable. Okay, no one understands it for real.
Celtics fans. That's it.
Dude, it's a picture of him kissing his daughter, like loving.
Yes,
that's the mural.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
That's what I mean. Like, these people are fucking like sociopaths, actual sociopaths.
Why are you necessarily even attributing this to the left? Because so there was.
It's not the right. Because it's not the right, Testy. Is it the right?
Okay, so what? There was some riot that happened, and some shitheads defaced the mural. So I don't think this is like a. It's not like targeted at Kobe. Like, they're just destroying shit.
No, it is. No, it is. I'm not. I don't know. I'm saying I've seen tweets where people are saying, just a reminder, go and deface the Kobe fucking mural.
Matt Walsh that you
No. Well, no, probably not. Probably not. I haven't watched Matt Walsh in a hot minute. No, this is a real problem. Maybe Asmongold, possibly. Actually, if you think about it, could have been Asmongold that turned me on to this. But no, it's a real thing. It's a real thing that people post on Twitter. And they fucking and it gets a lot of updudes. It gets a lot of fucking updudes, Testy. Okay.
Why does Asmongold do that thing with his eyebrows?
You're gonna say like it was a lefty riot, and therefore it was like lefties. But I feel like you're making this far too partisan.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not even talking about the riots. I'm talking about specific call-outs from leftoid fucking tanky ass loser Twitter accounts that get a bunch of other people on the bandwagon calling specifically to deface the Kobe mural.
I would have to see that then.
Oh my god! Don't make me. I'll fucking find it. I'm gonna fucking find it right now.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you, and it's a strong claim, which I normally don't.
Oh, you're gonna get fucked. Make the claim. Make the claim.
That you got
and fucking lube up, brother.
Fucked into either misinformation or disinformation or whatever you're going to show me is like a very misleading presented way. Like, it's not the actual.
Oh, you're about to get fucking ass blasted.
You're making some guesses right now.
I'm making some claims. I mean, claims are.
Yeah, let's see. Share your screen, confidence. Let's go.
Yeah, show me this libs of TikTok retweet.
It's not fucking libs of TikTok. Okay, I'll try to find it. I'm using AI to find it. Okay, but I'll find the tweet. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Did you like the tweet? See, this is one of the reasons with Twitter where it's like, I told you there'd be a lot of dopamine on Twitter for you. I feel like you should love that.
No, I fucking hate. That's the bad kind of dopamine. That's like, we're talking about eustress. This is like the caco stress of Twitter.
Platform, but it is also
yeah, exactly. That's why I don't fuck with that shit. I actually don't fuck with that. I want to be like dopamine in like a happy way and like a call people a retard, but in like a fun way, not in like a I want you to fucking die kind of way.
Dude, there was this thing that happened maybe a year and a half ago, and so like everyone knows that Twitter is just infested with bots, but like they've gotten better at not being obvious that they're bots. And what happened was, I guess one of these Russian bot farms like forgot to pay their subscription fee or something, and like overnight, thousands of accounts they started retweeting what their like the prompt instruction was or something instead of like actually following what the prompt was. So it was like argue. It like gave the instructions of like like argue, but don't be like too obvious, or like reply in this type of manner, and blah blah blah, and like you're more favorable towards this topic. And it was just kind of interesting to see like behind the the veil a little bit. But yeah, one of their bot farms like failed, and they revealed all of like their tactics.
Yeah, unfortunately, that happens an awful lot. I mean, the Twitter, right? Didn't they have that thing recently where they have to like show the origin of the account or whatever?
Yeah. So originally it was Elon tweaked it because there's a bit of a backlash. But yeah, you can see what country like the account is based in, basically.
Yeah.
So there were a bunch of like pro-Israel accounts that were exposed as like being from India and from like all over. A bunch of like America, like I don't know if you say Trump, but like MAGA kind of accounts that were also seen. They're like from like South Africa and all these weird fucking places.
Bunch of anti-Israel accounts are found to be from fucking Qatar. So yeah, we saw a ton of that from all sides. Everything's being fucking psyops. I'm going to sleep though.
All right, man. Have a good night. And you see,
07's Tyler.
this is what your side does. When I make a point, it's like, oh, it's an all sides thing.
How dare you, my side?
See? When it's something bad, then it's like, oh, well, all sides do it. But when it's like just on your side, you're like, no, that's not happening.
No, the right actually, no, in real talk, the right doesn't do this type of shit that the left does. Actually,
What type of shit?
like the violence, the calls to violence, the rhetoric.
I'll stop
the
you
right
there.
It's
On what
not.
side of the spectrum, who commits more violence, the right or the left?
I'm glad you asked that. Absolutely 10 toes down the left. And it's only if you fucking, and Tyler, I wish Tyler didn't leave because Tyler has so many obsidian notes on this. I have to summon him back. I have to special summon Tyler back.
The Trump admin actually removed one of like the main studies from like their website. They're trying to fight against this narrative. They're all got on board, the whole right-wing media apparatus, because they wanted to make quote unquote Antifa the enemy. But by all statistics that you can find, right-wing violence is far more prevalent than left-wing violence. And what the right likes to point to? They like to point to like BLM or like specific riots where they're like, well, this is billions of dollars and lighting stuff on fire is violence. I'm talking
Is
about
it not? Is lighting stuff on fire not violence?
Sure, it's a form of violence, but what they're doing is they're looking
They're fucking debating some fucking leftoid and that same thing. But like arson is not violence apparently, even though it can fucking kill somebody because you're lighting something on fire.
They're putting a dollar amount on it, and they're saying, well, the left has caused like billions of dollars of damage, blah blah blah. So the way that they're trying to quantify it is different. I'm talking about, sure, I'll grant that, yeah, like lighting shit on fire is violence, but I don't know where your research is on this because you're definitely going to be cherry picking data if that's your claim.
I ain't cherry picking shit, okay? You guys have the one thing you have is the fucking Oklahoma City bomber who wasn't even right wing, okay? That's the one. If you remove him, then you're just like omnicocked in all directions at all times in every way.
What did he do? Did he kill a bunch of people, I guess?
Yeah, like 200 and something people.
You said he wasn't even right wing, so then why are you? That feels like you brought up a straw man to break down.
No, it's not a straw man. It's what the left actually says. They will add him into the amount of people that have been killed by like right wing extremists. They'll add the Oklahoma City bomber, and it's like it's one guy who I don't even think was right wing, and they will.
Oh, sorry, I heard another bit of cope because when you look at it, I don't know if it was FBI statistics. It's been a while since I've actually drilled down on this, but there's ideological stuff. There's left wing. There's like right wing, and then there's a separate category which is like religious violence, which is like consider it's like when we're talking about I guess domestic terrorism type of things. And somebody was saying they thought that all of the Muslim violence should be placed on the left wing, and so what they did because then they brought in 9/11, and then I was like, okay, if that's how far you have to reach to add that as like this tally of thousands of people.
I agree with you that I don't think you should add that.
Okay, so if we can, so we'll remove like, because then by the same token, I could say, well, Christians are like majority right wing, so yeah, I don't think that's fair. So we could put religious based violence in its own category if you want. I'm talking like politically motivated, like communist versus fucking white nationalists or something like that.
Well, yeah.
Are you finding any data on that about the left wing being more violent?
Well, I'm not looking for data on it, but I'm thinking of just what you're saying. But if we're going to like communism versus the right wing nationalists and stuff, then yeah, probably the right wing is probably more. But I don't think that's valid because the average rightoid that does some like mass thing is like doing it with some level of intentionality. And so, yeah, they're going to have manifestos and stuff. The left is just like on broad strokes, just like too retarded to like make a coherent manifesto.
Fine, but I need a definition then. Like, what do you mean then by left wing versus right wing violence in this context? Like, what is your criteria for defining these things?
I understand it's probably amorphous, but like I would say the BLM riots, yeah, would be left wing, right? Like all those people, they're not going to call themselves communists, but they're doing it of some like left wing sympathies, or they're definitely not Trump supporters. You know what I mean? They're definitely on the other side of things, right? They're definitely left wing people doing violence for some like progressive cause. You know, I understand it's not like a precise. I don't know how to really make it into a precise definition, because that's what the right wing. That's the difference, and I agree with you. The right wing, yeah, they'll with like the fucking what's the Christchurch, right? Like that guy, yeah, he obviously has his manifesto. This guy was, you know, very specific. Same with Utoya. With Brevers or whatever his fucking name is. That's not the right name. Right? It's precise, targeted things. They're like they've thought about it a lot. The left is more just like chaos. Just like we're gonna burn shit down. We're just gonna shoot people. We're gonna do like whatever. Because it's like some like low tier type of like terrorism stuff, right? But that still has to be counted.
Specifically, it's not terrorism. I mean, I guess you could make an argument. All right, let's put that word aside for a second.
That's fine.
I see where we are, the difference in our definitions, and maybe the difference in when I argue these things versus other people argue these things. Because, I guess when we're talking about violence, because you act a little incredulous, and I did kind of bite the bullet, because I think, yeah, lighting something on fire is probably considered violence. But what the distinction that's often made is destruction of property. Versus when I'm thinking of violence and the stuff that I was kind of citing, I am thinking more like domestic terrorism and like political, like violence in the sense that like somebody is getting maimed or murdered. And so, yes, if you include like arson and vandalism and all of these things, I would probably even grant, because I think that, yeah, the left, we could even look at whether or not you think it's more justified or not. I'm not even like taking a stance, but sure, BLM, like even in Minnesota, with the ICE stuff, like that was obviously clearly overwhelmingly the left. They weren't quite like rioting and destroying their cities, but there was certainly damage being done. Broad strokes, yeah, I think the left just kind of shows up to protest more often. And I would say that the vast majority, even with BLM, which I'm sure you would even admit, the vast majority of BLM protests were nonviolent. But when violence flares up, then sure. And even optically, that looks really bad, right? It looks bad when cities are fucking burning and cars are getting destroyed, and it looks extremely violent. Like, I can't deny that. But when I'm thinking violence, I'm thinking like who takes up arms and murders the other side, or just murders indiscriminately.
I agree. If it's like even with the arson thing, I think I'm fine with distinguishing between like okay, if you light a cop car on fire, I think that's like fucked up. Obviously, I think that's bad, but I don't think it's probably not like, unless some like weird thing happens, like no one's gonna like have like bodily harm unless there's like police officers in the car, obviously. But with like the courthouse bombings that like BLM did, then that's like violence, because like you don't know if you're setting fire to a building, you have to accept that like people could just fucking die from that. You just fucking have to.
I'm not familiar with like courthouse bombings, but like I would consider that like terrorism. Like that sounds definitionally like terrorism.
Right. In fact, it meets the criteria of a fucking insurrection. Okay, I fucking debated on this, and I'm 10 toes down on it. It fucking does. It does. On the actual definition of fucking insurrection, it absolutely does.
It's like a government building.
Yeah.
So you know what? This is going to be a hot take. I think that when people, Avery's in the back. I think that when people riot, or I think that I would much prefer.
Nice slavery.
When I think of like a valid target for like a protest, and to be clear, I support nonviolent protests.
A valid target for a protest. That's a very poor choice of words.
I don't think so, but well, it will be.
I mean, okay.
It will be.
It will be. It's going to get worse. To be clear, I don't believe in like violence. Like I don't. I'm not a pacifist, right? But I don't believe in like. I don't think violent protests achieve their means as well as peaceful protesting. But I would much rather that people, if they are going to, I'd rather that they do target like government buildings and property versus private property, because it's kind of twofold. One, you're putting pressure sort of directly on those institutions, but we're all paying for it. So you're it's still costing like the taxpayer rather than somebody's business where their insurance is going to go up or they're losing their livelihood or their vehicle that they need for work. So like I don't think either is good, but if I have a preference, I think it's smarter or more targeted to, because your problem is with the government of like that's who can implement the change that you're looking for. So why would you not take aim at like government institutions?
It's because a lot of them don't care. They're trying to suppress the fucking community that they're in, and they're trying to force them to be on their side. Either you're with us or against us. That's what a lot of those riots like were.
I don't entirely
let's also not forget like the dude that was shot in the fucking head. Where was it, in Seattle? For wearing a Trump hat.
There's
We're just gonna ignore that.
Well, there's also like the like literally the mob mentality. Like there's psychology to mobs, right? Like there is
sure.
that known phenomenon. So this us versus them stuff, I do feel plays a pretty heavy part when you're in the thick of it, which is not a justification to be clear, but it's like a known thing. You get amped up and worked out. You dehumanize people. Like it is a known phenomenon.
So it doesn't justify their actions, though. I mean, like if you
no,
like, I'm all for peaceful. I'm all for peaceful protesting, but the moment you start blocking roads, the moment you start breaking into businesses, it's not peaceful anymore. You're intentionally obstructing. So you should be arrested at that point. Like,
so I go back and forth. Like the blocking roads thing, I generally agree, only because, again, I think what you need to do for an effective protest is it's a fine line, because a protest that is not disruptive in some way is kind of toothless. Like if you're like, hey, let's go stand in the park and hold our picket signs.
So then let's just inconvenience our community and fuck with them, right?
Yeah. No, I think I get
regard, like so. Yeah. Like there's a protest in Japan. I thought this was a super smart protest in Japan. What they did was it was the transit workers, I think the bus drivers or something. And rather than striking, rather than fucking everybody over and saying, hey, you can't go to work, what they decided to do is they decided they're just not going to charge people when they get on the bus. So everyone got to ride for free. Like that was their form of protest. And I'm like, again, they're like, that's like a private, I'm like, that's an effective form of protest. But like, so I would agree, like if I'm driving home and the road is blocked, I don't give a fuck what you're protesting. You just added 2 hours to my commute. Like
I mean, have you seen the video when BLM was protesting on a highway and they're like Black Lives Matter, and there was a fucking black guy, by the way, who was begging them, please, I have to get to work, I have 4 kids, like get the please move. And they just ignored him, but apparently his black life didn't matter.
No, there's a video of an ambulance that can't get through, and then they eventually they had to like, people are yelling and like, all right, let this guy, somebody's like fucking kid or wife or something is dying, and they're like, yeah, that shit is horrific. So but like let's say like occupying a building or something, it's like I feel like I don't know, there has to be some level of discomfort, but I also do agree that I don't think it should come at the expense of people who have nothing to do with it, but like that's not always under your control. So I don't know.
How is that not under your control as like being in a protest? That's directly under your control.
Well, if you occupy a building, like you're going to inconvenience somebody, or even just like the being a large mass of people, like you are going to necessarily like cause some level of disruption. Like that's kind of the point. So
well, Testy, how did you feel? I have to pee, but I want to ask you this. Well, and I'll listen to you while I urinate. The trucker protest, in Canada, right? I feel like we're against that, probably.
Arrested. They should have been.
Oh, I'm sorry, but if they went to a park, they're not going to get their voices heard, so they blocked highways, right?
They were breaking city.
It would be toothless. Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't break city ordinances, it's toothless. You said it's toothless.
They occupied the center of the city with their trucks, and like they completely froze commerce. Like there was no transportation that was even able to happen.
They could have just all knocked down the words.
So it's toothful. It's toothful, is what you're saying.
They were honking their horns like all through hours of the night, like 24/7. These fucking truck horns were going off in the middle of the city. Do you think that makes them more sympathetic?
Do you think? I'm sorry. You said before that if you just like protest in a park, it's kind of toothless.
They weren't in a park. I just told you they were in the center of the city.
I know. I'm saying if they were in a park, it would be toothless. You said that. It would be an effete protest.
They're doing the same thing Avery said. They were like blocking transport. Like, what if there's ambulances and people have to go to the hospital?
Yeah, they could have all just not gone to work. That they could have all just said, no, we're all going to fucking stay home.
What do you mean?
What I just said, they could have just said, no, we're not. Okay. How many truckers did that, by the way? Is there a number on it?
I'm sure there is. I can't remember the exact number. Hang on.
All they had to do was get together and say, we're not going to go to work. Let's just stand in front of, there's like a warehouse that they go to, right? Like where they pick up their trucks every day. Just do that. Just say, fuck you. We're not going to work. Fuck you. We're not going to work.
It was kind of, it was,
they could have just done
like
that and it wouldn't have gotten the same result. Like,
right. I know. I agree. Well, because then there's also like, there's private versus like I'm sure most of them were private owners. Like they probably own their own trucks. But yeah, I agree. If they just decide like, hey, we're not going to work if we have to get the jab or whatever. Yeah, I think that would have been highly effective. So there were 500 vehicles. Most were the commercial trucks in downtown, and then hundreds
downtown
of vehicles.
where?
By one description, downtown Ontario or Ottawa. Sorry.
Okay.
Like the major city of Ottawa, basically Capitol Hill. It would be like you know going up to DC. I don't know what the equivalent in the U.S. Yeah, I guess DC. Yeah.
Washington D.C.
Yeah. Okay, so there were some viral claims of like tens of thousands, but best estimate looks around like 500. But so 516 wheelers, like in a city, like that's fucking kind of crazy. And it was, to my knowledge, I think it was kind of a convoy because it started from probably BC, but like picked up in like Alberta. Like they knew that they were going there because it was over the course of like a week, right? Of like building up hype and stuff of like, oh, they're going through Alberta. And then people sort of joined along the way. So it wasn't like they all just kind of came from one place. I don't know if Confluence can hear me right now, but
I can. I'm fucking malding. You're so fucking DC coded. You fucking lefty. Any real Canadian is in support of the convoy, obviously.
You know what I heard? But no, like, and I've heard this for I think I'm almost fucking certain you said this about the ICE protest. You're like, yeah, it sucks that this guy like got shot or whatever, but like, you know, it's dumb. It's dumb to go out there. It's dumb. Like you shouldn't put yourself in that position. Blah blah blah. And it's like I agree with that on like a surface level, but again, if you're going to a protest, and again, there was no expectation of violence in that particular instance. Like I'm talking about Preddy specifically. Most people go to a protest not expecting to start violence, and there are agitators. There are people who go there specifically to start shit, and it is very difficult to control because it's a very dynamic like environment, right? And if things start to get violence, like it is the smarter thing. You should probably leave. You should probably not put yourself in danger. You know, for the sake of your cause or whatever. But that's like that's up to the individual. That's based on their level of conviction. I guess my overall point is, I feel like you don't even disagree with this point. Like the point of protest is that it is supposed to be somewhat uncomfortable. Like it's not supposed to be a pleasant thing where everybody can just go about their day.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm turning it back on you. I'm saying with the trucker protest, right? That's something that, but you're against that. But that's something that that's what you said. If it happens in a park, it would be toothless, and I agree with that.
No, it
but
didn't
then apply that to the trucker thing. If it doesn't, it did accomplish the trucker protest accomplished a shit ton.
No, it accomplished nothing. So what happened was,
how dare you? How dare you?
We're not even a Canadian Confluence.
Yeah. So what happened was, and I actually, to be fair, I disagree with this, and it went up through the Canadian Supreme Court. It was also deemed to be illegal. But what ended up happening was Trudeau invoked our Emergency Powers Act.
The tyrant.
And yes, and in some ways.
Based, red-pilled, in all ways.
So they had money from like a GoFundMe style type of thing. He froze that. He froze all of the organizers of that. They had like a list of like the main donors. They froze all of the top donors' bank accounts, and there were also several arrests because there was one of the and I think this is like a kind of legitimate.
This is why the United States should invade Canada.
There was
This is why
there was a
I'm
plot.
being serious.
There was a plot.
Threaten me with a good time.
Because there was also like some gang affiliation,
and
so there was a plot to kill RCMP or police officers. There was a plot to kill
gang affiliation. Wow.
They seized weapons.
So fucking Twitter brained.
This is like verifiable. I can find like a.
Wait,
is it the Proud Boys? Is that the gang you're talking about?
Stop. Hold on. I've never heard this angle from it before. So can you repeat the whole, like, this was in connection to the trucker protest?
Yes, this is so, and it was.
How was this not fucking?
What's the
staged,
gang,
though?
Testy? What's the gang? Name the gang.
This sounds staged as fuck, so that way Trudeau can have the authority to actually go in and do all this shit. Like this sounds like fucking conjured. What's it called?
Manufactured or like a false flag.
Yeah. So that way he can say, "Oh, this is the reason why I did everything." Like,
right. So,
what?
So as I said, so what happened was it took like years, but eventually it was ruled that he improperly like invoked the act. And I did disagree with that. I did think freezing the bank accounts was like a step too far. To be clear, apart from maybe Confluence, apparently, it was deeply unpopular. Like the protests were co-opted by the U.S. and they're like, yeah, freedom, yeah, COVID, fuck, blah blah blah. But it was extremely unpopular.
Don't fucking.
It was extremely unpopular.
That's insane. That's insane. That's like, so insane.
Like 5 polls right now. There was in one of the
polls can be manipulated.
There was majority support to actually send in the military to break up the protest. That is how much
I'm not saying the vast majority of Canadians supported this or the majority. What I'm balking at is your fucking framing that it's deeply unpopular. That's fucking mental.
Yeah, in Canada, it was deeply unpopular.
No, it wasn't deeply unpopular.
It was extreme, apart from like maybe some pockets of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and buttfuck wherever. But like broadly,
first of all, to be clear, everywhere except the fucking coast, just like in the U.S., the coasts are fucking libtarded. Everywhere except the coast, this was like a thing that like most people were fine with.
That's not true.
I'm saying, even if you go with this, you're not. You said you could show me 5 polls. Show me a poll where it's again not just unpopular, deeply. I guess what do you mean by deeply unpopular? Because when I hear that, I think like 80% are against this. Like by deeply unpopular, you mean like 60 to 65%? Like I would not say it's deeply unpopular. That's like almost half the fucking country.
And I'm sure it varied by province as well, but I'm getting the data. The other thing I'll say is the largest, trucking union in Canada also like condemned the protests like strongly. So for any whatever indication that was for, it's like which represented like the majority of like the truckers within Canada. So they didn't even have support like from the broader like truckers community. So. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm fine.
That's what I look at too. When I want to hear from real people, I look at the fucking massive union. That's fair, Testy. Yeah, I too look at massive fucking unions.
Unions can support like it's
fucking nonsense.
It's interesting to know.
Nonsense.
That the largest trucking union didn't support them. Like, don't you?
Why would I give a fuck what a big fucking union says? Why would I give a flying fuck? I care about real people, okay? I don't care about some egregore fucking union ass fucking bitch organization. I don't give a fuck. Why would I care?
I'll link each one, but just as a very quick thing. So these were done, I guess, over the course of however long it lasted, like a week or something, 2 weeks. So from February,
what are you talking about? What's a week?
The trucker protests, or is it a month?
The trucker protest was months and months. What do you mean a week? Bro doesn't even know. Bro doesn't even know. Bro is so out of touch. Holy shit, a week.
I just linked one in the back, so that's 62 opposed. This one is 68% opposed.
Is that deeply unpopular? Is that not what I said you would say? That's going to be like roughly half of Canadians. 62. I'm sorry.
Roughly half.
Holy shit! I said you can play it back. I said you can play it. Testy, you can play it back. I said when I hear you say deeply unpopular, I'm thinking you're saying 85 to 90, and you said it is that. That's what you fucking said. I fucking clarified this. You said. No, it is that.
Here's another one. I mean, it's fine if this isn't good enough for you. I'm just saying
It's not good. That's what I already fucking knew. That's what I said that. I said that 5 minutes ago. I said, it's going to be like 60 to 65%.
Stop talking. Okay, Confluence, go down, look at methodology. This web survey was conducted from February 4th to February 6th, 2022, with 1,500 Canadians and 1,000 Americans. So you're including 1,000 Americans put their vote on this, and you're saying that the majority of Canadians dispose this?
All right, we'll
when
throw
they were
that one
polling
out.
Americans too?
I'm checking.
Come on, I'm not trying to be a dick, but like
throw them all out, Testy. Take all your fake news and fucking jettison that shit.
You know what?
1,000 Americans, Testy. Come on, man.
No, that's a fair criticism. You know what? I just remembered. I've argued this with somebody in a Discord. So even though I'm finding these polls off like on the fly, I actually do have a good list of legitimate like polls that I've looked through at the time. So give me like 2 seconds more.
Because
I know I have this list already.
I mean, even this is one of the things that Testy posts. Okay, Testy not even reading his stuff. Views on the protest.
Avery, I have a quick question. Though.
Respectful and appropriate. 43%. Wow, so deeply unpopular. 43%. Yeah, that's what I would call is deeply unpopular. 43%. Again, almost half the fucking country. What the fuck, Testy? What the fuck?
No, that's the okay.
This is a link you posted.
This is my own fault. This is what happens when you just chat GPT it, and then you
this is what happens. Right? Yeah.
Oh my God! What is up with these
super
channels
chat.
that rely
Hold
so
up.
much on Chat GPT to do shit for it?
W World Radio fighting against the P bombers. That's still what we're doing. Okay, we're still, because they got me today. Okay, they got me. I let my guard down. Okay,
they did get you today. Yeah.
They did get me. Fuck them. Okay, but we're
French Canadian Hindu.
French Canadian. I knew I should trust that guy. Always trust your intuition. I always talk about intuition. You've called me on this, Testy. I think that I always talk about intuition, but then sometimes I don't fucking use my intuition. I should have fucking because I just had a vibe with that guy, and I fucking should have listened to it.
Yeah,
always trust your fucking intuition. World Radio says Confluence not being Maple Leaf would mean he's a red-blooded American. Eagles scream when he leaks red blood. Cause fucking rain down upon and around. I'm not sure what this means. Confluence not being Maple Leaf would mean he's I am a red-blooded American. That's true. Eagles scream. Yeah, Eagles would scream when I leak red blood. Cause fucking rain. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the cause means.
TJ, I got a question.
Like the sound of a crow. But thank you, World Radio, for $5.
Sorry, TJ. Do you think people should have got do you think people should have been forced to get the COVID vaccination?
I think within certain within certain professions, like medical staff, I think absolutely. I think that you're going to be working
with all the negative side effects and all the shit that's happening. I want to explain something to you that I saw personally, and I do this a lot on here, and everyone oh, that's your own personal experience, blah blah. Okay, well, whatever. I don't give a shit. So I was visiting my dad, and one of our family members came over. They're super liberal. We don't really get we just don't talk about politics around them. And they were saying that they had just gotten their second booster shot or whatever. Me and my dad are completely unvaccinated. Fuck that. I'll go with herd immunity. If I get sick, I get sick. I don't care. And literally mid-conversation, he starts bleeding from his nose nonstop. It did not stop for 4 fucking hours. Constantly. Just would not fucking stop. He never gets nosebleeds, right? He had gotten, I think he had gotten the fucking second booster, maybe the day before or the day of. I can't remember. So there's that, and there's a lot of new evidence coming out. I think fucking James O'Keefe released something with someone who worked on the COVID vaccination or worked for the pharmaceutical company. What was it? I can try to find that video actually. And they literally said openly, "Oh yeah, we know it wasn't going to work. It wasn't tested." And that's someone who worked for the company, dude.
Well, to answer your question, I think that within specific fields, I do think that it should have been mandated.
Even if it wasn't proven to work.
I mean, if you want to go like,
Bro hasn't even heard of myocarditis, which is crazy. It's crazy, Testy.
You know the medical thing is my trigger, so I'm gonna get triggered. So the person that you said that it didn't work, or he worked for some company or whatever, is this like who is this person? Is it like a doctor?
It was it was a research scientist. I can try to pull up the fucking video. I don't know if you know who James O'Keefe is.
James O'Keefe. I remember there was
so
one.
He does a lot of investigative journalism, and what he does is he sets these people up on fake dates, and the woman or the dude, if they're gay, they're literally recording, but like undercover recording them.
Was this Veritas?
Yes,
is this Project Veritas?
Yes.
Oh my
yes.
I fucking love Project Veritas. Holy shit!
Fucking slop.
So
they are
we can
journalists.
talk. Hold on. We can talk about stop. We can talk about the
Testy, you don't believe that.
and the morals
behind
doing this type of stuff. However, the shit that they say when they don't know they're being fucking recorded is absolutely insane.
Testy, do you disagree? Do you know that what was it, the mayor of New York, or no, not the mayor, the COVID manager during New York, that Crowder unveiled from Veritas.
They are known for their like dishonest editing and like clip chimping. Like they don't provide. They're not good journalists.
What do you mean
they
they're
do
known?
They do like hit
They're boots on the ground, Testy. They're actual boots on the ground.
So much like disputed.
TJ,
I will agree that
listen,
they have
hold on.
footage
Hold
from
on.
people.
It doesn't matter how you splice up some of this shit that they say.
Yes.
If they say, yeah, we knew it wasn't going to work. We knew it was bullshit. How the fuck do you splice something up like that?
With the New York one, I can't remember his name, that was in charge of the COVID stuff that Crowder covered. There's no way to splice that, or no footage you could cut up that would make what he said okay. There's no amount of good chimp clipping that can make that fine.
Whatever footage you're talking about, I'm not going to take the word of one like researcher versus like the entire like global.
He was in charge of New York stuff.
So who gives a fuck? So what?
The biggest thing in fucking God bless America. You don't care about that?
Did he help develop the vaccine? Here's what you're alleging.
And then I'm going to bring up the Joe Rogan guy who did help develop the vaccines, and you're going to fucking cuck me on that. So you don't give a shit who developed the vaccines. Don't pretend you care.
I want to be clear.
Robert Mueller? No, that's not his name.
You are alleging the largest global conspiracy
Malone?
in human history. All right.
I'm not alleging. How am I alleging that? How am I alleging that? What do you think I'm alleging, Testy? What do you think I'm fucking alleging?
Well, are you alleging that the COVID vaccine didn't work? Is that the claim?
It wasn't as effective. It wasn't as effective as they claimed it to be. And honestly, from what I've seen, they didn't know if it was gonna work or not.
The Johnson & Johnson one had proved to have like less efficacy. The one from Pfizer, I believe, was the most effective. There was also the was it Sputnik or something? The Russian one was decent.
There was one.
Testy. The Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna all published stuff that was way higher efficacy than it ended up being by a lot, by a shit ton. All of them.
I think they all averaged out to be 20%. If I'm not, don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that. But the
C-19 vaccines work to prevent, from what I've looked at, they work to prevent severe outcomes, hospitalization, death, etc.
Yeah.
That's not that's not what vaccine. That's not what they claimed. That's not what they claimed these vaccines would do. They claimed it would stop the spread by numbers.
No, not the manufacturer. I know Fauci and all these other fucking medical people. I know some of them said that, but from the
Testy, you're not in the weeds as much. You think you're in the weeds. You're not in the fucking weeds.
You're telling me that Pfizer or like AstraZeneca, you're telling me that they made the claim that their vaccine would stop the spread of COVID. I need a source on that. That never happens, because that would be, you know how much liability that would actually open. And I understand that yes, they did have like special permissions to actually shield them from some liability. There are like controversies.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fine.
Exactly. Why? Why do that? Why do that? If you know it's bullshit, or why do that if it's not bullshit? Sorry, I misspoke. Why do that if there's not already some concerns with it, right?
Concerns were going to be there regardless. Like people are going to stick to like the Barrett system. Okay, there's a general like broad statement. There are 0 vaccines in human history with 100% efficacy, meaning that they will completely.
I'm not saying it was going to be 100%.
Okay, fair.
I think it's very stupid to assume that something's going to be 100% effective.
Okay,
on everybody.
Testy, you got to look into what the studies that these fucks publish.
To like actually respond to every point that you're making. You guys are just throwing so much shit at the wall right now.
I'm not throwing any shit. I'm throwing targeted fucking drone strikes at you.
But we are hitting him with a lot of shit at once, though. In his defense.
There's no defense. No, fuck that. No, absolutely not. I will not allow it.
I'm trying to put the middle ground in here, bro. All right, we are throwing a lot at him.
Fuck the middle ground.
We are throwing a lot at him at once.
Well, I'm gonna throw the thing I was saying before. That Testy is, I think, out of his fucking wheelhouse on this one. Okay, I think he is.
You're never gonna find that source, by the way, telling me that either Pfizer, AstraZeneca, any of these people ever said that it would stop the spread.
It's I will. I'm gonna cuck you so bad, Testy, because it's not. You're thinking of official statements. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual studies. I'm talking about the studies that these companies have published that were incredibly deceptive. In fact, I think we fucking talked about this, but maybe not. But where fucking. It was either Pfizer or Moderna. I don't remember what. It was the Delta variant, the vaccine. They published a study.
Now you're talking about variants. So yeah, obviously, if they develop a vaccine for a specific strain, when there are variants that emerge, the efficacy is going to change.
Well, but let me finish my thing. I'm saying in the study that this is what they put out, right? A study of how effective it was. They looked only 2 weeks after the vaccination. And they didn't look any longer than 2 weeks, and they said, "Oh, this is the chances of you getting the vaccine." This is how these companies presented it. They presented it that 2 weeks out, look, it's like a 98% chance that you won't get the Delta variant. Of course, 2 weeks out,
you won't get it. That statement does not exist.
Oh my God, are you listening to what I'm fucking saying?
I'm not saying. From Pfizer,
you're not
from AstraZeneca.
See, you're actually not listening to me. You're actually not listening to me. You're actually not listening to me, which is crazy. You're just like you're completely missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying. So you're asking. I'm going more in depth. I'm not saying some executive at Pfizer said this statement. I'm saying the studies that they published were incredibly deceptive and only looked at a small window of time about how likely you are to transmit it in a 2 week window, which every fucking virologist on planet Earth knows that 2 weeks is bullshit. If it drops off after 2 months, then no, you can't publish a study and be like, oh yeah, it's like 90% chance that you're not going to get the virus based on our 2 week after. That is just fucking rancid research.
That's when it was most contagious, was the first 2 weeks.
Well, that's when what was the most contagious?
That's actually not true.
No, see, Testy, you're not listening to it. You're actually not listening to what I'm saying. That's not what I'm talking about.
Sorry, we have a new person on the panel. I want to give him some space here.
Yeah, you're fucking running. Holy shit, that's fine.
Shit. I will have this argument.
You're so much running.
I just don't want to dominate the conversation. There's somebody here that let him speak.
Hey guys, actually that's not true. The most contagious that someone would be after they took the vaccine. They knew 25 years ago during research for that type of virus, that upper respiratory virus, that if you make a vaccine, it gets breathed out. You become a super spreader after you get the vaccine. So as it heals you, as you stop getting sick, you actually become a super spreader itself. That's been information that they've had for 20 years. So the time that you become the highest contagion that you can is actually post-injection, when your body's actually metering out through its respiratory system. Two, it was known that the reason why they didn't make one 20 plus years ago was that it's a leaky form of virus. So because it spreads through respiratory that way, that making a vaccine would be kind of counterproductive. It wouldn't work that well when regular herd immunity would do it. When they came out with the mRNA and they came out with,
can you remove the thing? I can't see him.
That was by design because of what happened today.
Yeah,
But I think we do trust him. But that was intense. But now that you said it, Avery, now fuck you. Okay, but that's fine.
What happened today?
We got a different person joined.
Someone did
and actually succeeded in what happened yesterday. And it was a new person. They did the hand signs, so there's like a group of these people doing this.
Don't let any new person up for like a month, dude. Like.
Well, that's why I had the chat up, because I don't know.
Isaac,
I know World in the chat, but I don't. Yeah.
Let him finish. Just let him get through.
Yeah. Sorry, Isaac.
That's right. So the problem with that virus was when they had made it, they knew it was a leaky virus because it didn't cover the variations that would come afterwards, because that type of virus is highly susceptible to changing. So as it recycles itself, it becomes a different strain, because here it is in 5 years, you have 4 different strains that came out that were predominant, and you have like a dozen that are not so prominent. So it was a losing factor from the get-go. The problem with it is they knew that myocarditis was an issue that was metastasized by taking the actual antivirus viral load versus actually just getting sick regularly. It was something like 20-1. So there was a lot of issues they had with the virus that, like Dr. McCullough and some other pioneers had said so, and actually put it down in writing. The problem that they had with this is you had a government official that was told under the Obama administration to not proceed, and then did so when they transferred from Obama to Trump. And then they brought it off, they put it off land, so it was over in a different continent, and they had very bad controls over there. So it was something that you had one president said, we don't want to do gain of function. And then the other president came in, didn't know anything about it, and they took that opportunity to go and build this thing up. This is something that they knew back in the late 90s and early 2000s not to mess with, and that making something to combat the viral load is a fool's errand. So that's just what I wanted to come on and say. I really appreciate being on this panel.
That's fair.
Thank you, Isaac.
I kind of go through, I guess, one by one. So this idea of like being a super spreader post-vaccine, like obviously if you have the disease already, it's not recommended. I don't think you could get the vaccine if you already have COVID. There's no point. But
you definitely can. That's just wrong, but that's fine.
Well, I don't see why you would.
Can I push back on that, please? So
you said like 4 things. I do want to get to each of them.
Yeah, but just if you want to go one by one, let's just address that. So when you take the viral load, it's a minuscule viral load that does. It's a genetic sequence you take.
Yeah, it stays in your body for like 48 hours.
Yeah. The problem is you propagate the virus by taking that load.
You cannot spread COVID from getting the vaccine.
That's not true. That is category not true. And they
I don't know. I think I'm on Testy's side on this. I don't. Is that true, Isaac?
They had. Well, hang on. They had three different ones before they got to their second year. 3 different viral loads that you could take. 2 were mRNA. They had one that was an old traditional one that they used based off of the smallpox load that was out of India, and they found some of the actual the load they were taking were actually causing people to break out with the sickness before they refined it. So maybe the issue is what version that people got, and how many were bad. How many were bad by the time they got to the
I can tie this into your second claim about it being like a leaky vaccine or whatever. So there's a little bit more to kind of support that, because especially once like the Delta variant, these other variants started to emerge, I don't think it was a lack of like foresight. Like there's always the possibility that the viruses can mutate and whatnot, but there was a higher likelihood that even if you got the original vaccine, if you were like less symptomatic, then there was a higher likelihood that because you didn't feel as bad, that you were then more likely to like spread it because you were. I mean, there were cases.
That is true.
Yes. But on your first claim there, you're just dead wrong. Like if you got and maybe you're saying in some isolated instance where early on that people like actually got the disease, but if you got the COVID vaccine, like say you never had COVID and you got the COVID vaccine, that did not make you some kind of like super spreader that was then able to propagate the virus. Like, I don't know where that comes from.
I'll tell you what, you're on these panels quite often. I'll get back to you in a day or two, and I'll forward the information to you offline.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
It's just for good information. I will say, as far as the second point going, as far as what was it you were talking about? The
like the leaky virus. Like there is some credibility to it.
So the second part of that second claim is, so how do you feel about taking the same medicine for a sickness 4 times in 2 years? Because that was the prescription. Was you need to go and shock your system again a second, third, and fourth, and fifth time.
Yeah, that's what I did.
When they knew that this type of viral load would change within so many days, every single time it would have a new variant of itself.
Well, they did adapt, because they're like on subsequent, not all of them, but on subsequent doses, they did, like for Delta or whatever, they did end up coming out with a vaccine.
How many years was that though?
I think overall, I want to say it was over the course of like 1.5 to 2 years, something like that.
It was more than 2 years, and then Delta came out. So this happened at the end of 2019, and by 2022, that Delta was just starting to emerge. The problem that I have with that is, for example, like Israel actually had to take a pause on their they forced their complete populace to take the shot, and when it came to between fourth and fifth shot, they actually had to go and force the population to stop. They stopped to meter it out, because there was a fear of shocking your system too many times to where your immune system would be unresponsive to that threat. And so this is something that a whole populace said, hey, let's just pause for a second. We're all vaccinated. We're the perfect case study for this. And we're in our own different section of the world. So it was a really good anagram for what might happen in the rest of the world. There are a lot of red flags with that. Now, here in the United States, we had, 3 different main versions by the end of year 2 going into year 3. And it was funny, the shittiest version of it, which was done by, I forget.
It was Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah, the shittiest version of it was still, people were preferring to take that one because they didn't want genetic DNA alteration.
Right, which doesn't happen with mRNA vaccines, right?
Well, so what happens is it changes the person. The question is whether it's something you spread down to your children, and they don't know. There's not enough information on it. It would go to show that maybe it doesn't. But the problem that they have is they had kids that are grandkids from the grandparents that were in Vietnam that are sufferers from like Agent Orange and different things. So without saying a clear, definite yes, there's just questions. The problem is, and this one I'll give somewhat of an L to the president at the time, which was Trump, was the whole fast pace of the rollout of it seemed to be both a good and bad thing, especially when it had such a high survival rate. Unless you had a comorbidity of some sort. Now, I'd gotten it 3 times, and I'm a 6'2", 400-pound guy. I'm a big dude, I got burnt out like a candle, but it really took me 2 weeks, and then I had 3 months of, now this is anecdotal, I had 3 months of recovery where I had like shallow breathing and whatnot for a guy my size, and I do physical work. I had family members that got KO'd because of this. So it's not like I'm indifferent to its effects. What I'm saying is, it's like, if someone didn't have a comorbidity, why should they take that optional viral load? That's what it is. It's a modified viral load that they're taking.
But it's only a viral load if it's one of the traditional ones, like AstraZeneca or I think Johnson & Johnson. But are you saying it's an added viral load if it's one of the mRNA ones? Because I don't think that's
it's
correct.
Let's say so you take the viral load. I'm sorry, you take the
I can still hear you
the
guys.
shot. You take the shot. Yeah, no worries, Avery. You take the shot, and let's say you get sick, but you don't know it, or it's a lesser version, like they said. The problem with that is your body expunges the virus through your lungs. You become a super spreader when your body is fighting it off and getting rid of it. That's regardless of whether you took the shot or not. But when you take the shot, you become a super spreader for it. So,
but I guess my headset cut out, so I don't know if I missed this, but like if you're taking like Pfizer or Moderna, you're not taking any like virus into you. Like it's not a traditional vaccine. So you're not taking any viral load into you. So how could you at least with those two, maybe with the other traditional ones, I could see it, but with those, how are you?
Because when you run it, all right, on Monday you take it. 2 weeks later, you run across someone that has it. It's on a surface somewhere. You feel safe. You go in public. You contract it. You then, for the next 10 days, as your body's fighting it off, and you don't feel sick, or you feel slightly plagued, where you have the sweats or shortness of breath for a couple of days, in that time frame, you became a super spreader. So your body is literally, when it fights it, it's literally breathing it out. And that's something that they have. It's something with an upper respiratory tract with this type of virus. It was the whole reason why they never developed a seasonal shot for it 25 years ago. Sorry.
No, I do want to address that. The other thing you had mentioned was about the myocarditis, and there is evidence of this. There was myocarditis, and there was some other thing.
Myocarditis does happen with this, but it's the magnitude in which it happens. There's someone who doesn't take the shot versus someone that does.
No. So this is specifically what I wanted to address. So especially with a lot of vaccines, and I understand this was like it's a spike protein or whatever, like it's part of the virus, but one of the symptoms of COVID-19 was myocarditis, and at least from what I've seen, the odds of getting it when you have COVID was like 20 times greater than with the vaccine. So I'm not denying that the vaccine did cause this effect in some people, but having COVID was a higher risk overall to these conditions. So there was a lesser risk.
I'm going to take a look at that number.
It's a stupid argument, Testy.
It's a stupid argument.
It's a stupid argument because I'll tell you why. Because the vaccines are recommended to everyone, regardless of if they get COVID, whereas people who get COVID is a subset of the people. So, it's a higher risk if you actually have COVID, for sure.
So if you just don't get a disease, then you don't have to worry about the effects of a disease. That's a great argument. There's not like why vaccines exist in the first place. Just don't get
sorry,
if there's no risk. If you just don't get it, then
I'm sorry. I'm saying. Let's say there's a smallpox vaccine now. That let's say there's a few people who have smallpox. So I'm using an absurd example to prove a point here, right? And let's say it has the smallpox vaccine will give me a 20% chance of myocarditis, but getting actual smallpox gives me an 80% chance of getting myocarditis. Would you recommend I get the vaccine, Testy?
Yes, because if you get smallpox...
No, you wouldn't. Wait, what the fuck? No, what? That was an easy... Wait, holy shit. That was an obvious no. I was like leading you down a garden path, and you fucking...
You're so stupid.
You went into retard mode. Are you fucking kidding me?
You have a higher risk of getting it if you get smallpox.
Oh my god, that's...
How do you understand that?
Wait, holy shit. I feel like you must have misheard me. Okay, so smallpox... Let me start again. Let me start over.
No, we should start with this. Do you know why this? Do you know what the purpose
No, I understand. Look, I feel like Testy, you have to have misheard me. So smallpox...
I heard you clearly. I would advocate...
Repeat it again. Repeat it. If you heard me, if you don't want me, if you're not going to let me say it again, then you say it again. One of us is going to say what I said again.
80% of getting smallpox if you don't get the vaccine, and there's a 20% chance getting it if you do get the vaccine. And then
how common is smallpox?
I have no idea.
Okay, well so you didn't. Okay, I'm glad you think about how common smallpox is, right? Smallpox is very uncommon in today, right? Very few people get it. So respond to the same question I asked, knowing that almost nobody gets smallpox? Would you take a vaccine that has a 20% chance of giving you myocarditis if you take it, but if you get smallpox, you have an 80% chance of getting myocarditis? Would you take the smallpox vaccine?
I wouldn't at a baseline unless I was like going to travel somewhere, or there was a possibility that there was like a higher likelihood I would be exposed
But
to it.
staying in your
Exactly. So you can't. Okay. So that's what I was trying to get to. So, okay. So I'm glad we agree. So you can't just compare percent for percent. You'd have to look at, right, how many people get COVID versus the vaccines. Everyone is told to get the vaccines. So even if the vaccines have a risk of myocarditis, but it's less than getting it with COVID, well, but that's kind of, you have to look at the numbers of how many people get COVID, how many people are getting the vaccine, right?
And this is why I say that you don't understand the purpose of vaccines, because vaccines there's two reasons that vaccines exist. One is to like help the individual. It can lessen the effects. Again, I'm glad you agree that there's no such thing as 100% efficacy. That is one. The other is the herd immunity side, so that if you get it, I know Isaac is disagreeing with this. However, the quote-unquote viral load or the risk of you spreading it actually generally does diminish, and so even you are less likely to have community spread as well. So you're protecting yourself as well as protecting others. You don't get
You're right, Testy. I've never heard of that before. You're right. I don't understand how vaccines work.
Also, I just want to throw this out there as
fucking nonsense.
Whether it's a non-sequitur or not, just something to throw out there. So it is legal for a government to force their populace to take a vaccine if it's 50% effective, where the causality of death is 50% and 50% live. It's been established since Woodrow Wilson's time for that. It's not something that I typically agree with, but then again, I'm not the person that makes those decisions. So I understand what they did. I'm not happy about it. I don't think they should have done it. Another thing to take into consideration would be the spike protein. I'm pretty sure you know quite a bit about that as well. Expert Vol Fondler.
Oh, I don't. Sorry. So what about the spike protein? Are you? So, and I'm not trying to like put any. I'm repeating in my head some of because I've had these arguments with people before. There's been this like purveying statement that this was like an experimental vaccine, or it was like an experimental thing. It's like are you sort of along those lines, or like how do you feel?
No. Well, hang on. First off, when in the last 20 years, let alone history, we'll just use 20 years because that's when the guy who invented the technology, who developed the mRNA sequence, it's only been around for less than 20 years. So when in history before have we ever used it?
Right. So mRNA itself, I'm pretty sure it was there in the 80s, but in terms like the 90s is kind of where most of the research has to do with cancer research. That's where mRNA, as most of the research has been focused. To my knowledge, there has been
It started in the 80s, but the
yes, a vaccine wasn't
the crux of it. The crux of it happened in the 90s.
Yeah,
and 90s. The reports were published in 96, 98, 99.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds about right.
The problem that they have is you have 20 years of an established thought process saying, hey, this type of sickness is not feasible. It's not smart. We shouldn't do it.
Well, so I no. Most of the research again was not done on like traditional viruses. It was done specifically for cancer research. And there was one trial where it was a very small sample size. It was somewhere in the 90s. It was the only thing I was able to find, and I think the results were like inconclusive. But to my knowledge,
here's the problem. The two offices that you would get the information from, they don't allow copies, and there is no online access. It's a paper search. So there's a big issue with that within itself, that you have to go in, look at them, and then you're not allowed to take copies or leave, or there's an online presence.
I guess my overall thing to say is that the research has been going on for an extremely long time. However, in terms of practical development vaccines, I agree it's ongoing. Yeah, of course. I understand that, but I'm saying that so the practical side, where like implemented trials and things like that, that information is much more limited. So I'm kind of extending an olive branch. I'm saying that, in my opinion, the research on it has been researched for an extremely long time. However, in terms of like human trials, COVID was a little bit of a trial run in terms of like proof of concept.
No, it absolutely was a trial run, because when they did the expedited tests for this, and they found that there was candidates that had lost eyesight, had lost the mobility to walk, became wheelchair ridden because of the placement of the spike protein in the body, in the brain, that they were removed from trials. There's a lot of issues here that they did to what did President Trump say at the time? Speed Force or Flash Forward or what the hell it was.
Warp speed.
Warp speed. Yeah.
To go across. There was a lot of things that was a blank check that they used, that they took people that got sick out of the trials. They found reasons to take them out of the trials once they got sick. So when stuff was reported to the government as far as saying, "Hey, we're good on our end," numbers were fudged, and so that's where I'm upset at. It's the other stuff, I get it. It is the reality of what it is. But what I'm upset is there were trials that were done, they were fudged. It was data that was collected. It wasn't that was filtered. And then when you have someone from a government entity, not unlike Fauci specifically, coming up with a number of distancing based off of fucking nothing, and he has said that afterwards, fucking nothing. I'm from California. I don't know where you're from. When I was up in San Francisco on the ocean side, on the west side, you had people fucking walking around, riding bikes, holding hands, being fucking happy. While at the exact same time down in LA, they were pulling fucking surfers out of the water within the same fucking month. So the way this draconian state acted under those orders that were federally given, and at the recommendation of Fauci, and the way this was put together, I think there's a right for people to be upset and to be really fucking like have animus towards these people that we're supposed to have our best interests at mind. I'm not saying that there's any there's no great response. There's just the best out of a bad situation, but some people need to hang.
Isaac, can I ask you something?
Sure.
If I can, I'm going to play a lefty for a second, but these are real questions I'm going to ask you. So, is there, I guess, first of all, what do you think? You don't have to have a precise answer, but what do you think the mortality rate, I guess, of COVID was? And I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm just like, what do you ballpark? What do you think?
I would. Well, here you have the perfect case study, because you have a state like New York and you have a state like Florida that exists at the same time. And when you see that there was a huge difference. Now you have one community which is known for taking in old people susceptible to sickness, Florida. You think their numbers would be out fucking outrageous, in comparison to New York, which had a huge issue with.
But wait, I'm not asking total deaths. I'm saying, like, what is the death, like with SARS-CoV-1, the death rate was like quite high. I'm saying with like SARS-CoV-2,
we'll say 1%.
Okay. So I guess 1%. So I guess this is to you too, Avery, because I feel like you guys are roughly on the same side. And this is what I'm curious about as a conservative that's now trying to cosplay a lefty right now. What is if the death rate, let's say, was 20%, would you be fine with them? Would you be fine with them pulling surfers out of the water, blocking beaches, the stay-at-home stuff, if the death rate was 20%? Is there a death rate that you would think the government is justified in saying, in doing kind of draconian measures?
Isaac, I'm going to let you answer first.
The efficacy of this virus,
but not about the vaccines, though. To be clear,
no, the virus itself. The efficacy of the virus itself only had to be 1% to 2% more voracious, where it would kill its host, but over a longer period of time, to decimate 20, 30, 40, 50% of the population. People don't realize that 1 or 2% has an outcome of 50% death. So It doesn't.
Wait, how? Wait, how?
So what do you mean? Like, are you talking
Because I'm talking about the mortality rate. I'm saying, like,
Correct.
if 1,000 people get this virus and 2 people die, that's a 0.2% mortality rate. So I don't know how would that translate to more people dying.
Like, if the mortality rate was up by 2%, that means 2% more people would die. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't mean 50%.
So, for example, so if more people got sick in 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 12 months, whatever, and they had lingering effects, and they could get sick like they did with this one because of how fast it changed. If the mortality rate had only been 1 or 2% more, along with its efficacy of getting sick, let's say 3 times over in 2 years, what was the Black Death had circumvented the planet fucking 2.5 times before it stopped. That was over the course of years. Now with our infrastructure system where we can go from Japan to California to wherever, you're thinking about something that would hit us again and again and again and again and again.
So you're saying the percents would stack because you're going to get this, even if it's a 2% death rate, if you get it 5 times, then those percents are stacking? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so I still...
And that's not the normality of your common cold. Things as they go on, things that are too effective end up dying out because they don't spread, and so they tend to die out. And as far as their severity, but what I'm saying is it didn't take much. It's only 1 or 2% more efficacy that they get for the virus.
I get, but I guess I'm so okay. So everybody posted, it looks like 1%.
What I'm saying
right,
in reality, it would take a couple percent more for me to go fuck the home out of the water.
Okay, scroll down, you can see a list of all the countries and shit too.
Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, so it looks like
it's really good. It's a really good source.
So it looks like 1% at least globally. So wait, so I guess so that's what I'm. So I guess maybe you already answered this. You're saying if there's a couple more. So you're saying if SARS-CoV-2 was a 20% death rate, then the draconian measures of the government would be justified. Do you think that's fine?
What I'm saying is you wouldn't need to reach 20%.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just hypothetically. If it was 20%, I don't know. You don't have to. I'm just saying if it was, just go with my hypothetical for a second.
Power during this thing would lose their fucking mind.
Right, but I'm saying you would be all the measures, all the stay-at-home orders, all the 6 feet away, all the masking. You're saying that would be fully justified if it was 20% death rate.
You're assuming. Well, hang on. I'm assuming that it's the first time it's been around, and I don't know.
Well, I'm saying it's a hypothetical. I'm saying let's say the death rate if you get COVID. The death rate is 20%. 1 in 5 chance that someone dies.
I would say 5% is all you need because you don't want to lose your.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying if it let's say it was 20%, I don't care how much you need. I'm just saying if it's some large amount, a lot of people are dying. I'm saying, are you fine with the draconian measures?
Okay. I'm saying I'd be fine with 5%, but at what you're saying, 1 out of 5 at 20%, then yeah, I guess I'd be.
So you'd be fine with the masking, the stay at home, the separation, like all the draconian measures.
Well, 1 out of 5 people dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's versus 1 in 100. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'd be happy with it. I'm saying
right. But you think that'd be justifiable government action if enough people died, there is an amount that you would say all those measures are fair to do.
So what you're looking
for? like pretty much telling people you can't leave your home.
Well, they fucking did it.
They
did it for 1%.
Hey, I'll be the lefty. I think that those measures were in fact a good thing. I think the reason the U.S. fucked up is because there was no cohesive response, and states decided to do whatever the fuck they wanted. And so, because nobody was on the same page, you just decided, you know what, the economy needs to keep going, and we're just going to let this virus burn through our population.
So, do you honestly, like, I don't know. Telling people you can't fucking leave your home is insane. You still have to go out and get fucking food. The average American doesn't have enough food in their house to last fucking a month. You know what I mean? Even though FEMA tells us, oh, you know, you should at least have 1 month of food or 2 months of food or whatever, the average American doesn't. So let's say it was an actual, so let's say it was an actual 20% mortality rate. People are gonna fucking starve.
Did anybody?
No, I think in that case, no.
Straw man. Was anybody not allowed to leave their home for a month?
No.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you can't, okay, so obviously, if something has a 20% mortality
In
rate,
China,
it's going to be a little bit
favorite
long.
country,
Oh yeah,
Testy.
oh yeah, people were actually throwing
Are we
fucking
accepting
their
anecdotal
fridges out of high rises because they were fucking starving. China also stopped reporting their fucking deaths, so the mortality rate of COVID in these countries might have been actually a lot higher than what we realized. The total mortality rate of COVID might actually be. You don't agree?
No, I said I don't disagree. Like, yeah, sure. China did fuck with their numbers, absolutely.
So also India too. But you know, like it's crazy how all these countries with like massive fucking population stopped reporting shit after I think the first fucking 8 months. So
sure,
I mean, the mortality of COVID was realistically probably at 2-3%.
Well, okay, can I
realistically, but
let me still yeah, but so here, like, just as a broad sort of defense of this, I think that what was happening, because hindsight is always 20/20, right? So I'm trying to think of like what did we know at the time versus what do we know now, and what I saw is that there was an unknown virus, right? Like there were questions, people had questions, and people
known virus.
So it was a different strain of the SARS fucking thing that ripped through China. That was very likely engineered.
Sure,
you know, it's kind of crazy that every time there's civil uprising in China, a new virus happens. It was a novel.
Can I just get 30 seconds? Like, it was a novel strain of the virus. So when I say unknown, yes, SARS has been known about since like the 70s or some shit. But I'm saying that it was a novel strain. We've heard of this outbreak, this sort of unknown thing that's spreading, and so. I would say that yes, maybe there was a bit of like an overcorrection because people didn't know what the severity of it was, and so I think in that context, it makes sense to act first and more decisively, and then later on, kind of like pull back and be like, okay, we have a better understanding of this now. But at the time, people didn't have that information.
I mean that's what make these decisions for themselves.
But I don't think they do. This is what I was trying to get to with my steel man of being a lefty. If the death rate, like, let's say,
just let me talk.
Let's say we had the death rate of SARS-CoV-1, then there is justification to do draconian measures. That's what I'm kind of getting to, right? Like, if the death rate is high enough, then if we do acknowledge then that we should lock people, then we have to go back and acknowledge that they don't know what the death rate was as soon as this thing begins to bubble up. And so is there some justification to do draconian measures because we don't know how bad it's going to be? If it was going to, let's say, have a death rate of 20%, it's going to wipe out probably most of the planet. And then, like, so there would be, it would be justified to do everything they did and possibly more. I guess that's my maybe steel man of like what actually happened, right? Because we have the advantage of looking back. We have the death rate now, but when this thing was just like coming up, we don't exactly know exactly how it's going to look, right?
If there was
your response,
if there was a like if the mortality rate was 20%, we'd obviously be locked down in our homes for several months at a time. So
right, I'm saying at the beginning,
hold on.
Let Avery finish. Come on, Confluence.
And the average American does not have enough food in their house to last that long. So people would then begin to starve. So either they die from a virus or they die from starvation.
They never told people. They never made people like stay in their house, though.
But what we're saying is,
like how Mel is playing moderator.
Mel's a fairly moderator now.
I have to be the panel mod if I can't be the left winger because things will go out of balance.
It is what it is. Yeah. Okay. So my response is that they don't know the death rate at the time that it happens, right? So we can't like go with the knowledge we have now. We have to go with the knowledge they had then. And they didn't stop people from like leaving their house. We're not China. They weren't boarding us in. They weren't stopping us from leaving our house. That's insane. That never happened in any state.
I did clarify. Hold on. I did clarify. Like, are you talking about stopping people from leaving their homes to prevent the spread? And you said yes. So, like, what do you mean? Are you saying like what they did was justified? I'm not, or like I'm a little bit confused now.
And then guy on the bottom right.
My steel man is saying they at the time in the initial spread of the virus, they don't know the exact death rate. And I'm saying if the death rate was high enough, it would probably just be justified to do the measures they did. So not locking people up for 30 days and saying you can't leave your home, but just what they actually did. Of like, you know, that you can't go to public gatherings, you have to wear a mask in these situations, you have to get vaccinated in these situations, etc. I'm saying that would be justified if the death rate was high enough. And so, but at the time, they don't know what the death rate exactly is. So my leftist steel man is saying maybe the actions could be justified based on the lack of information they had to say like, hey, because if this is bad, it's world ending. So yeah, people get fucked and they have like social anxiety and they get autism or whatever the fuck, right? They're depressed and stuff, but they're playing an odds game of being like, even with like Fauci like lying to everybody, there could be a justification there as well with being like, if it was bad enough, there is a level where the government maybe should lie to you, I guess, because otherwise the option is everyone else dies if the government is misunderstanding the death rates.
Avery, I know you want to respond, but guy on the bottom right's been trying to get in, and he's on your team, so you should give him a chance.
All right, go ahead, Isaac.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Avery. Are we accepting anecdotal in this at all?
I mean, you can say it.
Yeah. Or how many people here are parents? Just, you know, have kids. All right. When someone says,
I don't think no one right now actually on panel, yeah, except you.
When someone says that they didn't stop you from going outside. So I was an essential worker, so I got to leave the house. My wife, who worked for Section 8 or urban housing development, had to stay home. Our kids, our 3 daughters, were forced to do remote schooling inside our house. So we had to turn our house into like a classroom for 3 different ages. When the kids would go outside, the neighbors would call the cops on them for being out in the middle of the fucking street by themselves, away from anyone else, and then they would have to come home. And I was 2 hours away for working. So, yeah, there was. Now, was it a federal decree? No. Was it a state decree? No. But when you ratchet up fears like they did, that's the end result is people didn't go outside. People didn't walk. You know, it just depends on the area they're at. When I said earlier, there were certain parts of California that people didn't give a fuck. Over in San Francisco, they were fucking celebrating. While in LA at the exact same time, they were busting people out of the water for being by themselves in the middle of fucking nowhere in the ocean. So I think that type of overreaction is a consequence of the policies that were put in place. So you're right. Yes, no one said you absolutely had to stay in your house for any fucking duration period of time, other than for certain things to leave the house. But the end result was that was the case. So you're right. No physical policy said you had to stay in till you fucking died.
Confluence, what do you think of Isaac's example?
Well,
I think that's
Tessie. Actually, Tessie has yet to get in as much. So
wow. Wow. Okay, fine.
It was muted, but I didn't realize he wanted to talk.
Because I like broadly, and whatever. I mean, I'm already going full hog. So, like, I'm not a fan. I was never a fan of Trudeau, and one of the smallest things that I thought he did handle well was his response to COVID. And so, if you're talking about like quote unquote draconian measures, Canada certainly had. Like, because there was a federal response and provinces tended to follow suit. I think it was pretty uniform to my knowledge, but we had what they called vaccine passports. So again, not perfect, but basically it was like a QR code type of thing. And so if you wanted to like go out, I think this only lasted for like a couple of months because it did take a bit of time to implement. It was towards the end of the pandemic, but yeah. So if you wanted to go like a restaurant or something like that, you had to have this passport, and this was essentially verifying that you had at least gotten your first dose of the vaccine. I got my first dose after, for me, a sample size, because one of the things I think is not really being considered, that yes, I can even acknowledge that there are harms from vaccines and from the COVID vaccine specifically, but at a certain point, it was literally billions of doses that were administered globally, right? And so at a certain point, we're saying, well, these things are not good. The people have died, blah, blah, blah. If you think about it just like broadly, like the majority of the people in the world got the vaccine. And we didn't see like these mass casualties and deaths that were supposedly going to happen. So That was one. There was work was like work from home was a big thing. Like social.
I want to talk next, Mel. I'm just saying.
Sure, like all that stuff. I'm saying
Canada
had a very strict sort of process to everything, and I personally didn't have an issue with it broadly. I don't think it was perfect, but like I think that the cohesive response from the top down was beneficial.
So since Tessie was responding to Isaac, I just want to make sure, do you have a response, or are you okay with Avery responding?
It was supposed to be me before he...
You're on the same side. I'm trying to do a back and forth.
So when it comes to the vaccination passports in the versus the United States, that was something that us freedom-loving people who love our freedoms to death were definitely scared about. To think that I would need a passport to go grocery shopping or to go to a public area to get food or supplies for my family, I'd have to submit myself to some injection, whether I agreed with it or not. Now, that being said, I understand. Yeah, Trudeau wasn't as bad as like the Australians or different areas, but that is something that I would say as an American, that's something I feared. Was that we would be branded a subclass of citizen or marked with the L on us for whatever reason that we didn't check a box. So,
okay, Confluence?
I want to first ask Testy, I don't know what commie hellscape you live in. Are you saying that you have been, during COVID, you have been to a restaurant and you had to show your vaccine passport?
Yes. Certain restaurants.
That's insane. Maybe that is a province by province. I never got a vaccine passport.
You keep steel manning. You're breaking character.
Well, no, I am steel manning because I think Testy is saying that the Trudeau government went too far with this, and I'm saying I don't think this is a thing. I don't think you had to show a vaccine passport.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm going to come to Testy's defense real quick, because in the United States they were doing this too. Certain restaurants would not let you eat there, and this was on a restaurant by restaurant thing. I don't know how it was in Canada.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this was a
stop.
Province-wide.
It was province-wide. Oh, because to my knowledge, in the United States, it was based on the restaurant. They had the right to refuse service.
Are you sure about that, Testy?
So if you didn't show that you were vaccinated, then.
And also, I didn't say that Trudeau went too far. I said that I was happy with his response. I think it was fine. I didn't have an issue with the vaccine pass. And you're going to push back on this because just like the trucker protest, the majority of Canadians through polling also did not have issue with the vaccine passport.
Yeah, are you talking about the one where they polled 1,000 Americans too with that, or?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna show me more data that absolutely is just like completely wrong. I'm happy to see it, Testy. I'm happy to see it, but
okay, Testy, are you okay with this being a dog pile against you?
Yeah. It's been
okay.
He doesn't get a chance to consent. That's not how this works. Okay.
That's how it was for quite a bit. So
that's my moderation style. I don't actually stop dog.
I appreciate you asking. I appreciate you asking, Mel. Actually,
But yeah, if that's the case, go ahead and Testy, just talk over anyone you need to fight your way out.
What about my response to Confluence? Like my definitive answer.
Oh, right. Yeah, Avery does get one response. If you still have that locked and loaded, go ahead.
Here's your commie hellscape, by the way, Confluence. I'm just going to post this in the...
So, as far as like the mortality, I think that if the individual so chooses to go out and still, it's on the individual, they take that risk. If it's 20% mortality rate, if you get it, if they want to go out and still live life, then that's fine. They still have to bear in mind that, Mel, are you trying to talk? You're muted.
No, sorry, these weed bags are really loud. So I'll just shut off my mic next time.
Okay. No, it's just like your Furby was talking, but yeah, never mind. Okay, so it's on the individual to do that. If the data's out there, it's published, everyone knows, hey, look, this is what we recommend, but if you still want it, it's on you. You have a 20% chance, then it's on them. I personally wouldn't, but
Testy, I can't believe you believe this shit you just sent me. I can't actually believe you believe this shit.
Confluence, do you have a response to what I said, or you're not steel manning anymore?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just reading Testy's, clearly fake study that he posted in the back.
So do you have a response to my... Okay, never mind then. Fuck you too.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Testy fucking distracted me. Can you,
Okay, so we went from fucking
Avery,
COVID back to the
can you speed run it for me again? I don't want to ask you to repeat the whole thing, Avery, but
Avery, so what was the percentage that you would be okay with the mandates, as far as the
none? There shouldn't have there shouldn't have been any mandates if the individual. It's an individual choice.
So
there shouldn't have been any.
And as a fellow American, I'm okay with that. It's like that's what freedom's about. So I'm okay.
That's not what. No, hold on. Wait, is this in relation? Like, are we talking like the death rate stuff?
Yes.
Like there has to be.
You said, hold on, stop. Let's rehash. You're a little bit drunk. Okay. You said that if
don't talk to me like that, Avery. I'll fuck on you. You don't fuck on me.
You said if there was a 20% mortality rate, do you think it was okay for them to take what was it, draconian measures, right? And I said no. They shouldn't even have taken the measures that they had taken. It's on the individual to make that decision for themselves.
Okay, good. Okay, then Mel, if I'm allowed to follow up, what if it's 80% death rate? It's still so just let all of that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. So just let everyone die. So just let the whole world die.
You're not going to let them die. They're going to make that choice for themselves.
Right, which would lead to an apocalypse, an actual unironic apocalypse. You understand that, right? And you're fine with that because of my freedoms?
Why would it lead to an apocalypse?
If it's an 80% death rate and you're leaving it up to the average American,
okay. So if there was how are people going to get food? People have to still go out and get food. If it was an 80% mortality rate,
oh my god, that we already established. That was never one of the measures. We're talking about the measures that happened, and if they'd be justified if there was an 80% death rate. We're not talking about locking people in their houses.
The measures that were enforced would have been ineffective anyway.
Isaac wants to get in here.
So let me just insert a mile marker for you. So like the Black Death was anywhere from 30 to 60%, and a global average was 50. So with the Black Death being 50, and it circumvented the global the populace 2.5 times, and in today's, this is the advocate part. In today's society, where we can get from one side of the world to the other, so
regardless of what measures we put in place.
Yeah. Okay.
It wouldn't matter. I hate to say it like that. It wouldn't matter if we took the same. So like, if the mortality rate was at 20%, the measures that were already in place wouldn't have been effective enough. It wouldn't have mattered.
That's a different claim, though. Are you saying this claim, or is it justified to take away people's freedoms if it's going to be a global, literal apocalypse situation? Because you're hinging it before it's an individual choice. So I guess I could even go more absurd. I could say it's going to kill 99.9% of people if they get it. And you would say the government shouldn't influence it
at that point.
Yeah, but it's a different claim. You're saying they're not justified. They're not justified in stopping groups of people from gathering. For example, you would say the government.
Avery next.
Avery, I'm saying I don't care if it matters. That's a separate claim. I'm saying. You don't think it's justified? The government could say, hey, you can't have a gathering of more than like 4 people. If it's a 99.9% death rate, you're actually saying that's an unjustified government mandate, and it actually shouldn't be the case. Even if it's 99.9% lethal, you're saying no, it's an individual. That's a different fucking claim. That's a different claim. I'm saying they're justified in making that mandate. That's my question.
Okay, let's give it a chance for Avery to respond. I think Testy wants to read a statistic after that.
I mean that is my response. It wouldn't matter at that point anyways. It literally wouldn't.
Not what I asked. Not what I fucking asked.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter anyways. So then it doesn't matter. So I'm going to say no.
Oh, no. Here's the thing, because we're not saying that, or what Confluence is saying is not that 99.9% of people will get it. It's that if they get it, they will die. So this is where we're saying, does it make sense to take some sort of precautionary / protective measures, because we understand that basically if you get this disease, you're dead, you're gone, right? So like in that circumstance, I think is what he's speaking of. Not that you will, so like it could matter. You could try to prevent people from getting it through these measures.
Yes.
Did you want to read your statistic too, so we can talk about that?
Well, I mean, I love it anytime I post a statistic that Confluence doesn't like. He's just like, look at this fucking bullshit. Look at this fucking.
It's not my fault. You post freaking bullshit stats. That's not on me.
I'm sorry to break your heart, and like this is just the reality. And this is even one of the
It's
things.
not. We saw your ChatGPT stats before. Everyone fucking saw it.
It's one of those realities as well. And I understand that you're American, but like, and I consumed a lot of American media as well. But like, if you wanted to put it in a certain
Fucking
way,
cuck me like that.
when the majority of the population supported these measures, as I've posted in chat, in this regard, it's not like a draconian, anti-democratic thing. It's actually would be considered like part of the mandate. Like you have the support of the people, and they did want these measures. They again overwhelmingly supported these things. So that's why I mean, maybe it's a cultural difference. I don't know. In Canada, we just like weren't afraid in the same way of like this thing. So that's just kind of the reality of the situation.
I have a response to that specifically.
Sure.
So California is basically, Canada and California are basically mirrors of each other as far as GDP and populace goes. So would you want a state the size, a nation state the size of California making policy for a whole nation like the United States? I would say no.
Not sliver, but what I would have liked to have seen was a strong federal response. And one of the things I liked about Canada was that I think it was weekly, or it might have been, I think it was weekly. We had the prime minister, they gave press conferences. So there was the prime minister, and then there was all our like heads of state. I don't know, the equivalent of like senators, but like the leaders of each province. And I think the imagery and like the optics of having this unified front where we had our health expert at the time, and again, they didn't get everything right. And I think part of that was like maybe not wanting to panic the public, and part of that was maybe just they didn't have the information. But whatever it was, like weekly or however with the regular scheduled things, they sort of had this unified thing where it's like, we as a country, this is what we're doing. And even if they don't have things under control, I think creating the impression that you have it under control, I think one of the issues in the States, because of states' rights, like it's just the way that it exists, people wanted to handle things differently. The federal government doesn't really have an ability to like sort of clamp down. But I think that disconnect across states didn't really like help the situation.
I think in a pandemic type situation, the best you could hope for is the best of bad options. I agree. Sugarcoating it any other way is not helpful. I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to something like that, it's the best of bad options. There are no great options, and that is what I think the reality that people need to really sit with.
Sure, I'm not going to disagree with that.
If people took more of a French way of c'est la vie, that is life, not to be construed with French Quebec, but otherwise
based.
I would say I would ask the question to every single person on this panel is, for example, like the United States has legal right to force its populace to take a vaccine that has a 50% death rate if it means the continuance of society. Does everyone here acquiesce to that? The fact that is the reality, because that is the reality. So
I was going around the panel.
I disagree with it, but yeah.
50%.
Agree.
Sorry, go. I just wanted to clarify. I just want to clarify on what that question was. 50% mortality from the vaccine.
Correct. If it meant that 50% people, well, it's 50%. You take the vaccine and you have it. Well, actually, believe it or not, there when you look at the Nuremberg trials, there is a precedence, unfortunately, that says if the vaccine has a 50% death rate and a 50% survival rate from the sickness it's intended, so by taking the vaccine, you would then suffer some side effects and die. There still is legal precedence that it is legal to force the populace if it means the contingent of society. It's not popular, it's not great, but there is precedence for it. Yeah, I know it is a fucking.
So this is a hypothetical, right? You're asking, would people support this though?
No,
there's no law. There's no law that says this, Isaac.
I'll Confluence. I'll send you when you're ready now, so I don't forget. I'll send you the.
Well, I think if he's saying it's legal, he's saying that there is no law against it, right?
Yeah, you say there's no law against it. There's definitely no law that says the government. It's not like there's some amendment that's if it's 50%, the government can vaccinate forcefully everyone.
They can They can require the pilots to take a vaccine. This is something that was done pre-World War II.
Wasn't it done for the Spanish flu? Or am I
a lot. Well, a lot of it was during the Spanish flu, and they updated it during the Nuremberg trials as far as that goes. But
what do you mean? But I guess what do we mean by require? Like forcefully hold you down and vaccinate you, or like you can't be gainfully employed, or you can't like what specifically?
That's actually open to interpretation because we've never done it before. But that's something that was a precedent put in where they could do that, depending on how far they wanted to go. We've never been there. We've never been to that precipice. But here, I'm going to write this down so don't forget. I'll send it to you.
I'm curious about this. Yeah, thank you.
So Avery, did you want to get in there earlier, or Testy? Actually, we didn't get Testy's answer to Isaac's question or Confluence's.
What was the question?
If the virus, the solution to the virus, taking the vaccine, had a 50% death rate and a 50% survival rate. Now, the survival rate would be from the impending sickness. The death rate would be from the actual taking the medicine. Would you be okay with that? And well, specifically, do you realize that is the reality of the United States government, that they have that power? They've never invoked it ever, not once.
So if I understand you correctly, because to me it would all come down to how deadly the virus is. So are you saying that you have a 50% chance of dying if you contract the disease, and then you have a 50%?
No, if you take the vaccine.
So for me, it would entirely depend on how, like, if the mortality of the disease itself is higher than 50%, like, then that is a calculated thing. I mean, you're saving more people in that regard. Like you have a higher survivability depending on what the
we're talking civilization ending sickness.
Yeah, I understand, but I think that would be like a threshold for me. Like if you contract this disease and it kills, again, like for the hyperbolic, like 80 to 90% of people who contract it, then I think your odds of survival are better taking this shot. You could try to go live in the mountains or like be a hermit and just avoid contact altogether. I suppose that's a possibility, but like I think that so it would be entirely dependent on how deadly the disease itself is, but I wouldn't be opposed to the altogether.
Confluence, you shook your head. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking I think what Testy said is actually insane. We're saying the vaccine, if I'm understanding things right, we're saying the vaccine will kill you half the time. No, that would, in that case, no. What the fuck? No, go live in the mountains. Go stay in your house. Go do who in their right mind would take a vaccine that's going to kill them on a fucking coin flip? I don't give a fuck if it's 99.999% lethal. I'm going to pick the mountains, and I would never want that mandated. We're talking a 50% death rate, a fucking coin flip?
He's not saying it should be that way. He's saying that the United States government has the power.
No, but Testy that's not what Testy was saying. Testy's like, hey, I'm looking at the odds, and I will maybe take the vaccine. It's going to kill me half the time instead of just like going to the fucking woods. Testy, are you fucking insane?
Understand how extreme the example is, because you're talking about like a breakdown of society. Like if this is like apocalypse level, like society has fundamentally changed in that way, then I don't know. It's kind of what Isaac said earlier, between like the best of bad options or whatever it is. It's like,
I know you're picking the most insane of bad options, I guess is what I would say.
No, the most insane would probably be just
that's the limit of U.S. federal power. That's it. That's the very limit at which they can push.
Confluence, right. I would say you're arguing more against the hypothetical that Isaac made than Testy's actual response, because he was just working with the hypothetical he was given.
I am no Testy. I mean, Testy can tell me if he's wrong, but Testy was saying that it would be an odds game, and that if let's say the disease killed you 80% of the time and the vaccine only killed you half the time, that he'd take the vaccine. And I think that's actually utterly absurd to even say.
You still don't know if you're going to get the fucking virus to begin with, so to preemptively do a coin flip on your life is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, I almost started debating, actually.
In some regards, that's like COVID. With like, I understand the mortality was much lower, but like, having COVID put you more at risk than if you were vaccinated. Whether to what degree that you think, like, that's fine, but It's like it's still a coin flip in general if you decide not to be vaccinated against various diseases and things like that. So
It's no, that's no,
Well,
because
like,
if it's
I understand.
it's not even remotely comparable. Because if it's something that I know, if the disease is going to kill me 80% of the time, I'm going to radically shift how I live my life. Because I know if I get this thing, I'm going to die with like all likelihood. With COVID, I know that's not true. So I did end up getting COVID after getting vaccinated, but it's like, but I lived my normal life, and so I kind of expected that would happen. But if it's 80%, then I'm not going to be around people. So then why would I fucking coin flip on a vaccine?
Yeah, but okay, I get what you're saying, but listen to the hypothetical. Like this is like you're not like life is not going to go about as normal. You're not going to be able to just go down like you cannot. There's no just like you recover and then you just kind of go about your day. Like the fundamental fabric of society is going to change. So you have to decide like you can go live in the woods and try and be as a hermit. But
I'll go live in the woods instead of coin flipping on a vaccine that's going to kill me half the time.
Then you're just choosing to reject society entirely. That's fine.
I mean, Children of Men was a very good movie.
It was a good movie.
Yes, it was. That is a great fucking movie.
Great movie.
But Tessie, you would actually, instead of like I think I would probably die in the woods, but I want to die on my fucking own fucking thing. I'll get fucking die from exposure probably. Versus Tessie, you're gonna take a vaccine and then flip the fucking coin and just maybe die or maybe live, as opposed to trying to cut your own way through the fucking woods. That seems insane to me.
Because I'm not just thinking about like myself. Like there's other like people I love around me who I wouldn't want to just like abandon. Like
take them to the woods too. What are you saying? You want to coin flip on your loved ones? That's even worse.
I mean, it's not practical. It's just
so it's practical to tell the people you love, hey, take this vaccine, and that might kill you half the time. That's like, a practical option to you.
Like to be fair, Confluence is not
die anyways.
To be fair.
You're not going to die. Why do you say that? That's not baked into it. You're going to die anyway. That's not baked into the situation.
Confluence. That's not really his argument, though, right? He's technically arguing that the coin flip is either way. He's just avoiding the worst odds.
Yes.
No, but it's not. It's not because of what Avery said. We don't. What's the? It's not guaranteed. If it's guaranteed that you're going to get this virus, like let's say it's like fucking The Happening, you know, where it's like, if you spoiler alert, it came from the plants. If you've seen the movie, so it's like you're probably not avoiding the plants because plants are kind of ubiquitous. If it's that case, but if it's like a corona style disease, then no, you absolutely could just avoid people and not get the virus. So then why would you coin flip on something that you could, in real life, you could practically avoid all the people?
I'm going to defer to Isaac on this. Isaac, was part of your thought experiment the fact that this is particularly COVID-like, or is it more so something that you are very highly likely to catch?
So during, I had researched what the limits of government mandates were as far as COVID was concerned, and unfortunately, to my dismay, found out that the government can implement and force populace taking the A vaccine if it meant the survival of basically the continuance of society, if it was that bad, up to as long as 1/2 of the vaccine takers survived.
Now, so I'm sorry, for the sake of the discussion as it is, am I to take it that that we're supposed to be using COVID as sort of like the organism for how you would catch it in this?
The worst
for the answer we're giving.
The worst case of any sickness.
The worst case.
Let's say something, whatever it was, that said that everyone would die or a large portion of it. They could require the populace to take a vaccine that had a 50% efficacy rate. And that even included if the vaccine itself had a 50% death rate. It was something we're talking about, something that was decided 100 years ago.
Okay, so sorry, I was just checking because Confluence and Testy were a little uncertain about the terms. Confluence, worst case scenario now, let's say you're 100% likely to catch it, and Avery, I'll get to you next. You're 100% likely to catch it, so it's airborne. No matter where you go, you're probably going to catch it. Does that change your answer at all?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, if you're definitely gonna get it, then I would agree with Tessie's original point. That, you should just.
Well.
I'm sorry, that wasn't the situation.
Well.
But yeah, if it is a happening situation where it's like it's plant based and all the plants are trying to fuck me, then I would flip a coin versus 100% just auto death rate.
And Isaac, and I know I said to get to Avery, but I just wanted to be clear. Isaac, were you hoping people would understand to the second part of that about the government power thing as well?
Yeah, I'm not happy about it, but I'm just saying realize the reality of the situation, that is where we're at. We've never instituted that. We've never had an occasion to, thank God. But the whole thing with what happened during 2019 to 21, 22 really opened my eyes, and that's the reality that we live in.
Okay, look.
I didn't take a vaccine. I'd gotten sick 3 separate times. My kids didn't take it, but we were in an area that was considered low population per capita versus like a large city like San Jose, San Francisco, LA. So
that makes sense. Can we go to Avery now because he is waiting patiently?
So I have 2 things to say. One, I think it would also depend on if it's 100% situation, I'm gonna get it and then I'm gonna die. Well, then yeah, I'll take the fucking coin flip. Fuck it. But like if it was a little bit different, like let's say it was an 80% mortality rate if I got it. It wasn't airborne. It had to be like through human transmission. It would also heavily, like if I take the vaccine, there's a 50-50 chance I was gonna die, but it would 100% mean that I wouldn't get the virus. Then it's a little bit different, right? Secondly, as far as like the COVID thing goes and everything that was going on, I live in the middle of downtown, where I live at. I think there's like how many people in my fucking city? It's like 3 million, something if not more. It's pretty big. I got COVID once, mind you. I worked in the restaurant industry. I fucking wash dishes. If anyone's gonna fucking get it, it's gonna be me, right? Like I'm literally dealing with fucking people's food that they're throwing away. I got it once out of the entire time COVID happened, and I know it affected everybody differently. With me, I got it right when we went on lockdown, and I was just tired for 2 weeks. So, you know what I mean? I know it affected everybody differently, but like I guess my immune system's just that fucking good apparently. But
this is actually of a very small point I wanted to hone in on. And it was one of my frustrations at the time. And, I understand why people focus on this. But when we're talking about, like, the diseases more broadly, people were only looking at mortality. That was, like, the be-all, end-all of every discussion. And one of the broader things which affected far more people was, I think even Isaac said that he was, like, had shortness of breath for a little bit of period of time for one of the times he got it. And, like, this, the long COVID, right? Like, some people lost their sense of smell and taste entirely, that never recovered. People had respiratory issues that were ongoing. It's like, so in some cases they're also like lifelong afflictions that can be caused by these things. So I don't like looking at it just as like a mortality thing. I think that it can also affect other aspects of quality of life, and that's true for any disease, right? So I think that should be at least part of the conversation.
Yeah, unfortunately, Confluence does have to go to bed. It's been a good talk.
Yeah, you want to run?
Testy, can you? You were running before. Testy, I want you to read this chat for us to kind of lead us out from this. It's very
I also
on
have
topic.
one closing statement since I didn't actually make a single argument.
I want to hear. I want to hear Mel's overall thoughts.
Okay, Testy, you read this, and then Mel gets a closing thought, and we'll.
Okay, sounds good. So this is from super fan, longtime fan of Confluence, Joan. I'm dog wife. I'm dirty. I'm leer. Maybe liar. I'm corrupt. Husband. I'm ugly. I'm fat. All what people accusing is me. I accept so. This all exactly my flesh. Sarah Duterte. That's why I want deport. I want.
Based from Joan. Fucking based.
I'm so
fucking
lost.
red-pilled.
I don't know what
you need a best of chat in your
Is that a quote from something?
No, that's just Joan.
Joan
That's
talks.
an everyday Joan quote.
I think Joan runs whatever Joan is saying through a translator for English, and that's how it comes out.
Or you do it back and forth a bunch of times too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true too.
No, I wish Joan did that. Joan, no, that's Joan just typing raw dog.
No, this has to be going through a
Raw
fucking
dogging it.
translator. There's no way. Or
No,
English
this is
not,
no.
English is not her first language. There's
It's
no
not.
way.
Her first language is Tagalog. We've done a whole stream where we were talking to her in Tagalog by using translators, and she makes sense in Tagalog. So it is just like a extraneous issue.
It is going to
she is talking in English.
Oh,
like
shit.
it's
Okay,
her
Joe,
typing.
look, from now on, can you please, whatever you're going to type, put it through a translator? I want to be able to understand you. I do.
Yeah, it would be a lot. I mean, you wouldn't get like all the misspellings, right? Like you wouldn't get like a translator's not going to say liar with an E, right? So or corrupt with an A. So this is Joan just typing, but she's working on it. Report to the Philippine. Report to Philippine. I agree. Yeah, Mel, your closing thoughts. Also, Mel should just moderate all my panels because Mel's done a good job of moderating. Okay, I don't know exactly how that happened, but
the amount of self-control it took to not constantly respond to somebody was more than I actually have.
Was it me?
I'm thinking of doing my own panels, so maybe that's a little taster right there of what people can expect if they come on. I do try to be fair, right? And unbiased. But my final thoughts, and I earned the right to say this without being interrupted and then getting to leave without having to hear anyone's response. It'll be up to Confluence to stop people from responding to me once I go.
I'll try.
You do not have the right to be a public health hazard. And I think everyone's public health safety trumps our freedoms because you don't really have freedoms if you're sick, especially not if you're dead. And so preserving freedoms means preserving health and life. And as far my response to the idea of it's up to the individual is that would be great if we could expect every single individual, or at least the majority of people, to be informed enough to make the right choices. But COVID was actually a great example of how in fact people can be misinformed to believe in treatments that don't actually work. And so I think it makes more sense for us to defer to experts and form policies that do keep people safe in general, not to like extremes, so within reason. And so for the 50-50 coin tossing, I'm in the same boat as Testy. It would depend on the death rate, and which is more of the coin toss when things are that severe.
Based, Mel. Everything you said was based. Sorry, keep going.
Thank you. That's pretty much it, actually. I was trying to mostly keep my thoughts to myself, so I don't want to drag this out. But seriously, that was fun. I was kidding about it being a strain, and thanks for having me tonight, Confluence.
No sounds, Mel. Thanks for moderating.
I shall now grace you all with my absence.
Based, red pilled.
Thank you, Confluence. Appreciate it.
All right, take care, guys. 07s, God bless all the panelists. Thank you, Isaac, for stopping by. God bless Avery, Testy, Mel. And God bless the chat. God bless you, Joan. Get deported because you want to escape Sarah Duterte, etc. Take care, 07s. Bow, 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 bow.